Because we still need, it looks like Noel's in chat. We just need him in voice.
I thought Fosh was going to be in here today.
He was the one who got called in to work. But yep, that was the plan.
Poor Fosh.
Poor Fosh. It's okay though. Now we have 2 dwarfs and 2 characters with a 5. Should be pretty great.
He made a dwarf? What's wrong with him?
Yeah, I threw the homebrews at him and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to go off the PHP, get this done quick. I can't blame him. We are running slightly late.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi. Okay, we need to get Noel in here. Should poke him.
Oh,
It's a
Noel
bow wow.
playing? Awesome.
It's a bow wow.
Live, work.
Oh, by the way, Feck, people from the chef chat are kind of weird.
I'm pretty sure everyone here is a furry. We're kind of... I hate to break it to you, but it's a little bit of a weird demographic.
That's crazy talk.
Right? Okay, where is... I think I have like a stream notification thing. Hey, look, I do. Look at that. Okay, cool. Yeah, Noel is wrapping up a game. He says like 3 or 4 minutes and he should be good. Okay, I should drag these over here. So we got Thought and Kobe. Dragging is
So
hard.
glad I'm cannibalizing the shitty old monitor that's been in my garage for God knows how long.
Yep, it definitely comes in handy for this too, to just like throw your character sheet over on a second monitor. And Elizabeth. Cool. We actually have like a fairly well-rounded team after all of this.
We also have an incredibly, human team.
Yeah, this is like the most normal race-wise out of all of these parties.
I'm sorry, I could try to get my Pathfinder character. Just to totally wreck everything.
It's actually kind of like a nice change of pace. I mean, I sort of knew going in that like all of these furries are going to pick furry races, and I was totally cool with it because like I play furry trash races too. But yeah.
Hey, mine was purely strategic.
Oh, of course, of course. Milios, possibly. We'll see. There's been a lot of Pokemon Go happening. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's like, what other strategy is there other than, be complete and utter fur trash?
Okay, so let's see. Da, 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 da. Ooh, stretch.
Fucking cat.
Right? I have enough candy to evolve my next Eevee, but I'm waiting until I have like more evolutions stockpiled so I can just pop a lucky egg and double them all. That's my story. That's my Pokemon Go
Okay.
story.
I get the strangest feeling that there's gonna be a lot of people where it's like, I've got some Eevee candy in my van, kid.
Things are gonna get crazy if or when they add trading. It should be pretty neat. I guess I can like pull you guys over here. Should I fog of war this map? No, you guys, it's pretty. One of you's an urchin, right? Like one of you actually has a map of the city, I think. If not, I'm sure you could grab it from the guards. Fuck it, spoilers.
That is a big map.
It's a pretty big map. I actually don't even know if I have a like proper scale set up here. Okay, here we go. What is this? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 6 hexes to a mile. What a weird scale. I don't know what I was thinking. Like most of the time I use standard 5 foot or 6 mile or 1 mile. But this is clearly some sort of just fucked up, wasn't paying attention scale. Goddamn right, Milios. So I live in like the ghetto, and like people literally get shot and die in the park down the street. So we've been like playing buddy system, just going for late night walks through that park, you know, together. Because surely if there's 2 of us, they can't shoot both of us. I mean, they totally can.
It almost sounds like you live near me.
Yeah, it's been worth it though. Got ourselves some goddamn scythers.
I haven't seen a single Growlithe since that one that ran away.
I don't think I've seen a single one.
In fact, I'm sure you understand how
Well,
devastating it was for me for
I-
it to run away.
I understand that you have all sorts of weird sexual fantasies involving Growlithe and Arcanine.
At least you guys have seen Pokemon.
That's true. Poor Canada.
Fucking Bauer.
Oh, jeez, this kid. We have to get property.
Oh shit. Cool. Okay, I think we're all here. Are we all like we look good? We good to go?
Sure.
I'm good.
All right. Awesome. So yeah. So one of the first like there's a lot of rules in D&D, and one of them is that you should never get on a boat. But you know, I don't give a shit. So for one reason or another, all of you guys are trying to find passage on a boat to Fortuna, which is like this small island, like 40 days off the east coast of the Rosen Empire. And you guys can like figure out exactly why your character wants to get there later. Some of you probably already have. But I get the feeling Thought probably has not put a lot of thought into it yet, since he just showed up like 10 minutes ago. So either way, you guys are down on the docks. It's like noon or so. You're kind of just looking around, trying to see if you can find a boat to get on as soon as possible. So yeah, what would you like to do?
I'd like to go to the nearest government official building and tell them that I'm an ambassador that's supposed to be sent there, and they fucked up on my passage. If you need one.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you're gonna probably want to head to the center of the trade district, which is like I don't know, 20 minutes up the street. So you can totally do that if you'd like. We're gonna assume
District.
we're gonna assume for one reason or another that all of you have like noticed each other looking for a boat and have decided to band together because you know, storytelling.
Okay.
Okay.
Do know each other.
Yeah, loosely. I mean, you probably aren't like lifelong friends, but you're at least like, hey, all of us need to get on this boat. Let's work together to get on this boat. So, Covey, after about 20 minutes or so, you make it to the center of this trade district, and it's fucking massive. It's like a giant statue of a woman holding a clock with like metal rose petals all around it. It's like several stories tall, like a modern skyscraper or so. And then all around it, there's just open air markets, people selling meat and balloons or whatever would be sold in medieval times instead of balloons, inflated pig bladders, And there's some government buildings over to the side towards the academic district. And you make your way into one of them. And you're greeted by a young woman, human, with red hair. And she looks like she's sort of the receptionist. And she greets you and asks what she can do for you.
I tell her I'm on a diplomatic mission and I need passage for 4.
Okay, so she tells you that they don't really handle any sort of like the docking or anything there. You'll want to head back down to the dock districts, which are on the southeast side of town. But she gives you a name. She tells you to look for a woman named Elizabeth Merriwell. She runs a lot of the docking. She's basically the docking manager around there, and she also owns a small fleet of merchant vessels, and she might be able to help you out.
Why am I driving?
Because you're the bard, obviously.
Gonna be in the face.
You're like the only one here who has any charisma, I think. So,
Hey, fuck you.
I mean, if anybody else would like to interject, go for it.
I believe that we should speak with this Elizabeth. She's a lovely name.
She does have a lovely name. It's curious how that works, right?
Alright,
Alright, so you guys heading back down?
might as well.
Okay, cool. So you guys show up back in the docks, and you do a little bit of tracking. Give me just investigation rolls. This should be easy.
I don't even have skills rolled yet, but sure, we can do this.
It should do most of them automatically for you, just based on your stats. Wow, you guys might not find... Okay.
Starting hot.
Alright. So yeah, after a short time, you do notice she's dressed in purple. She's sort of a chubby woman, dark brown hair. She looks like she probably was the sort of person who grew up poor and then like made it rich. Like she clearly was not just handed money by her parents. She worked for her money. And she looks very busy, but as you approach, she does notice you coming. She does like appear to have sort of a... She does deal with people. It looks like you're not just like interrupting here. She is used to dealing with people. So as you get close enough, she turns and she asks sort of brusquely, but politely, if there's anything that she can do for you.
We need passage for 4 to... In fact, what was the island called?
Fortuna.
We need passage for 4 to Fortuna, and I'm on a diplomatic mission. So I'm sure the government could compensate you for whatever cost may be involved.
Well, compensation is great. Who are you being sent by? Do you have any paperwork or anything like that?
This is why you guys
I
shouldn't
think-
let me drive.
So
I pull out a couple of papers
all right.
and I say, we're being sent by Admiral Tiggy.
She looks them over. Give me deception. So she looks them over. She kind of takes them back to her office. She invites you in. There's a small shack overlooking the docks. She invites you guys in to stand around while she looks them over real quick. She compares them against some notes, and she comes back, and she kind of gives you a weird look. She's a little surprised that someone of your stature has these notes from an important diplomat, but they appear to be perfectly in line. The signature is great. The papers are great. It's stamped. It's sealed. So she basically explains, well, normally they would have sent me some sort of advance notice. I could probably get you on one in 2 or 3 months, but the last ship I have going out is leaving tomorrow morning, and it is booked full.
Can I like pull her aside for a moment?
All right, sure.
Okay. Just kind of like whisper to her like, sorry, I know this is a rush job, but we really need to be on that ship tonight, if possible. See, I'm leaving in secret. My father is sending me away at troubles with other houses. Is there any way we could get onto that ship when you're full?
Okay, give me persuasion. All right, she glances back at the party and she sort of lowers her voice a little bit. And she's like, "Listen, part of my job is to keep my crew safe, and the people that I just sold the remaining spots to, they didn't look like a good bunch. I'm not telling you guys to do anything illegal, but if something were to happen to those people, I wouldn't really report it. And if you showed up with their papers in the morning, I would look the other way." So she goes on to explain that she was recently approached by a group of about 7 people. They didn't look like they were from around here, but they basically asked for passage and they were very rough with her. And she eventually complied because the money was good and she didn't want to start any trouble and she had spots.
Of course, we'll look into it. And also, it's important that nobody knows I'm leaving, so... And I just kind of place a finger to my mouth, just like, shh.
Yeah, of course, of course. If we're going to do this, I obviously wouldn't want to really talk about it a whole lot either. Again, keeping my crew safe is important, but so is keeping the government off my back. So, if you do your part, I'll do mine.
I say, thanks, darling, and I slip her a gold piece.
Perfect. All right.
In fact, you're ruining my immersion by not using a lady voice.
This is actually her real voice. This is how she really talks. You'll notice that all of my NPCs talk in this voice. It's a very monotonous society. But it is canon, apparently. I'm just kidding. Obviously, it has a woman's voice. So anyway, so she thanks you kindly for the gold. And she sort of, her eyes light up a little bit. And she says, before you go, the main one that I talked to was a rat folk with all white fur. Surprisingly clean, but he was wearing a red robe that smelled a little bit like shit. He was accompanied by just a bunch of other people. I didn't get a good look at all of them, but one of them was this massive man. He looked kind of disgusting and dangerous, and honestly, the whole crew just gave me the creeps. Just be careful if you track him down. They said they were going to go try to find somewhere to get drunk, and if I was one of those people looking to get drunk, I'd probably head down 10th Street until I hit the slums. Lots of cheap places to drink that way.
Thought hearing alcohol looks at her and not all that bright, says, what way are we going?
She motions out the door, and she points towards 10th Street, which runs northwest. Just right down that street,
Thought
lovely.
takes off that way. Barreling down the road.
Perfect.
I'm gonna huff a bit about forcing people paying their fair way to get the papers, but on the other hand, I can get a lot of money and great treasure and grand relics. So I'm on board with this plan.
All right. Everyone else following along? Thought is making good distance.
Go get him, boy.
I want to try to find the captain of the ship.
Okay.
So he could let us on.
Sure. Are you asking Elizabeth, or are you just going to kind of like try to find the ship on your own?
I'd like to ask her what the name of the ship is.
Yeah, she tells you you guys will be boarding the MV Spark, captained by Salthammer. His name is Salthammer. It's a dwarf, red hair.
I should probably go with you because I want to make sure that they can take my cart if they have room for that.
Sure, sure. Yeah, she tells you there's usually a little bit of room, but they are taking a lot of supplies, so you'll probably actually need to speak with the captain to sort that out.
Okay.
I'll go off with salt. Or thought, rather.
Okay.
Which character are you, Sydney?
I'm Elizabeth.
Okay.
The other Elizabeth.
The other Elizabeth, the little girl Elizabeth.
All right, so 2 are going to.
Yeah, it sounds like
2 are trying to find the captain.
yeah, it sounds like Thought and Elizabeth are sort of heading up 10th Street, and then you guys are going to go try to find the captain. So she does help you locate the captain, or the ship anyway. Everybody looks very busy. There's mostly human and elf workers. You notice a big dragonborn sort of working the dock or the decks. You get the impression he's maybe the first mate or the navigator or somebody important on the ship. You actually don't see the captain right away. You're not sure if he's deeper in the ship or if he's doing something else or if he's elsewhere.
Short.
He could just be short. That's definitely a possibility.
Alright, I guess I'll try to talk to the first mate.
Okay, so as you approach, you're greeted by the first mate. He's very stern, very gruff, but he is clearly used to dealing with passengers. So he asks what he can do for you.
We're seeking passage for 4 to Fortuna. Is there anything you can do to help us?
Well, if you're seeking passage, you need to go talk to Merrywell, and he just points back at the building you guys just came from.
Alright, she said to talk to the captain about obtaining passage.
Roll deception. The captain? Huh. Must be something special going on. That's not normal. Well, the captain actually went into town. He's a dwarf, and I'm sure you know what that means. A city this big, he could be absolutely anywhere.
What's his
Wait.
favorite bar?
Does he say that?
He,
What the hell?
he does say that. He does say that outright.
I'm gonna shrug incredulously.
There's a little bit of racism going on here.
What's his favorite bar?
He says, hell if I know. I honestly don't drink very much. I just know he usually wanders down Gold, and he comes back in the morning ready to sail.
Being a dwarf that drinks a lot, where's the best place for a dwarf to go drink a lot?
He says, yeah, I don't really know because I don't drink a bunch, but from what I've heard, they're pretty much all on the northeast side of town, or northwest side of town. I mean, it really depends on how much money you have. If you're rich, you're going to want to head to the north side of town, somewhere around Electrum and Violet, but everybody else usually goes to about Tulip and 10 over on the northwest side of town.
Does he have any drinking buddies that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure he's got some down there, but most of the crew here just drinks on the ship.
Oh, I guess you should probably go track down the captain. We're gonna slip him a couple of silver and give him a very condescending pat on the wrist.
Sure. He gives you a weird look, but he does take the money. He doesn't say no to money. And he just turns and gets back to work. Alright, so you guys going to go try to catch up with Thought and Elizabeth?
Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. Are you like running to catch up to him, or are you just walking normal pace?
Well, considering they're probably gonna have to confront some rat people, I think sprinting would be in our best interest.
Yeah, you can hustle a little bit.
Alright, cool. So you guys hustle a little bit, and you catch up to him. Let's see, right about Cobalt is where you guys would meet up. So let me see here.
Why am I on nickel? In fact, I thought you said we were on cobalt.
Okay, fine, I'll use the Alt button. I'll do this proper. There we go. So, as you're approaching the trade district, you walk through a short garden, and at the end of it, there is a tall hedge with an archway. And as you pass under it, you find yourself surrounded by tall, colorful buildings. You hear the sound of anvils being hammered from one side and music pouring out of taverns on the other. Streets are lined with stores and workshops, and there's all sorts of weird smells coming from everywhere. There's tea from an herbalist, and meat from a butcher, and chemicals from an alchemist. And then off in the distance to your right, you see the center of the trade district that you were at earlier with the giant statue of a woman. And you can tell that if you're going to do any sort of major shopping, this is probably the place to do it. So if any of you would like to buy anything before you head up into sort of the rougher side of town, now's the time. Otherwise, we can continue on our way.
I'm still just bum rushing it to the bar.
All right, perfect. All right, so you continue past the town center and through the trade district. It's about maybe 4 or 5 o'clock at this point in time after all the stuff that happened at the docks. Sun is getting a little low, but it's still pretty light out. You find yourself surrounded by these massive apartment buildings made out of brightly painted stone brick. And over the next half hour or so, the massive apartment buildings give way to sturdy stone townhouses, divided by winding alleys. Terwin is Covey. Terwin is Covey. Oh shit, okay. You're the one asking that, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, man, gotta keep that RP straight. We're very serious about it here, I'm sure you can tell. So anyway, you are approached by several beggars. Not really approached as much as just you pass them on the street. There's mostly old men and women, a couple of younger ones, maybe orphans or urchins, and they're all shaking bowls and cups at you. Want to walk past or interact with them in any way?
I suppose we could try asking an urchin if they've seen was it a red-haired dwarf?
Red-haired dwarf for the captain, yeah.
Do we have any other information about what he looks like, how he's dressed, or anything?
Not really. That's pretty much all you got from the first mate. So you ask if any of them have seen a red-haired dwarf, and they pretty much drunkenly reply, not drunkenly, but angrily, you're surrounded by red-haired dwarfs. This is a giant city. It could be a million red-haired dwarfs. They're not very helpful. They point at Delcus. They're like, there's a red-headed dwarf right there.
Alright, well, how about one that looks like he might be a ship captain?
None of them really have any additional info about that. That doesn't ring any bells for any of them. But they are all sort of shaking their cups at you. You can tell that they're just busking.
Peasants.
Peasants.
Keep walking, then.
Alright. So you guys keep walking. The apartments and townhouses eventually start to give way to sort of a little bit of a rougher part of town. There's small houses, mostly made of wood. Some of them are starting to have small yards. The grass is mostly maintained. You see goats here and there. But as you proceed, the streets get rougher. Cobblestone gives way to gravel, gives way to dirt and mud. And as the sun begins to set, you find yourself on the corner of Clover and 10. And you see a painted wooden sign on the corner of the street. There's a cartoon of a smiling red-nosed priest. He's holding a flagon of ale in each hand, and he's basically standing on top of a big red arrow pointing farther down the street. And at the bottom of the sign, you can make out some sun-bleached writing that says, "The Portly Pastor Inn. Divine drinks and eats on the corner of 10 and Tulip."
Did you put that road sign there conveniently to tell us where we need to go?
I don't know, man. Who knows? But if you saw last week's, all of these one shots are pretty like cliche. So it's up to you. What would you guys like to do?
I'll follow the sign.
All right. So you start to follow the sign, and as you do, you are approached by a couple of drunks who are walking towards you. Looks like a rat folk and a human. They look like they've been drinking the entire day. They reek of alcohol, even from this far away. They're covered in stains. And roll me perception, real quick.
Did it go through?
I didn't get it. There's one.
Alright, let's move to be rolling.
Fuck.
I rolled a 10. I think I might just need to refresh the page, though. Yeah, there we go.
All right, so they're maybe a good 30, 40 feet off. They're walking your way. They are looking at you. It seems like they're going to try to flag you down. Would you like to do anything or let them approach? How'd you like to handle it?
These look like my type of people. I
Perfect.
can walk on up to them and be like, hey, where can I get some mail?
They immediately like laugh and smile, and like we were hoping you could help us get some mail. Actually, the best place around here is the Portly Pastor, and he points at the sign next to you. But we're skint broke. You don't think you could help us out with that, do you?
I look at myself and look back at Noel's character.
It's going to shrug a bit.
Looks like Turwin's internet is being fucky for a second.
I walk up to them and I clap a hand on kind of both their shoulders and say, "Of course, come on in." And kind of walk with them and lead them into the bar.
All right, cool. So you guys walk down this street for a little bit. The bar is still, it's at the end of the block, but you can kind of see it off in the distance. You can tell that you guys are kind of at like the edge of civilization here. Hand second, let me pull things up.
What did I miss?
Okay, so you guys were approached by some drunks, and they asked if you could help them get drinks, and they recommended the tavern down the street, the Portly Pastor. So as you're walking down the street, on the left you've got some overgrown wooden homes that appear sort of warm and bright, if not a little bit meager. And on your right, you notice it's mostly just run-down shanties. There's lots of muddy blocks, a little bit of long grass. They're sort of just scattered around. There's no, real regard for order or fashion or reason. There's garbage all over on the right side of the street, dead animals and the occasional drunk. Rat folk and human peasants are all huddled around bonfires and open clearings. But in the distance, you do see a few stone buildings that look dark and sort of abandoned, but at least not quite as meager as your immediate surroundings. But in the distance, you do see a beacon of decency. There's a warm tavern adorned by the same sign of that the jolly priest. As you approach, you can see that the doors are propped open, lights are on, and you can smell fresh bread and ale pouring out into the street towards you.
I wish my map would load.
Yeah, no problem. There's actually a couple of people doing background things real quick.
I think I sent you my prep list if I did that correctly.
Okay, so we're at the tavern. I suppose I'll head in.
Actually, before that, Jarvid Jarvid catches Elizabeth getting a little bit handsy. He's very drunk, and I think he sort of misinterprets it. And he gives you this weird, crooked smile. He's like, "Hey, you're nice. What do you say, instead of going to this bar, we just go do something else?"
Elizabeth just kind of like grins and says, "Pretty nice yourself." These two look like the people that other Elizabeth described to us.
They don't. You didn't really get a very good description, except you do know the white or the rat folk that she talked to was white, and this one is sort of just like a muddy brown. It doesn't look like the same rat folk that she described.
Oh fuck!
These look like just general, basically hobos at this point. You're about to go. You're flirting with a hobo at this point.
I'll take my get.
Okay, so Elizabeth and Jarvid kind of just wander down the street, off to the side, and the rest of you head into the inn or into the tavern. right, so let's see.
Does Elizabeth need to roll for Constitution to see if she gets an STD?
We might do some background checks in a bit.
I absolutely will.
Yeah, I'll ask you in a second, like how much of this you're actually going through with.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I hope she's getting paid well. Oh shit, where'd I go?
Somewhere way off in the distance.
Oh, there we go.
Alright, so you two are off doing your thing there. So anyway, you walk into the Portly Pastor Inn. You notice that most of the patrons are basically like lower middle class to straight up hobos. There are at least a few tables occupied by priests, clerics, and other members of the faith. You do know that you're, a little walking distance from the sanctuary district, which is sort of the religious district of the town. So you figure that might be where they're coming from. In the corner, though, you notice that one of the men in robes appears to have been in a fight. He's holding a bloody rag to his head, and he's drinking heavily with his other, cleric friends. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna go check out the cleric bros. Being a cleric bro.
All right. So as you approach, they kind of look at you cautiously, but they do recognize that you're a man of the faith, and they basically give you a quick wave hello, ask what they can do.
I'm new in town. Just asking around a little bit, trying to get some passage over to Fortuna. Is your friend okay? Is his head?
Yeah. He seems to be all right. There were these just nasty, rowdy people. It's not unusual around here, but for the most part, they tend to avoid this place because, well, they know that we're kind of well armed, and they all sort of like brush their robes to the side, and you see a variety of maces and morning stars and just simple bludgeoning weapons that priests might be wearing. But he tells you that they were basically harassing the barkeep for free drinks, and they went up to confront them, and one of them gave a headbutt straight to the face, a big half-orc dude. And then they laughed and said they were going to go try to find somewhere else that wasn't so full of prudes.
That sounds a little familiar. Didn't happen to say that they were going to Fortuna tomorrow, did they?
They didn't really mention anything like that we could tell. We kind of did what we could to just get them out of here as quickly as we could.
Did any of them happen to be a rat folk in a red robe?
Yeah, that thing actually smelled like piss and shit. A white rat?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one. Do you know these people?
Not as much, no, but I'm sure we're going to become acquainted fairly soon.
So at this point, Harris is kind of like tugging on Thot's arm. Like, yeah, how about that drink?
Alright, what are you gonna do for it?
Do for it? Come on, man. You gotta help a guy out. I thought that was the deal.
Alright, I buy him a drink.
Okay. Sure. The barkeep walks over. He says it's a copper each for the drink. Just basic ale.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. All right. So he says, thanks, buddy. I owe you one. And he sits there and starts drinking with you. So cutting back to the acolytes. He basically says there were about 6 or 7 people. He tells you there was the rat folk that you saw. There was sort of a gaunt, scrawny, old cat folk with gray fur. Looked like he was missing patches of hair. He says he saw a couple of like muscly human kids with crudely drawn octopus tattoos on their shoulders, like matching tattoos that looked like they were probably done by a 4-year-old or in jail or something along those lines. And then there were a couple of cloaked figures that he couldn't really make out. But then he says he did notice the one in the back was this massive, hideous, overweight man with pale skin. He was covered in boils. It looked like half of his face had been covered in burn scars or something like that. Most of his hair was missing, except for a few long strands of greasy brown hair. He didn't really seem to drink or talk very much. He was kind of just taking orders and lugging stuff around the whole time. But the others called him Rook.
Not the Hound.
Not the Hound. No, the...
Hey, Beck,
Yeah, what's up?
What was the name of the captain that we were looking for?
The captain you were looking for was Salthammer.
Alright, have you guys seen Salthammer, by any chance? He's a dwarven captain.
They say they haven't seen anyone like that around here. Yeah, they sort of explained that most of the people who come here are either locals or people from the churches down the street. It's usually kind of a quiet bar because it's got a little bit of a reputation for not, handling or not tolerating weird bullshit. They usually keep order around here. And he says if you're looking for somebody that's a little bit rougher, he'll recommend the exact same place that they recommended to these other people to try to get them to get lost, which is the Running Joke, which is north down 10th Street, on the corner of 10 and Heather.
Excellent. Well, as is customary for my religion, I'm going to share the wealth a little bit, bomb around. Avoid any conversations about interfaith dialogue.
Perfect.
I think we need to know where we need to go. So,
Now, before we go, I want to ask them about their deity.
Okay. So the four of them at this table say that they all worship Shavik, which is sort of just a god of health and life. The area around here is very, very heavily pantheistic. It actually sort of resembles maybe Greek or Roman culture, where deities are almost bound to specific locations and tied to very specific facets of life. But yeah, they all worship Shavik, which is god of light and healing. Right.
Alright, I suppose that's it. I'm gonna resist the urge to just be a smartass.
I mean, if your character's a smartass, you can be a smartass.
It would only be when the situation calls for it.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's cut away to Elizabeth and Charvid real quick. You guys walk down this dark alley for a little while, and he basically, pins you against a brick wall and is getting very touchy-feely with you. How do you react to this? He reeks of alcohol. He's got medium brown hair. Looks like he hasn't showered in a few days.
Okay. So, couple questions.
Okay, that's
First
fair.
of all, how healthy is he looking?
He doesn't look like he's ill. I mean, he looks like he's just drunk and possibly homeless.
Okay.
Uh,
Does he look like somebody I could knock out with a knife?
Absolutely. He's very drunk on top of just being like a standard commoner. You get the feeling that you might be able to run or possibly just deal enough damage to neutralize him very quickly.
Okay. Cool.
in fact,
Then,
is it possible that I can see them out of any of the tavern windows?
I've got them placed right here just for convenience's sake, but they're kind of wrapped around a couple buildings. They're a little ways off.
yeah, come on, I'm a lady. I'm getting some private time.
Yeah, I mean they're not gonna fuck right there on the streets or anything like that. I mean, granted, the area around here is not incredibly private. No matter where you go, it's mostly just shanty town. But I'm sure here I'll reveal a little more. I'm sure that you guys could hole up behind one of these shanties somewhere. We'll do this.
Okay. Then, yeah, I kind of I play along for a little bit.
Okay.
And then I pull away. Say, come on, buy a girl a drink first. And I'm gonna try and pickpocket him again.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me your pickpocketing real quick. We'll try that first. Okay.
Better.
So yeah, you notice that he has absolutely nothing in his pockets, but you do notice as you're trying to pickpocket him that he does have a crude dagger at his waist. That's pretty much the only possession you can seem to find. He appears to have absolutely no money, and he tells you this. He tells you this. He's like, buy you a drink. He's drunk and giggling, and he empties out his pockets. He folds them inside out. He's like, what do you think we approached you and your friends for in the first place? Well, I don't have any money.
That's awful shame. And I'll I'm gonna take his dagger and just try and knock him out with it.
Sure. Yeah, give me. There are actually disarm rules. Do you happen to know those off the top of your head?
Uh, it's more for like disarming would be more
In combat?
in combat,
Cool. Yeah, a general sleight of hand would be fine then.
but in combat it's like you make an attack roll
Right,
and then the other person makes a strength or acrobatics check
right.
against the attack roll.
Gotcha. So almost like grappling or pushing.
Yeah, only with an attack roll instead of or athletics.
Athletics, yep. Okay, cool. So yeah, give me sleight of hand. We'll see if you can grab the dagger before he notices. You can do it at advantage because he's very drunk. Oh yeah. So yeah, you grab this thing and you basically just butt him on the head. Roll me 1d4.
Plus sneak attack.
Yeah, sure.
Trying to kill
Sick.
the poor guy?
So you butt him on the top of the head, basically, and he just goes limp behind this thing. He's taking a nice little dirt nap behind this shanty.
Sweet.
Is he gonna be okay?
I mean, he looks like he's probably going to be okay. It was clearly not going for a lethal blow.
Yeah,
I think doing anything with him would have been a lethal blow.
All right, and then what do? You head back to the bar?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you head back into the front door. You kind of catch up with the party. Yeah. What would you guys like to do? I assume you get her caught up.
Where'd your friend go?
I think we should fill her in after we leave the bar, so the rat folk, his rat folk buddy doesn't start asking questions. Probably don't want to start a bar fight, no matter how drunk they are.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll perception to see if he notices that he's missing.
Don't worry about it. And I walk up to the rat folk and I kind of clap him on the back. Say,
He's very drunk. He doesn't even notice.
friend's waiting down the street.
Cool. He kind of like just waves a hand at you and is like, "All right, thank you."
Yeah. I go back to the group.
All right, cool.
I think you technically mugged a guy. You stole his dagger.
Yeah.
Is it a decent dagger or is it just like...
No, it's like, I mean, it's effective in combat. You could certainly use it, but it is not like the nicest dagger that you've ever owned. It looks like he's probably been using it for just like whittling and a bunch of other hobo shit more than
Yeah.
combat.
It's probably kind of dull and just crap.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's effective. It'll work like any other dagger in combat. It's just not a very pretty dagger.
Okay.
You mugged a goddamn hobo.
I slipped it into the other hobo's pocket.
Oh, that's nice. Give me sleight of hand. At advantage, because he's drunk. Okay, cool. So you slip it into his pocket. He doesn't even notice. He's losing it. He's like 2 ales in.
Cool.
All right, you guys taking off?
Yep, off to the running joke.
To the running joke. So you guys head down 10th Street up to the north, and as you do, you're surrounded by these tall, run-down buildings that are separated by narrow, weaving alleys. Most of them look like they're probably vacant apartments or small businesses, but they're almost entirely closed for the night. A lot of the windows are chained or barred or boarded up, but every now and then you get a little bit of soft light glowing through the window of a tavern or a smoking parlor or something along those lines. Give me a marching order. Who's going to be up front and who's in the back here?
Well, since I'm a bard, it would probably make sense for me to walk in first, because who's gonna try to mug a bard at a tavern?
I'll go in second.
Okay.
I'll take care, guys.
All right.
Hold on.
Let me get.
If there's a dex save involved, I'm pretty set for that.
Yeah. Let me get perception from Turwin and Sid.
Oh God. Are you sure I'm not drunk?
Pretty sure you're not drunk. You may have had a little sip here and there, but yeah, as far as I can tell, not drunk. All right, so as you're walking down the street, you hear a hollow wooden thud coming from the opposite side of the street. And then a few seconds later, an empty wooden barrel rolls out of an alley and onto the street about 25 feet ahead of you. And let me get a perception check now from the other two. Nice. That's one hell of a rear guard. So, almost out of instinct, you both notice somebody walking up behind you, and there's a hand reaching for your pocket. But you notice it before he manages to grab anything, and he starts to run this way. And let's what do you guys want to do?
Oh, dude just tried to rob Priest of Ergadane. That ain't gonna go down. I'm gonna go after
Yeah.
him.
Cool.
Same.
Yeah, and you guys both rolled high enough that you got like a really clear look at this guy. He is a older gray catfolk with patches of missing hair. Very much matches the description that you got earlier. All right, so let's get some initiative.
Nat 20.
And it's not letting me roll. What is the just D20?
Yeah, D20 plus your Dex modifier.
Click on your token and just click initiative on your thingamabob.
Hey, there we go.
I like the sheet. It's a little fiddly, but I like it.
Yeah, it takes a little getting used to, but it does make things really convenient once it's working.
I don't like all those rolls that Beck is doing.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's probably nothing. All right, so Delcus, yeah, you react almost immediately. Let's see it.
Do we get a surprise turn since we caught him in the act?
There is no surprise turn because he was like watching you the entire time. He was ready to back out.
All right.
Should I be on anywhere on the map? I'm looking somewhere in particular, or just I don't know if you're mapping this.
Oh shit.
Move this back.
Oh yeah, I haven't moved you guys. Whoops, whoops.
We're still getting crunk.
There we go.
Ah, all right, I'm kneecapping the guy.
Beck, you might have to manually add us to the turn order now.
That might be true, yeah. And I also need to get rid of Fosh the token.
Do you want me to wait, or
Yeah, just a second. Let me get things sorted out real quick. So this, and then you two are in the back. Perfect. Okay, yeah, let me re-add you. So let's see.
dwarf bros?
It's a good thing you guys are so short. I can just yell over you. Actually, how tall are dwarves?
I mean, it's like 4 or 5 feet, depending.
Pretty tall comparatively. They're not like halflings.
We thick though, like kind of fat.
Hot.
There we go. Okay, we should be good.
All right, ready to go?
Yep, let's do it.
I am kneecapping him. As soon as I figure out how to roll. Ah.
All right, so you react almost immediately, and you just turn, whip out the warhammer, and just belt him right in the shin. You can see him wobble a bit. He took a good hit from that one.
Okay. The entire time I'm just going to be screaming, "Do you know who you're trying to steal from?"
All right, Kobe.
I'm gonna yell at him and say his mother's a very nice lady.
He has mommy issues. He did not like that, actually. And is that disadvantage on everything he does, right? Or is it just damage?
Disadvantage on his next attack, I think.
Gotcha. All right.
He has a disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
All right. Elizabeth.
Well, I haven't seen shit, so I just like keep walking over towards this barrel. I assume it's like
You're a very angry dwarf screaming behind you.
Yeah, it is roughly around here. You did hear an angry dwarf screaming behind you. That is your prerogative.
yeah, but that's like typical dwarves.
That is pretty much just typical dwarves. So,
Yeah, so I start like looking through this barrel.
all right, cool. Let me see. I had to refresh real quick because that Roll20 was being weird. Let's see. So you look over here, and you notice it just looks like a standard alley. You think you might be next to like a rundown business or something. You see a couple of cats over here that might have been the things that knocked over the alley, but you don't really see anything of note. Go ahead and roll me perception though. Yeah, it just looks like cats, couple of alley cats.
Okay, I yell back to the group. It's just cats. Oh, right.
All right, so let's see. Our little friend over here, our pickpocket dude, he is just trying to bolt. So he's gonna dash. No, he's gonna disengage, and then he's gonna use his action to just book it out of here. So let's see, movement. All right, so he hops over these barrels and books it down the alley. And that makes it Todd's turn.
Oh, let's follow after him.
Okay, so it's
5 feet square, right?
yeah, 5 for each square. So as you look down this alley, it's a little dark. You right in front of you is just a stack of boxes and barrels. There's a little gap over to the side that you can try to squeeze through, or you could try to jump over. Really, you manage to see just like his tail flickering around this corner, so you can see that he's right around this corner.
All right, that's the end of it because I've got dark vision.
With dark vision, you can actually see a little bit past that. You see that there's a building at the end. There's just a stray alley cat to the side, and you see our little bandit friend running off to the left.
Move those stuff dwarf legs.
I guess I'll dash, so I get double movement.
All right.
Hang on, it's refreshing.
Roll me perception when you get back in.
Sure.
In fact, I've noticed you haven't been asking us if we've ever had our weapon drawn.
I tend to assume that when you're walking like in town in a safe area, they're sheathed, but anytime you're in like a dangerous area, they're put away. And at this point, you've all had enough time to react and get your weapons out, so I feel like that's fair. All right, so yeah, that's about all you see. You see a dark alley. There's some junk littering it. There's the crate and a barrel and directly in front of you. You see your friend running off to the left there. Alley cat at the end, building at the end of the alley. Okay, so you start running down this way, and you definitely don't notice it. So I'm going to stop you right about here, and I need you to make a DC 10 dexterity saving throw. So as soon as you get over those barrels, you basically set foot on just a bunch of ball bearings that you didn't notice at all. But you do just barely manage to grab the wall and maintain your footing. But you will have to spend double movement to get through the remaining ball bearings in that area.
Aw, it should have been acrobatics. That's alright.
Oh, shit, is it DC 10 acrobatics? I thought it was just a deck save. Yeah, ball bearings, DC 10 deck save.
It's alright. You're the GM. It's your game.
Gotcha. No, feel free, like, I am actually fairly new to this, so if I'm doing something wrong, you are absolutely allowed to call me out on my bullshit. I'm still learning this shit.
I'm new too, so it's all good.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
We'll call it there.
All right, cool. So yeah, you are very welcome to proceed. You've still got tons of movement left.
And that's as far as I can go, I think.
All right. Delkus.
All right. Well, this guy's faster than me, so I'm gonna try to cut him off.
Okay.
Yell back, oh shit, it's slippery there.
Well, don't slip.
So let's see. You've got a door right next to you. This building looks very dark. You might be able to get through it. You could certainly try. And then you also have an alley over this way, and that's about all you really see in that direction.
Okay, are these just like residential buildings, or like?
Yeah, they look like either like old abandoned apartments or rundown businesses. Most of them are boarded up or locked heavily. A couple of them have been like taverns and cigar lounges and stuff like that, but you're sort of in just the little bit of the ghetto.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna dash. Let's move here.
Okay. Dwarves, dark vision, yes?
Yeah. I think
Awesome.
Yep.
All right, cool. So you see down this alley, and you don't really see anything of note. It looks like a pretty standard alley. A couple of like bits of trash here and there, but nothing particularly noteworthy.
so. Okay. Yeah, that's all I can do.
All right, Kobe.
I think I'm gonna dash down the alley Delkus is near, unless he's just like in the way and I can't get past him.
No, yeah, you certainly can. So dash, double movement.
Yes.
All right, so you're able to see a little bit more, not a whole lot. And Elizabeth's turn.
Okay. What are these buildings here?
Okay, so this building appears to be dark. It's sort of boarded up. You think maybe it was an old shop. It doesn't really look like anybody currently lives there. You see two windows, both boarded up, and a metal door over here. The building behind you looks like it's probably a shop of some sort. It does appear to be closed. The windows are dark. Can't really see very well inside.
Okay. So not something I could easily, like, break into and rush to the other side of.
You certainly could try, but they are boarded up. You feel like that might not be... I mean, you certainly wouldn't be able to just, like, pop open the window or break it very easily.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna dash and haul ass.
All right. If you are going through the ball bearings, you're aware of them. So half movement or a DC 10 deck save.
Okay.
If you make it that far.
Yeah, that's as far as I can get.
All right, cool. So Thought and Elizabeth, you kind of both notice as you're rounding this corner that he is still just booking it. And let's see how far that takes him. Okay.
So as far as I can tell, he went down like an alley just to the left.
Yeah, it does look like he was running over to the left over here. Yep. And it is your turn.
Can I see what this little token thing is you got there?
Yeah, these just look like they're barrels. It's junk of some sort.
What's the yellow dot? That's a barrel?
Oh, sorry, the yellow dot. That is just an alley cat.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Alrighty.
It's in cahoots with the thief.
Don't trust it.
Never trust a cat.
Never trust cats.
I never trust cats. Yeah.
Like whenever Fex says you're surrounded, I think, oh god, what's gonna kill us? Not there's a bunch of buildings around.
All right. See,
So I'm halfway there. I'm gonna stop and look.
sure. See what you see. All right. So at this point, it opens up into a bit of a clearing. There's junk everywhere. There's a tree with a little bit of like a small mulch pit around it. It doesn't look like it's in great condition, but it is a tree. There's more junk behind it. It looks like maybe this is a restaurant of some sort, just like the back entrance to a restaurant. It does appear to be closed. The lights are all off. The windows dark. And you do notice that just up on the lip of this restaurant is your catfolk friend. He's up on the roof. You're not entirely sure how he got there, but he is up on the roof running away from you. You do see a very large cat reclining at the bottom of the tree and a smaller cat next to it. Just alley cats sleeping.
Oh, they're sleeping?
Yeah.
I don't see anything that looks like a ladder or anything like that.
Nope. You see a very large window over here, but the rest of it is pretty much just sheer stone brick. Goes straight up. Nothing that looks super climbable. You do see like a couple of barrels and boxes that he might have been able to climb, but he is a cat, so that you generally have enough knowledge of cat folk to know that they're pretty decent climbers.
Alright.
All right.
And I'm gonna wait there for everyone else.
Sure. You see down this hall just some more barrels. Roll me perception at this point. Cool. So you definitely notice some patches of fur coming from around this barrel area. You get the feeling that maybe this is what he climbed up. It's not very tall. He certainly is very athletic, but it does look like maybe he had kicked something over here, and there's a couple pieces of fur as he climbed up.
Alright.
You also notice a little bit of rustling in the barrels to your right, and you see the tail of a little alley cat poking out. Looks like he's eating something out of the barrel.
Kick it over.
All right, you kick it over, and the cat, he runs off a little bit, and he hisses at you. He looks very angry, very upset that you've interrupted his dinner.
Alright, that ends my turn.
All right, Delkus.
All right, I'm gonna continue screaming about heretics and miscreants and such.
Perfect.
And try to wheel around here and see if I can see anything.
All right. Yes, as you wheel this corner, you see... come on, work with me. Roll 20. You can do it. Down this side, you just see a little bit more of an alley. It goes to a building, and there's an alley cutting off to the right. Just more empty, dark buildings. Nothing particularly noteworthy. To your immediate right, there is a barrel, and inside of that barrel, you sense a little bit of movement. Probably alley cats, and then you see an alley cat over here.
So many kitties.
Kitties everywhere.
All right. Do I hear the guy running like above me or anything?
Roll me perception. You don't really hear anything from coming up on that roof, but you definitely heard Thought kick over that barrel over to your right.
All right.
Fucking cats.
You probably also heard this. Just another cat. Totally innocuous. Just a cat. Definitely trustworthy. Kobe?
There's no way that all these cat tokens are gonna maul us all together.
No, there's no way that they're like marked for a reason or anything.
Can cat folk speak cat?
Presumably not. They don't really like communicate with cats.
Are you saying you don't understand your cat?
Oh, I understand my cat, but that's through animal handling, not language. All right, Sterwin, what you doing?
You can move diagonally, right?
Yes, you can. And I believe I've already got it set up with the proper costs, but the first one is 5 feet, second one is 10 feet, and then it alternates back and forth like that.
I don't think that's going right. Fucking book it.
All right. As you book it around this corner, you just see an alley that leads to a smaller alley to the left. And Elizabeth.
Well, Elizabeth just ran 60 feet, so she's a little tired. But she's gonna try and keep running anyways. 'Cause fuck it.
You're way back there.
You are way back there.
Yeah, not having cunning action really sucks.
It does. I don't know how rogues are even playable before level 2.
So yeah, I get up here, panting and heaving, and I'm just like, okay, you guys got it. I just lean on the barrel for a little bit.
Cool. All right. So yeah, you see Tic-Tac like climbing up the roof there. You notice these cats around you that look totally innocuous and totally not dangerous in any way. And it's his turn. You see him just scramble off the roof, and he is out of sight. Off this direction. And it's Thought's turn.
Oh, cool. One sec. So since I'm here and I can hopefully see the roof, do I know if he ran like to the right or?
It looks like he ran northwest, assuming north is up. Looks like he just ran directly away from you guys, basically.
Okay, cool. Let's see here. And I know he asked before. I see no way of getting up there, at least from.
Yeah, nothing particularly easy. You might be able to like stack these barrels and boxes on top of each other, possibly. It looks like that's.
Requires smarts, and I am very not smart.
Yeah.
So I'm going to.
What about what about right here?
Elizabeth, do you have dark vision?
Fuck no.
Okay. You see a little bit farther down that way. You just see like a crate and an alley, but that's about it.
And I can't see anything with dark vision. Wink, wink, nudge.
Right. With dark vision, you might see a little farther down this direction. Let's see. Yeah, that pretty much is it. Roll me perception. Yeah, that's about all you see. You notice a little bit more rustling behind you from that cat whose barrel you kicked over earlier, but that's about it.
All right. Well, I go up to this other barrel and kick it over because I can hear the cat in it, and I hate cats.
Which one?
To my left.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, I gotta rebind this key. Back key on the mouse, and it keeps bringing me back.
All right, so you run over here and you kick this barrel, and another cat just pops out and turns and hisses at you. You notice as you do that, the green cat is kind of like keeping an eye on you, the one from earlier. He's not looking too happy.
Can I kick the other barrel over too? That's south of me.
Sure. So you're in a very angry barrel kicking rampage, and sure enough, cat pops out, starts hissing. And Kobe's turn.
Yo.
Right, or did I skip somebody?
Yeah, me.
I totally did skip Delkus. Just kidding.
Oh, good. Gonna ignore Thought's cat rampage. And then blindly charge in a random direction.
Okay.
How do diagonals work? Are they 5 feet?
Yeah, 5'10", 5'10", 5'10". And I think Roll20 does it for you automatically.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, because I think I've got it set up to do that.
Yep.
Is there like a special key or something? Oh,
Yeah, so like as you're dragging your token, you can tap space to measure it.
okay.
Yeah. Tap space again to set waypoints.
Nice. Is this some kind of like gas, or is it just like kind of gross?
Tree. Sorry, yeah, that's a
Oh,
tree.
okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm just gonna charge off this way and get angry. Did I see anything that they didn't see?
Roll me perception. Definitely more cats on the other side of that tree. You probably noticed this one over here. But yeah, that's about all you see. You notice the crates and the barrels stacked up in this corner. That's about all you know.
Okay. I probably think I've lost this guy, so I'm just gonna throw a little tantrum and huff against the tree, kind of thing.
All right, so you curl up on that next to the tree and start throwing a little pout fit. Maybe pet the cats. One of them curls up in your lap.
This is accepted.
Okay. So now, Kobe.
All right. Well, I'm probably gonna run off and get myself killed.
Perfect.
Oh God, what is going on? Why is it telling me I'm all the way back? Oh God.
What?
Roll20 was trying to tell me I was trying to move to the space I'm currently in from where I was last turn.
Oh, weird.
I suppose I'll move to right here.
All right. As you turn that corner, you see a very thin alleyway that appears to be mostly blocked by giant crates. It's probably about maybe 15 feet of just garbage and crates, and you could certainly try to climb it if you want, but it does seem to be blocking the alley pretty well.
Can I roll acrobatics to try to get over it?
It would be more athletics.
God damn it. But I'm proficient in acrobatics. Okay. I suppose I should probably move to the barrels then, or the crates.
All right.
And I suppose I'll try to climb over them.
Cool. How much movement do you have left?
I think I just spent 25 and another 10, so...
So 25-ish with dash?
Yeah.
If you're dashing, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Give me athletics. All right, so you managed to basically get on top of this pile, and beyond it you see just more alleyway.
Which one am I on top of? I don't... How far did I get?
You got right about there. You're pretty much like on the middle of the heap.
Alright. And can I still use a bonus action? Or is dashing just like, I can't do anything?
Yeah, you can use a bonus action if you have an applicable bonus action.
Is the alley still pretty dark?
Yeah, very dark. Very dark. This building to the right of you is basically just a giant stone face.
How tall is it?
It's about 2 stories tall. You might actually be able to jump up there once you have like more movement next turn.
Alright, well, since things are dark as fuck, I'm gonna just cast Dancing Lights since I think it's a bonus action.
I believe so, possibly. Double check for me real quick, but I think that's right.
Yeah, it's a bonus action, and I can create up to 4 lights that shed dim light in a 10-foot radius.
All right, cool. So you summon these lights, and they light up the alley. You can see that you are indeed standing on a giant pile of like crates and garbage. You don't really notice anything else except maybe like a little alley cat below you, which is probably totally innocuous.
You and your goddamn cats. I'm surprised no one has killed them yet.
They're working on it. Apparently, they're kicking cats.
Thoughts.
Alright, well,
Thoughts kicking cats. All right, Elizabeth.
Okay, so like Lepant. Did I see where douchebag went?
Yeah, you kind of caught just the tail end of him running off on this rooftop northwest.
Okay. Could I climb up onto this building next to me here?
Sure. Yeah, it's like it's like a story. Yeah, it's just a 1-story building. You can absolutely like use the barrels to try to climb up there. Give me I mean, you're like, how do you want to do it? You want to like stack barrels? You want to just like climb it sheer face, or?
Well, I'll like climb up onto like a barrel, but I'm not gonna take the time to like, build a staircase or anything.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, give me athletics.
Oh boy.
So you climb up onto this barrel and you kind of jump, but you can't quite seem to get a good grip on it. It's a little bit slippery around like the gutter that you're trying to grab.
Fantastic. Standing on this barrel, can I see any better towards
Roll
where,
me,
we
yeah,
went?
yeah, across the roof. Roll me perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, you do notice that he is still on that roof. You don't really see very much of him, but he is still like on the roof and not running. He's just kind of like sitting there.
Cool. Can I take like a Hail Mary shot with my bow?
Absolutely. You don't have dark vision, right?
Nope.
All right, that'll be disadvantaged just because dim lighting, but sure. What's the effective range on a short row?
320
Uh,
at disadvantage.
nice.
Maybe 320, I think.
Cool. Yeah, you're disadvantaged either way, but either way, that is a hit. So you fire a bow, and it sinks right into his shoulder. You can't really see it very well, but you definitely do see him like react and reel back a little bit. All right. Anything else?
Nah, I just feel very proud of myself.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Very good shot. I suppose I can reveal a
And
little of
nobody
that.
saw it, so
Exactly.
I'm impressed.
It's just going to be your word against theirs. All right, so he rips this arrow out of his shoulder, and he glances over you, and he gives a mean look. And you notice he walks towards the edge of this thing, and he kicks a barrel that is sitting on the roof. And you notice as he kicks it, there's a bunch of other like weird supplies over there. You kind of get the feeling that maybe he's made a nest up here. But either way, he has kicked this barrel, and as it lands, this just massive pile of fish gunk junk goes everywhere. And from all of these barrels, you see just this horde of cats emerge. And the ones that are on Delcus's lap get up very quickly and start hissing. And these cats are now wet and covered in filth and agitated and starting to look at you. They don't look too great. They look like maybe they're going to attack. They're kind of pissed. And Tic-Tac just kind of laughs and then runs off. And let's see, Elizabeth, you don't make it out too well because it's very dark, but you see him just run straight north and then jump to the next building.
Oh, hell.
All right, now these cats are pissed, and they're hissing and grunting and screaming and clawing, and they're basically crawling all over Delcus at this point.
I didn't take Claritin.
Do you have animal handling? I mean, roll me an animal handling to see if you can, salvage this, because you've been nice to the cats.
I have.
Okay, so the one that you were nice to is actually kind of just hanging back by the tree. But the other two are not feeling so serene, and they both take a couple swipes.
I'll be right back.
What's your armor class? It's like 18 or something crazy.
It's pretty high. I'm trying to find it on the sheet. Yes, 18.
All right, so these cats are trying to climb up you, but they are not doing any significant damage. However, this bigger cat also stumbles over here to help his little buddies out, as well as two more of these just hulking giant cats. They look like somewhere between a Maine Coon and a small panther. You've never seen a cat this big in your life, and yet here there are 3 alley cats that all look very hungry and very disturbed that you're messing with their cat nest. And one of them is close enough to take a swipe at you.
Okay.
In fact,
Man.
I gotta
Big
go
cat.
help move a fridge, so I'll be right back. If it comes around to my turn before I get back, I want to try to climb the wall.
Okay, cool. All right, let's see. Thought, you're up.
So I see these cats attacking my dwarven buddy. I'm gonna go back him up.
All right.
I think this is how phobias develop.
I think it is too.
Can I hit the small cat from here or next? I mean, I've got the movement.
Oh yeah. You can definitely hit this one for sure, and then if you move up one, you'll be able to hit the other one that's attacking him.
All right, cool.
All right, so you take a swing at this guy, and its poor little cat body just goes flying off into the wall, and it's basically cleaved in half.
All right.
Anything else?
No, I don't think I can do anything else.
All right. A bunch more cats are now interested in this little party. So one's going to come over here and swing at Elizabeth. Oh, no, Elizabeth, you're on the roof. No, you are not. You tried to get on the roof.
I want a barrel though.
You are in a barrel. So this little cat, he just it's the cutest little thing. He basically just grabs onto your leg and starts gnawing, and I think that's a miss, hopefully.
Amazingly, yes.
That is amazingly a miss. So you sort of just shake this thing off. This one is going to come over here and starts wailing on Delcus. That's a miss. This guy is actually going to run past and go for Thought. 19. Ooh. Oh, that's, I'm sorry, that is the wrong cat. You don't want to be taking that much damage from a regular cat.
Yeah, no.
It does still hit, I think. What's your armor class?
Number 13, I think.
Perfect.
But don't I get a bonus for being naked?
Yes, you definitely do. That should be under the armor section of your character sheet. There's like an unarmored bonus as a drop down. Let me see if I can find it.
I think it's
What's your
con
con?
for barbarian.
Yeah, it's con and dex for barbarian.
Gotcha.
That is one more. Yeah.
So con is +1. Okay, cool. So 13 AC. So yeah, this thing does manage to climb its way up your beard and just takes a jab at your face, and you've got a nice little claw mark running below your eye for 1 slashing damage. All right, and then it is Duckus' turn.
All right. Try to swat these cats away with my shield and hammer time the big one.
All right.
Ooh, it's almost a crit. Oh wait, no, it didn't roll.
Yeah, where is it? There it goes. Okay, nice. So you lay into this big one, and it goes limp. You've shown that cat who's the real boss around here.
Ready? And that's my turn.
All right. So back from behind this barrel, another one pops out and lunges over to Thought for 1 slashing damage.
Cats, man.
Right? These cats don't like
Do
you.
I get an attack of opportunity? Things still?
It is if they leave your melee range. So if this thing like runs past you, but it is not just moving from one cell in melee range to another cell in melee range.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. This one is especially angry because you kicked over its barrel and interrupted its dinner earlier. Wow, these cats mean business. And the last one is going to run down towards Elizabeth for a 10. What's your AC?
That hits. Actually,
What?
wait, no, that doesn't.
Nice. So you shake off another cat. They're basically just trying to bite your ankles. Covey,
Yeah.
you still
Let me
you still out there, Covey? I think Covey is still moving the fridge. Okay, so Covey's plan was to climb on top of the roof. Let me roll athletics for him. Slips, doesn't quite make it all the way up, but as he is peeking over the ledge, he does see that Tic-Tat is just running off into the distance, basically straight north. And Elizabeth's turn.
Well, oh, weird. I just had this strange sense of deja vu. I lean down, and can I like just pick up this cat, like by the scruff,
Right.
and then I like go aw, and I snap its neck.
Oh, all right. The red one or the yellow one?
Well, I don't know. They're just cats.
They're just cats.
I'm just gonna try and climb onto the roof, even though I failed utterly last time.
Sure, yeah, give me athletics.
Fuck me.
So,
Man.
again, it's still pretty slippery. You just can't quite seem to get a good hold on it.
Now she gets frustrated and like leans down to the cat. She's gonna try and stab its neck.
Okay, perfect.
I'll do the red one because the yellow one's adorable. The
Of
red
course.
one's not.
Yeah, of course.
Is that like athletics or
Uh,
attack roll?
you can just make an attack roll. It's basically like halfway up your side at this point. It's like crawling your pants up towards your face. Alright, so you just take a jab at it, and it goes limp. Poor little kitty body. Alright. Another cat comes running into the fray, takes a swing at Thought. God damn, so that's two slashing damage, actually. This cat is on a mission. This one's going to go for Delcus. That's a miss. And one more for Elizabeth.
Duckus will fight all cats.
That is a crit on Elizabeth as well, so 2 slashing damage.
Wow. Should have killed that one.
Alright, he continues to run, and Covey can see it a little bit. He's just, he's booking it. He is long gone. Green. The green one, actually, the one that you were being friendly to earlier, is just running off up to the north. But the one that is on your face is going to swipe at you, Delcus. For another miss. You have a way with cats, my friend. Both of these cats now are in range. This one's going here. This one is going here. And they both get advantage from pack tactics. We're going to do one on Delcus first and then one on Thought. So Delcus takes a hit for, or no, wait, DC 8 or AC 18.
Mhm.
That's crazy. So you block this thing. Basically, just punt it off to the side with your shield, and then thought. I believe that is, yeah, AC 13. So yeah, you managed to deflect both of these giant cats as they lunge at you, and that makes it Thought's turn.
And we're gonna take a swipe at the big cat.
All right.
Actually, before I swipe, I'm gonna rage.
Okay.
Should have done this before. So now that I'm raging, I take a swipe at the big cat.
All right. I believe that's advantage.
Yes.
All right.
If I reloads again.
Sure. Alright, so this one, you just hit it square in the face, and it is bloody and limping, and it kind of reels back a little bit, but it is still standing. Anything else? I'm not familiar with barbarians. I don't know if you have like a bunch of bonus actions or anything.
I don't think so. Not till later levels.
Cool. Alright, let's see, we're going to take 2 swipes at Delcus. Ooh, okay, one of them actually triggers a fumble.
It drops its claws.
It hits himself.
It misses, but it does not trigger any openings. Delcus, you're up.
All right. So I'm gonna take on the big one again.
All right. That is a hit, and it reels back. You basically smash inside of its rib cage, but it is limping back towards you.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Elizabeth and say a quick little prayer. I don't know if I have this set up right, but we're gonna try it.
All right. All right, Elizabeth, you heal up.
Oh, thanks. That's like almost double my max food points.
I think that's right. There should be a D4 plus,
2 from your faith bonus thing.
yeah, and then my wisdom. So
Yep, I think that's right.
okay, cool.
Zero life clear.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, we've got 2 swings on Thought. God damn, so 3 slashing damage. And it is Kovi's turn. I'm going to let one of you guys make this decision. Is Kovi going to keep trying to get on the roof, or is he running back hearing the commotion? He's definitely heard it at this point.
Does he have a bow and arrow?
That's a great question. Let me see. He has a rapier and some daggers, which he could throw.
Oh, then yeah, he should run back to us.
Okay, so he hears all the commotion, uses the dash action, and heads back down. And he's feeling a little bold. He's going to use his cunning action to give bardic inspiration to Thought. So Thought, you can add a 1d6 to anything you roll, any d20 you roll in the next 10 minutes.
Hooray.
All right, Elizabeth, your turn.
Well, third time's the charm.
Okay, so you finally managed to shake these cats off of you and climb up onto the roof. It's sort of a short one-story building. Let me reveal all this. And from here, you have a very clear view of the other roof. It's dark, so you don't really make out things in great detail. But you do see Tic-Tat way off in the distance, like way actually out of the map, but in the northerly direction, just running away from you along 10th Street.
Do I have... Is he within bow shot?
Yeah, it'd be disadvantaged, but you probably have time for at least one more shot, yeah.
Cool. Would it be sneak attack?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, he's very aware that you guys are behind him, and he's got dark vision.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take one more.
Or yeah,
I'll take
yeah.
one more Hail Mary at him.
All right, cool. Yeah, actually, the disadvantage would cancel it either way.
Fuck.
Yeah. All right, so you let an arrow fly, and it basically lands just a few feet to his right, and he dodges out of the way and keeps on running. All right, so this cat is frustrated because it doesn't think it can get on the roof, so it's going to turn and join the party on Delcus. So we have 1-2 on Delcus and 1 on Thought. So Delcus and Thought. Poor Thought is about to die to cats. I do think you take half, is that correct, while you're in a rage?
Yeah, half damage.
Okay, cool. So that is just 1 slashing damage, even though it's a crit. Let's see. Green, 1 on Delcus. Miss. Each of the giant cats is running back in for 1 more attack on each of you. We'll do Delcus first. That is a hit.
Got me.
That's a hit for 3 piercing and 1 on Thought. That is a miss. And it's Thought's turn.
I got you back.
Okay. Then, how's that big cat looking? Is it looking kinda rough?
Yeah, the big cat right next to you is looking super rough. It's just covered in blood. Its tail is broken. It's seen better days.
Alright, I'm gonna finish it off then.
All right. All right. Yeah, it goes flying back into these barrels over here and lands with a crash. So let's see. Here is 1 more cat heading towards Thought. So 1 on Thought. And, ooh, that's a fumble. We'll do that real quick. So normally, since these cats don't have a weapon... Oh, no. Holy shit, it actually succeeded with -4. So yeah, he misses, but no fumble. And then 1 on Delcus. And that's a miss. Delcus, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna try to take out this big cat.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. What happened?
You peeked over the roof and you saw that he was running. You slipped a couple times trying to get up. He's pretty much long gone. At this point, he's like maybe 300 feet away from you. You heard a commotion behind you, so you ran back and gave Bardic Inspiration to Thought.
Alright. Yeah, that took a little longer than I expected.
It's all good. Okay, so Delcus, you lunge into this thing, and its body goes limp and goes flying off to the back.
Okay.
So at this point, Terwin, you're basically just murdering a bunch of cats that...
Yeah, I noticed.
Okay. All right.
Wait, I'm gonna toss a healing word at Thought.
Sure.
I love you.
I know, baby.
All right. That is 9 health. We've got 2 swipes going at Thought. 1 hit for 1 slashing. And Kobe, you're up.
I feel like I'm a little far. Because my tell people they're very pretty spell is only 60 feet.
You could hit a couple of these on Thought.
I think I'll move a little closer though,
Sure.
so I can get more. I'll just use my full movement.
All right.
And I'll yell at the red one closest to me.
Okay.
Oh wow, so much damage.
So yeah, you yell at this thing, and it basically seems to like recoil back, like your words have actual impact on it. And it's pretty scared. It seems to be like running a little bit. Elizabeth.
Okay. I move up to here. I can't see Kit Kat anymore.
Yeah, he's pretty much gone.
So I look down at the dwarves and I'm like, "Hey, you got away. You okay down there?
I could use some help down here. Just
Okay."
There are
And,
so many cats.
I take a flask of oil and I throw it.
Oh, Christ. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. Yeah, give me 1d20 plus dex, just an attack roll. All right, cool. So, yeah, the flask hits the ground, and it kind of splashes up and covers a whole bunch of these cats in oil.
There you go.
So now there are a bunch of very slippery cats. Seeing that their, sort of fearless leaders have all been smote, and they're now covered in oil, the little cats start to just back off and duck away. So you can take opportunity attacks if you'd like. There's 2 for Delcus and 1 for Thought.
If they're running, I'm not going to smash them.
All right, cool. So if Delcus lets 2 get away, Thought, you taking a shot?
oh yeah, we're taking it. How many are running?
You've got 1 opportunity attack on this blue guy that's running away from you.
Alright.
Oh, so Feck, I read up on it a little bit, and Thunderwave isn't just like an area around me, which really helps with the distance measurement, but it's like a 15-foot cube based on a face that I'm touching.
Oh, gotcha. Cool. Okay.
So, like, if I casted it to the right, it would hit the 9 squares in that direction.
Right. Gotcha. All right.
And
So
I'm assuming 15 feet up.
yes. So as this thing is getting away from you, you take a shot at it, and it's basically split open, bloody cat corpse smacks Covey right in the face, and then it just drops limp next to him. Let's see. 1 more is running away from
Wait.
Delcus.
Do we have rabies now?
No, you should be okay, probably. It didn't get in your mouth, as best as you can tell.
I think I'd be able to tell pretty clearly if something disgusting got in my mouth.
All right, Thought, you're up.
Gonna keep swinging. Fuck these cats.
That is a hit. 1 of the cats goes flying. The other 2 both run off. Delcus, I assume you let 1 go. And Thought.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Cool. All right, so
Come
Thought.
on, fuck these.
All right, so Thought, you do get 1 shot if you want.
Sure.
That's a hit. Cat goes flying.
That was a lot of bubbles.
That was, for some reason, the tilde key just auto selects everything you hover over, and that's my push to talk. So I keep doing it on accident. All right.
We all best push to talk keys.
Yep. Delcus.
All right, the cats are clearing out, right?
They're pretty much clearing out. Yeah, it looks like they're all leaving.
I'm going to try to shake Thought and get him to calm the fuck down.
All right. So you calm them down. The red ones kind of swing off of them. If you do take these attacks of opportunity, they'll be at disadvantage since Delcus is kind of like getting in your way. But you're very welcome to take them if you'd like.
I do like the reaching grasp, like, what the fuck at one of them. I want to get away.
Okay,
Then
so
I see the other one going, fuck that kitty.
so one of the cat that you hit earlier, he's not getting away that easily. All right, so yeah, the cats have all run off. As far as you can tell, Tic Tat has gotten away, but he certainly took some damage. He was limping near the end there. You are surrounded by bloody cat corpses in this dark back alleyway. What would you like to do?
I'm still raging, so I take off after them.
Okay, so yeah, sure, you take off after these cats. I'm going to just play this out of initiative. What is your movement? 30 or 25 for dwarves?
25, I don't know. I don't think ratius anyhow.
Yeah.
I'll look for that.
Okay, so you've got like one shot at these, and the rest are just booking it, and they are outrunning you significantly. So you do get one shot at this cat. All right, one more cat corpse goes flying down the alley.
Did any of the cats survive?
Yes, a few of the cats survived. It looks like 4 of them survived up north, including the one that Delcus was friendly to at the beginning. One of them ran off to the east here, and the one over by your garbage heap that you were climbing earlier didn't really join the fight at any point. So yeah, there's...
As soon as combat's over, I'm gonna go over there and use speak with animals and see if it can tell me where the cat asshole went.
Sure. So the ones that were all over here to the east are long gone, but you can rummage around over by the one that you were trying to climb up next to and see if you can find it. How are you gonna approach? You just gonna walk up to it, or are you gonna try to like be sneaky so you don't scare it off? I mean, it did like not seem to mind as you were climbing the boxes.
Yeah, I think I'll just. No, based on what happened, I think I'll roll stealth or sneak, so in case it wants to jump me or something, because I don't know how these cats are communicating with all.
Okay. All right. So roll me stealth. All right. It doesn't really notice. It's just busy eating. It looks like it's got a half-eaten fish or something at the back of one of these crates. So you sort of climb over this mound of crates again, and you come up behind it. And what do you do?
Well, I suppose I'll use my level 1 spell cast.
All right. You're gonna talk with this cat.
Do you even want me to cast it, or just?
We should be okay. I think I've got a rough idea of how it works. Cool.
I don't know. It seems really important.
Perfect. All right. So
I ask it, hey, where's that gray cat asshole?
Great.
But with a little bit more tact.
With a little bit more tact. It looks up at you. It's actually really surprised that you're talking to it. And it says, "Go away, my fish."
I don't want your fish. I'm looking for a large 2-legged cat that is gray.
2 legs.
No,
I don't know any 2-legged cats.
Can I try to persuade the cat to help me?
Sure. You might have to like offer it some sort of incentive.
What kind of food is in my rations?
It's mostly like dried meats. You might presumably have some sort of dried fish or something to offer it.
Alright, I'll try to offer it some dried fish and roll persuasion.
Okay, yeah, give me a persuasion roll. Alright, so you wave this fish in front of it, and it's like, its ears perk up, and it starts, its nose starts twitching as you pull it out of your bag. It's like, ooh, what's that? What's that? What's that? I want that. Give me that.
I'll give it to you as soon as you help us find a very large gray cat man.
I don't know anything about a large gray cat man, but give me the fish. How can I help? What do you want me to do?
Alright, I suppose, wait here, or, and I'll go grab you something, and I'm assuming, you'd be able to help me track someone down by their smell.
I can try. Give me that fish. Yeah, I can try.
Okay, I'll go grab that tufted hair that you mentioned before.
Okay.
And I'll bring it back to the cat to see if he can help us track him down.
Alright. What's the rest of the party doing?
I'm gonna wring fish oil and whatever Elizabeth threw and cat guts out of my beard.
Okay, cool. Cleaning up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm making sure the cat doesn't see the carnage.
Right, of course, of course. You tell the cat to wait, and he's happy to sit there eating his fish.
I climb up onto the roof that Tic Tat was on,
Alright.
and I'm gonna try and search for a blood trail, because I presume that arrow shot into him is bleeding.
Oh yeah, it's bleeding. Yeah, give me investigation.
Investigation, not survival.
Yeah,
I think it's
survival.
safe for me, but-
Totally survival.
Big +1.
All right. So yeah, actually, you do catch a glint of moonlight off of a pile of blood or a puddle of blood. It starts actually by this pile of junk up here on the roof, and as you're sort of glancing around, you do notice there's a small bag and just a bunch of empty crates from the looks of it. But there is a small bag in there if you'd like to take it.
Yeah, I'll take a look inside.
All right, cool. Roll me a d20. All right, let me see here. Hey, you. Okay, so inside of that bag you find 6 silver and 3 copper.
6 silver and 3 copper.
All right, and then so yeah, you've got a pretty decent trail of blood heading north off the roof.
Is there anything else of value around here?
It doesn't really look like it. There are a couple of empty crates. There's a bedroll that you could possibly take if you wanted to, but it doesn't look like a permanent structure. It kind of looks like maybe he was just chilling over here for a day or two.
Nah, Federal's probably got fleas.
Most likely.
I'll kind of call down to Thought, say, "Hey, got another cat for you to smash," and I'm gonna follow the blood trail as
All
best
right.
I can.
Thought smash.
Cool. So yeah, you follow the blood trail to the edge of the roof. The alleys are narrow enough here that you could probably try to jump it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I don't trust that for a second. So.
Yeah, you do notice the blood trail seems to like go north for a bit, and you kind of lose sight of it after a rooftop or two. But it does basically just look like he was jumping roof to roof towards the north along 10th Street.
Okay. Yeah, once I know that, I would go back and gather up
So
Delkus and Corey.
All right.
Did we ever make it to the running joke or the running gag or whatever? And
You have not. You're basically heading down the street, down 10th Street, basically the same direction that he is running towards the running joke.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say he's probably heading that way.
Yeah, trying to get his friends. We probably won't beat him there, but
He might bleed out,
yeah.
because like arrows are friggin' deadly. You know, realistically, he'd probably be bleeding out pretty hardcore. It's amazing he's even running.
Hello.
I'm good. I'm not that good though.
Oh, where'd you shoot him?
It was just a shoulder. It's hard to tell.
Oh,
That would
perfect.
still make running a bit difficult. Having a stick shoved through your body. I know in my experience, when I've had a stick in my body, I haven't been very inclined to run.
All right, so you guys tracking him up north using the help of the cat and also the blood trail?
Was there any clothing in that little nest that he had?
You didn't find any.
Fuck. Then, yeah.
I want to check that barrel. I noticed that had the patch of fur and it looked like other stuff on down below before I hop up there.
Yeah. So roll me investigation.
I can't see it, but I'm gonna guess I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I mean, you find the tuft of fur. You maybe find like a scrap of foot wrapping or something along those lines, but nothing too significant. It looks like the barrel was probably just a wine cask of some sort. It seems to be empty now.
Gotcha.
All All right, so let me get. Well, you've already rolled survival, so yeah. Between the help of this friendly cat, who sort of takes a sniff of that fur, and then you really honestly can't tell if he's actually following it or if he's just like following you because he wants that fish. But you do make your way north up 10. Eventually, you lose the blood trail, but in the distance, you do see a very large bar, much larger than the one you were at earlier. And in big brass letters, you see the running joke emblazoned across the top of it.
Now, like brass as in just colored brass, or brass as in made of brass?
Like actual metal, as far as you can tell. This area
That's
is...
gonna be a heavy as fuck sign.
Yeah. So this entire area is a good deal more... it's still kind of ghetto, but it's at least not shanty town. It's just kind of, a backwater little part of town. So yeah, let's see. Let me pull things up. Okay. So yeah, you see the bar in the distance. In front, you notice just a couple of patrons, it looks like. A couple of rat folk talking next to a crate. A dwarf and a human talking next to a barrel. And there's these big double doors, and light is pouring out through the front of them.
I'm sorry, you said that's another bar?
Yeah, this appears to be the running joke.
Uh-huh.
Alright, so... kind of tap my chin a moment. I mean, honestly, Delkus is ready to bust in there and cause a scene. But if you sneaky types want to kind of get in an ambush position, maybe?
Yeah, I'll bust in with Delkus.
I guess I'll roll stealth because, I'm a bard, but I don't have a ranged weapon. Most enemies, as long as I'm not drawing attention to myself, that's nice.
I'm not particularly stealthy, so I'll walk in, kind of link arms with Delkus and Thought.
Actually, it's a bar. I'll just walk in with an instrument pulled out, I suppose.
All right. So, as you walk into this bar, the first thing you notice is that it is crowded as fuck. There are people everywhere. You reckon there's probably like 100, maybe 150 people in this bar. It's very loud. Everybody's very drunk. It's packed with some odd patrons, actually. Some of them are filthy and poor, but some of them seem to be like travelers or adventurers, a lot like yourself. You notice a few people in robes sitting along the corner. You notice a few of them are brandishing, sheathed swords. Nobody has weapon drawns or anything crazy like that. But it certainly looks like this is a mix of poor people and travelers, and you are very close to the walls of the city. So you imagine there could be a lot of people just traveling through that hit this bar. You do notice a lot of light coming from the southwest corner of the bar. It appears that's where the actual main bar is. But again, it is super crowded. Can't see too well in here.
Alright. I'm gonna less walk in and kind of storm in and make a scene.
Okay.
Just loudly proclaim, that damn cat folk came storming in here. He's bleeding everywhere, and I want someone to show me where he is right now.
Okay, so as you do, everybody kind of goes quiet a little bit, and nobody really says anything, but they all sort of just motion towards the bar. And sure enough, you see Tic-Tat, who is not in good shape. He's bleeding very profusely. He's like sort of wrapped a shirt around it to cover it up a bit. But in here, like there are enough travelers and adventurers that the blood kind of just goes unnoticed. You notice he's not the only bloody person at this bar. And he is sitting next to a couple of burly human kids. Looks like maybe like late teens, early 20s. And roll me perception. Just anybody who's in this bar. So
It's the only fury.
Terwin, you immediately notice one of these guys has just the worst tattoo of an octopus that you've ever seen on his shoulder. It honestly looks like maybe he tried to tattoo it onto himself while drunk.
I see everything.
You also see the tattoo, and you see a little bit of a matching one on the other guy's arm. You can tell they're probably like matching tattoos of some sort of these terrible
You can
octopi.
also see through time and space.
So yeah, the entire bar just kind of goes quiet for a second, and they look up towards the bar at the catfolk. There are some other catfolk in here, but everybody's sort of like, they know who you're talking about because he's bleeding and was making a bit of a scene himself rushing in here. And then they all just go back to drinking and laughing and doing what they do.
Let's. One of you guys want to do something? I'm gonna stomp down to the bar and then drag him off the seat.
Okay, I would
wait.
gently place a hand on your chest and say, "Now let's be civil first." And I'm gonna try and like pretend like we're a couple, basically.
Feck, is there anyone currently performing?
There is an elf woman in the corner over here. Let's see, and she is playing a lute. She doesn't. I mean, she's doing a decent job. Nothing particularly noteworthy.
Alright, I'd like to... Like, this is mostly to create a distraction, because loud music is probably going to help cover up any violent sounds. At
Okay.
least a little bit.
Right.
I'm going to go up to her and ask her if she would like a performance partner for at least a few minutes, I suppose.
All right. So you sort of push your way through here, this crowded bar, and you walk up. You wait until the song comes to an end, and you ask, and roll me persuasion. All right. She looks at you with a smile, and she's like, "Yeah, are you any good? We can try a song together real quick if you'd like."
Alright, I'll use my I'll use my Zelda potato flute.
All right, perfect. So you work with her to hammer out a quick chord structure, make sure that you've got everything planned out, and you start jamming. Give me a performance. All right, you're rocking it. You're killing it. So basically, everybody over in this area is focused on the two of you. They're drinking, they're laughing, they're having a good time.
Alright, I'll also, oh god, this is a big bar, isn't it?
It's a very big bar. It's quite a big bar.
I can't quite reach anyone at the bar with a minor illusion at this distance, god damn it.
Yeah, the farthest you can get is roughly here or so. I'm assuming you're actually like down by the musician since you're playing with the musician.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so let's cut back over to the other folks. What are you guys doing? As you approach, yeah, I assume you're approaching.
Yeah, I kind of walk up, trying to be kind of like quiet about it. Does he notice us coming forward?
Let me check real quick. That's a great question. So yes, he turns and he sees you walking in, and he just gives this crooked grin, and because he has a terrible sense of humor, says something along the lines of, "Look what the cat's drug in." And the bartender, which is this big, fat, dragonborn dude, basically sees you all approaching and can immediately sense that like something is going to go down. And he looks at all of you and gives you a glare and says, "Whatever is about to happen here, take it outside."
Acceptable. I'm gonna grab Tic Tat and drag him outside.
Okay. He does not like this idea, so give me athletics. He's going to try to resist this.
Okay.
I'm gonna give him an assist.
All right. Huckleby is going to be given Tic Tat an assist, so you'll both have advantage on this. However that works.
So roll advantage, or
Yeah, roll advantage. Okay, so you manage to grab this guy, or Tic Tat, and you start yanking him out. And as you do, his two human buddies, who both look like they were probably bullies in school. Like if these guys were people, they would probably be named like Chad or something like that. They both stand up and they basically pull their little cloaks to the side, and they both reveal weapons. And they're like, "You are not taking our friend anywhere. What do you think you're doing?"
I'm taking your friend somewhere.
So I stand between them and Noel's character.
All right.
And put my hand on my great axe and look at him and say, if you're smart, you'll sit back down.
Roll me intimidation.
Very unintimidating.
So the two humans, they look at each other and they grin, and they're like, "We've never been known for being too smart." And one of them brandishes a scimitar. He pulls it out. He's ready to go. And I believe that is going to be... anything else very quickly?
I place a hand kind of like on his chest and just say, "Come now, there's no need for this. Let's not cause a ruckus for this fine gentleman." And I kind of motion to the bartender.
Yep. The bartender is like reaching under the counter.
"We just want to buy you all a drink. Sit." And I kind of place a hand on Tic Tac's shoulder and like
Dude,
kind
I
of
got that guy in
squeeze
a
the wound.
headlock. Lie.
Oh, you got him in a headlock? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he's like dragging him.
Yeah, I just kind of put a hand on like Dot's shoulder and say like, "Let's have a drink." I throw a couple of coppers on the bar table.
Okay, let me get persuasion.
Hopefully.
All right, so they both look at each other, and they look at you, and they look at Tic Tat and Delkus, and like, "If we're all staying, we can have a drink."
I look at Delkus to see what we're doing.
You give Tic Tat a nice, tight little squeeze, and put him right up next on his, like right next to. Let's shove him against the bar, and then sit next to him.
All right, so you guys all sort of climb up to this bar together. You place a copper each, and the bartender gives you this weird look and starts pouring ale.
And I'll sit on the other side of Tic Tat.
All right,
I don't know how to not snap to grid.
hold Alt while you're doing it. Yeah, if you hold Alt while you're dragging it, lets you snap to weird places.
Oh,
Alright, I'm back, and I got a free maple bar.
door stack.
For real.
Tokens
I'll
everywhere.
be back. I need a beer.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll be
I'm
Stay in
sitting
here.
in the bar.
Yeah. I'll be right back myself, just like 1 minute.
Uh-huh, yep.
You know, it would be really funny if I just started casting minor illusions in the bar while I'm performing. If I have a verbal component.
Yeah, just like mix it into the song. Like, that's a weird lyric. Okay, so as you guys are getting seated, let me do a thing. So as you're getting seated, there is a loud crash from somewhere back in the bar, roughly over here. And the bartender just yells out, and everybody goes quiet. He's like, "Watch what you're doing over there. Do not start shit in my bar." And the rat folk, who is like standing up, smashing a mug, just quietly sits back down and goes back to drinking.
Is he a? Are there any white rats? I mean, I'm pretty sure we found the guys already, but I want to get a feel if there's any other of their cohorts around.
Sure. Yeah, let me get perception from you guys.
I'm sorry. What are we rolling?
Just to see if you see anyone
Oh, wow.
else from this crew.
I'm too engrossed in my music.
Okay, so you're very engrossed in your music. You don't really see shit, and you're also tucked away in the corner of the bar, so you can barely see anything beyond the people in front of you. Elizabeth, you can see in front of you that there are the two humans that were described, Tic-Tet that was described. Nobody else at the bar seems to match the descriptions of the people that you saw earlier. The patrons around you seem to just be drinking and talking. A couple of them back along the hallway that you guys came down, sort of this main passageway, definitely look like they're a little better armed than the people around them. They look like maybe they're adventurers or mercenaries or something like that. But you don't really see anybody else of note. Delcus, you have a very keen memory of the entire band of ruffians as they were described, because you were the one talking to the other acolytes at the previous bar, and you don't recognize anyone else that matches those descriptions. At least not in like the main part of the bar. The only place that you think they might. You can't really see all the way up to the northwest. That's the only place you think they might be. But you didn't notice them on the way in. You don't notice them now.
Right on.
All right. So these guys kind of just sit and stare at you angrily and quietly and drink. And then eventually Huckleby, which is the human on the right, looks at Elizabeth and says, "What do you want? We're just trying to have a good time."
I was just looking for some company. I hear you're a lot are traveling to Fortuna, and thought we could tag along. I kind of look over at Tic-Tat. I'm like, sorry about the shoulder. Didn't have much choice.
So Tic-Tat kind of gives you this scowl and just mutters under his breath, "Yeah, that was a nice shot for a girl, I guess." And Chadson, which is the one on the left,
Better.
fuck off. So Chadson's like, "If we wanted company, we'd go find a whorehouse. I think that's what everybody else did anyway. But we're just here to drink. We got one more night in this godforsaken town, and then it's back to sea. We don't need any stowaways, and I don't think there's room for you even if you wanted it."
Gonna take my fat, greased up dwarven finger and just very gently slide it into that arrow wound. Tic-Tat.
Okay, so he flinches and stands up and smacks at you.
I put a shoulder on, or a hand on his shoulder and force him back down in the seated position.
Okay, give me athletics. I mean, again, he's gonna try to resist this. He is not happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna assist thought, I guess.
Yep.
Sit the fuck down.
All right, so he sits the fuck down. He ain't going nowhere.
So, I'm gonna kind of clear my throat and say, I don't think you heard the lady. I don't know how old Elizabeth is. Young, old?
Like 19.
Okay. How many was... I got my notes here. There were like 8 of them, right?
It's like 7. Yeah, and actually, just we'll assume that you got good descriptions. I'll post this real quick, just a description of what you got.
Good. Sure.
Well, the kids and the cat, and then the pea rat, and then the fat dude. I don't know if I missed somebody.
Thought and Delcus, roll me perception.
Sure, and I'm gonna keep threatening to
Sure.
second once you're done.
All right. So you notice Elizabeth talking to Chadson and Huckleby, but you can't really overhear the conversation.
Yep, I know nothing.
Okay, fair.
Oh, I'm not trying to be like subtle about it. I was just
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, so can I respond to that, or is it?
yeah, I was just asking where would you go if somebody was looking for that kind of company?
All right, so they both look at each other and kind of laugh, and they said that they had heard of a good place on the corner of Heather towards the Sanctuary District. They don't really know the name of the place. They just got some recommendations, and a few of them have already headed off that way.
All right, so
Sounds like a good time.
I'm gonna kind of look over to Thought and Elizabeth and nod a second. See, so we got a little bit of a problem here. Problem is that boat ain't got a lick of extra room for even the extra rat on deck, and it's gonna be an affront to my religion if I don't make a lot of money and send to that temple. And I know that this opportunity is gonna be wasted on the likes of you. So I know you got some papers to board that ship tomorrow, and you're gonna give them to me, or my friend here is gonna make you eat the bar top.
So Tic Tac says he doesn't have any filthy papers. He doesn't have your goddamn papers.
I'm gonna push my finger in a little further.
Sure. Roll insight for me. So as you push your finger in, it's like, no, man, seriously, I don't have your papers. And you get the impression that he's probably telling the truth. You can't tell for sure. But Chadson and Huckleby at this, they both kind of stand up and they are like, stop messing with our friend. Do we need to take this outside?
Okay, I'm gonna take my finger out and wipe it off on his shirt.
All right.
Alright, if they don't have what we need, then these guys aren't much more use for us, so I think we're done here. Unless they're, like, actively threatening me.
They are giving you very angry looks. So far, none of them have actually made a move on you yet, but they're eyeing you.
Okay, I'm gonna sneer at them a little bit, so...
Can I see any of this happening?
You can probably see Elizabeth and Chadson just barely. There's a ton of people between you and her. And actually, you don't really see much of Elizabeth at all. Elizabeth kind of just takes the opportunity to duck out and start heading towards the Sanctuary District.
All right. Is the song over yet? Because if it is, I'm gonna start walking over towards the short people.
Yep, it is. So you start making your way over there as they're
Racist.
as they're dealing with the folks at the bar. All right. So what do you do?
I suppose I'll ask what's going on and see if I can persuade any information out of them. Like, is there anything you can tell us, or is there going to be a problem?
Roll me persuasion. Chadson looks at you and he says, "We don't have anything for you."
Alright.
Alright, can I roll intimidation charisma? Because that's one of the things I have.
Sure.
Damn it.
They both stand up and they basically circle around you. And they said, "We already told you we don't have anything to say to you." The bartender looks kind of tense, reaching under the bar.
You know, I think it's time to leave. I think we've got what we need, and they don't have the papers that we need.
All right, let me see
Because
here.
I'd totally beat the hell out of these guys and take it.
Alright, can I roll to seduce the cat?
Real quick, before we do anything, I need to catch up on a couple rolls. Let's see. So there have been a couple of other loud noises coming from around the bar, but each time the bartender just kind of snaps and yells and sends one of the waitstaff over to take care of it. All right, so you want to try to seduce Tic Tac. You're gonna have to tell me a little more. How are you doing this? He's not in a mood to be seduced.
Well, I'll just suppose I'll turn on the old bardic charm and like stroke his thigh or something, buy him a drink.
Okay, so you reach down and stroke his thigh, and you're gonna have to give me a persuasion. Okay, you reach down, stroke his thigh, and he stands up immediately, brushes Delcus off, reaches for his hip, and grabs a dagger and holds it to your throat and says, "Get the fuck away from you." And as
Immediately swing on him.
okay, cool. So swing away. Let's roll initiative.
Yeah, that's both of us.
Can I roll acrobatics to get the fuck away?
After we all roll initiative, let's do initiative first.
I'm gonna try to herd this outside, generally, just in so the way the bartender doesn't get fussy.
Sure.
I mean,
He's already pretty fussy.
yeah.
All right, who we need? Let's see. All right, so Chadson reacts quickly and immediately just grabs a scimitar and bashes Covey over the head with it, with the hilt of it. He's not going straight to slashing attacks, but he's grumpy. What's your AC? I think you're good.
16.
Okay, cool. So he whips out a scimitar and he tries to bash at you with the butt of his sword, but you sort of swat it to the side. And as this happens, the entire table behind you is all standing up and like they don't really appear to have any weapons, but they are all like in fight mode. And the other tables around you are kind of looking, and the bartender is reaching under the bar. Let's see. Tic-Tat is super pissed that you just brushed his thigh. He does not swing that way. And
How do
he...
you make a cat that doesn't swing that way?
Hey man, not everyone swings that way.
But it's a cat.
He rolled for gayness.
Rolled for...
Rolled that roll.
Alright, so let's see. He grabs the dagger, and he just takes a swing. And you manage to nimbly duck out of the way. But then, let's see, we need this. So, from the back of the room, you hear a little bit of clamoring, and there is a giant flash of light right about here, and you notice that everybody within about 15 feet of that noise is now glowing bright blue. Clearly, a commotion has been started, and it is Thought's turn.
It's time to leave. Can I make sorry to interrupt real quick. Can I make like a spellcraft or anything? I don't know if that's a thing. Like to identify what that was?
Yeah, make an Arcana check.
Oh, Arcana, okay. Nope.
Nope, you're not really familiar with that one. I mean, you can tell it's magic of some sort, and it doesn't appear to have done any like immediate damage, but you know it was definitely magic. Thought for some reason actually knows more about this magic than you do.
I'm stupid.
Can I roll Arcana?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a fairy fire. You recognize that one.
What does that do?
So all of the people...
Everything in an area of effect. You can't hide. You can't sneak.
Yeah, everybody who is hit by that spell is like lit up with magical light. They're not going to be able to sneak or hide, and you'll have advantage on anything over there if you try to attack it. But again, most of these people are just like bar patrons. Some of them have like minor weapons, but they're just patrons. All right, so thought is up.
All right. So Delkus is taking care of Tic Tac. So let's see. Who is that just to the north of me that's covering his name?
Let's see. Huckleby is the one close to you, and Chad is the one farther up. Chadrick or whatever I called him. Chadson.
Oh, okay. So I kind of wanted. They're humans, so they're taller than I am. This doesn't work. Damn it. One
Punch
second.
me in the nuts.
What are you trying to do?
Well, what I wanted to do is kind of like grapple by grabbing him by the neck and just dragging him with me outside.
Sure. I mean, you could try to like grab his shirt or something like that. You can. I guess what I'm trying to say is grapple is absolutely an action that you're able to take if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to like grapple him and just drag him outside with me.
Okay.
It was Delkus's plan, and I'm dumb. I'm just following.
Sure. Yeah. Make me an athletics check. He's gonna do athletics competing with advantage because his friend is helping him. So let's see. All right. You got to beat a 16.
All right, I'm trying to find my.
You know, I probably could have just backed away if you didn't swing on the cat.
I mean, well, probably. You grabbed his thigh. He's fighting
I
words.
brushed his thigh.
I don't know. It looked like a grab to me. A little.
Yeah.
Okay, so you try to grab at him, but he's got a buddy, and he basically just like punches your arm away. Can't quite get a good grip on him. And then let's roll this. Okay, let me get a DC strength or dex save, your choice from the three of you.
What were the?
Dex or strength saving throw, your choice.
Oh, strength it is.
Hey, effect.
Hey, what's up?
What you doing?
D&D.
I love having a 7 to dex save modifiers.
It's pretty great. All right, and then one from Delkus.
Sorry.
All right, so from this table right next to you, this woman gets shoved by the rat folk sitting next to her, and it basically you get knocked prone, smacked against the bar here. Everybody else is pretty much okay, but you're kind of like thrown halfway over the bar, and you have to spend half your movement to get like repositioned. And it's Kobe's turn.
Yeah, actually, it was 18 on the strength save, or 19.
Can
Oh,
I
nice.
try to roll acrobatics to get the fuck out?
You can. It's very crowded in here, so you're going to be paying double. Actually, I don't know. You're pretty well surrounded. The only way you could do it is to run back this way and like jump over the table. So yeah, you can do that. You could certainly try to like jump over that table if you'd like.
Yeah, I think I'll try to do that because I don't want to be in the middle of several hostile people.
Okay. All right. So before you get like to the table, both of the human guys are going to take an attack of opportunity on you
At a disadvantage.
at disadvantage because you are slinky. So yep. Let's see. That's a miss. That I think is a hit. What's your AC?
My AC is 16.
Okay, cool. So you do take 5 slashing damage as you get away, and that puts you right about here. And then you try to climb over this table. Give me an acrobatics check. All right, so you hop up onto this table and you just leap, and you make it pretty stunningly, actually. You basically go flying over the head of that half-orc. As you land, though, this brawler to your right, it looks like a dwarf who's had way too much to drink, looks at you, and you can't tell if it's out of fear or panic or just because he wants to start shit. He takes a swing. And that is a miss. All right, and you're free. You got like maybe 10 more feet of movement.
It's still a little crowded in here.
Oh, it's super crowded. It's basically any cell that's occupied by a person is going to be double movement. So yeah, actually, you're pretty much out of movement. So let's do this. All right, Covey, give me a DC 15 Dex save.
What? How do I do a DC 15?
Or just a Dex save. Sorry, 15 is what you're trying to beat. All right.
I think I'm good.
You're pretty darn good. So somebody shoves this dwarf back over here, but you dodge out of the way just in time.
I just want to say I love having 20 dexterity.
It's pretty great. All right, Delcus, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna roll and kind of drop off the end of the bar.
Okay.
Pull out my hammer and crash in the back of Tic Tac there.
All right. Oh.
Very, very hard.
It looks like maybe your crit damage actually isn't set up, so roll me another 1d8. Okay, so you stumble up and you whip out your warhammer and you just crash straight into the back of his head. And let's see. Teeth go flying. There's blood everywhere. But he is still up and going. He's had much better days than today. All right. Anything else?
I just want to scream at him to stay down and lie down and don't move. Would that be like intimidate?
Yeah. Give me intimidation. All right. Yeah, he looks scared out of his mind. He looks like he's not going to start shit, but you can't really tell for sure. Jeez, Covey, you're just in the way of everything. Covey, give me a dex save. All right, so a bottle goes flying across the bar from here to about here, and you just nimbly dodge it. And one of the halflings at the bar actually just has shards of glass sticking out of his arm, but he's too drunk to really even notice. And he turns to the rat folk beside him and just punches her right in the face. And it is Hucklebee's turn. Hucklebee is going to take a swing at Thought. That is a 16 for 6 slashing damage. All right, and Chadson is going to swing at... Actually, Chadson is going to try to chase down Covey. So let's see. Absolutely, you can actually both take an opportunity attack on that.
You want to go first? There.
Sure. Can I be raging?
You actually can use your bonus action before your action, so if you have a rage left, you could potentially pop rage.
I get 2 rages at level 1, so we're raging.
All right, so you've rage as a bonus action. Actually, I'm sorry, I totally lied. You can't use bonus actions until it's actually your turn, so it is just a regular attack.
Sigh.
Yeah. Okay, so as he's swinging, or lurching away from you, you take a swing, and it hits him square in the back. And he is now just like bleeding profusely through his shirt, but he is still hobbling over towards Covey. As he does, this drunk guy turns and takes a punch at him.
Do you want me to take mine?
Oh, yeah, right. Yep.
Oh, it's a good old-fashioned bar brawl. I am so down with this.
Okay, so yeah, you just bash him in the back of the head, and Chadson goes flying onto this table, and he's just a bloody mess all over this table. And everybody at that table just starts brawling, because, why not?
That's what you do.
So, Elizabeth, you've already revealed what you were intending to do. If you'd like, you've certainly heard a commotion inside. It's your call on whether or not you'd like to join or proceed with your old plan.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I'm long gone at this point.
Okay, you're long gone, and that takes it back to Tic-Tat. Tic-Tat, let's see what he feels. Actually, no, first we need to see what the bar does. That's important. Oh, jeez. Kobe, give me a deck save.
Of course. That's probably not going to end well.
Probably not well. So this giant, just massive man, he looks like a Goliath, he's clearly not human, walks over to this half-orc who's hitting on this human woman and just shoves him straight back to you. And you go flying about 5 feet back, and you are prone. Half your movement to stand up when he gets back to your turn. So Tic-Tat, he actually is pretty intimidated at this point. He kind of just like huddles up under the bar and attempts to dodge any incoming blows, but he's not trying to fight just yet.
Well, he started this, so I'm going to finish it and swing at Tic-Tac.
Okay, just a second. Before you take a swing, you notice that in the far northwest corner of the bar, there's just this massive blubbing sound, and grease goes everywhere. Everywhere in this corner of the bar is just covered in slick, nasty oil. And now it is your turn.
Nice. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to still swing at Tic-Tac.
All right. Disadvantage since he's trying to dodge, but, you know.
But I'm right next to him.
Yeah, he's kind of like trying to use the bar stool for cover at this point. It's
Is he prone?
yeah, so that cancels each other out. So yeah, just a regular attack.
And I'm raging now.
And you're raging, so now you have advantage. Yes, the advantage and disadvantage still cancel each other out, but it doesn't matter. You basically just cut clean through the bar stool and straight into his chest, and he is out. Alright, so at this point, the bartender appears to be wielding, he reaches under the bar and he pulls out this massive crossbow, like the heaviest crossbow that you've ever seen in your entire life. And he basically holds it point blank and yells, "Get out of my bar or I will shoot." And also,
I'd like to say I'm trying. As if that weren't clear enough.
Kobe, give me another deck save.
Oh, Lord.
At disadvantage, because you're prone. Oh, jeez. So now at this point, this Goliath is basically on top of the half-orc, who is on top of you, and he is swinging, and you might take some of these hits.
Can I roll acrobatics to wiggle out?
Oh no, not yet. You're very pinned right now.
I go dinner first.
So you take 2 bludgeoning damage because you're in like a Looney Tunes style brawl. There's smoke going everywhere as you're pummeled by a half-orc and a Goliath.
I'm hurting.
But it is now your turn, so now you can make an acrobatics check to try to wriggle free of this strange grapple that you're in.
Normal, disadvantage, what?
Just a regular acrobatics check. Okay, so Jesus. So you nimbly manage to like climb out of this thing. You spend half of your movement getting unprone, and you are free to do as you like.
Can I come out on the other side?
Yes, I think that's a pretty fair thing to do. So yes.
Alright, I'm gonna continue fucking boking it.
Alright. You don't really have to bother disengaging because these two seem to be mostly at each other. So running, you using the dash or you just running your normal 15?
I think I'll dash since I spent half my movement, so I've got like 40 left. Or, like, I'd have 30 left if I use half my movement in dashing.
Okay. So as you're dashing out, the human guy right here just throws a sucker punch. Let's see what that does. It does sucker punch you for 3. So 3 bludgeoning. How much health you got?
I would be at -1.
Okay, so you basically
So
get...
that's unconscious.
Yes,
right?
you are now unconscious right next to the door of this bar. And let's see. Okay, Delkus, you're up.
Okay, is Tic Tac here? Is he dead? Or
Tic Tac looks, he's like bleeding out. He will die unless he receives immediate medical attention. He's not fighting back. He's unconscious.
Okay. I'm gonna scoop him up and just dragging him with one hand and using my shield to kind of push my way towards the door and clear a path.
Okay.
If that is acceptable.
Sure. You're going to have your movement speed reduced by 10, and Huckleby is going to try to take a swing at you as you pass by.
Huckleby. Okay.
Yeah, Huckleby is still up. He is still right here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and keep doing that.
All right. Huckleby. So he manages to, yeah, sort of expose the spot behind your shield, takes a slash, 5 slashing damage.
Okay, and
I'm gonna
my
go make
moves
some
are reduced
coffee
by
since I'm
10,
unconscious.
you said?
Okay. Oh, yeah, movement speed reduced by 10. So that'd get you roughly on top of this Looney Tune tit.
In one move or two?
In one move, yeah. If you want to dash, that would double your movement, and that would put you closer to about here.
Okay. Gotcha. We'll do that. And I've got Tic Tac with me.
Yep, so you're dragging Tic Tac. There's just this smear of blood. A couple of the brawlers take pot shots as you're running by, but they're mostly like distracted and also afraid of you because you're dragging a dead body that you just mutilated. So these are going to be a disadvantage.
I mean, just to be sure, if he's very obviously dead, I'm not taking it.
He's like barely holding on. Like you might be able to squeeze a little information out of him, but he's not looking too good.
That's fine. I don't want to I don't want him to die if I can help it.
Right. Okay. So yeah, if you want, as an action, you are very welcome to like try to stabilize him, and I'll start rolling death throws just to make sure, real quick.
I'm more concerned about my companion here, but I dashed, so it'll have to wait till next turn. I
Yep.
think.
Okay. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, Delkus, give me a dex save.
um.
All right, you manage to dodge a glass that goes flying past your head and smashes against one of these guys over here and starting another brawl. Huckleby eyes Thought as he notices that his buddy is being dragged away, and he takes a swing at Thought. That, I believe, is a hit for 5 slashing.
Yes.
All right, Chadson. Is Chadson dead? What happened to Chadson? There's so much shit. Okay, so Chadson's out. Let's see. All right, so somebody knocks a big old gravy boat all over the floor right about here, and it looks very, very slippery. It's basically going to have the same mechanics as a bag of ball bearings. So half movement to walk through or run a dex check and you slip. Tic Tac is unconscious. That brings it to Thought after I run one more bar thing. At 7. Oh, no. Okay, this should be interesting.
I'm scared.
Delkus, what's your health at?
5.
Just barely. Delkus, you notice that everyone around you, basically everybody in this this immediate area right here, just drops to the ground and is now asleep, just passed out on the floor of the bar.
Well, that's a little weird.
You get the sense it was probably magical. But it is now Thought's turn.
Alright, so I've got Huckleby above me, and the bartender's holding a crossbow to my head pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah, that's basically the gist of it. He's not particularly aiming at either one of you. He's very upset at everything that's going on right now.
Okay. So I turn to leave, and as I'm walking, I kind of grab the back of Huckleby's shirt or whatever he's wearing vest.
All right.
drag him with.
All right, give me athletics. All right, so he tries to like swing at you as you're grappling him, but you basically pin his wrist against his back and start dragging him. Your movement is cut in half, but you do have him pretty well restrained.
Okay. Then I'm going to move. All right.
Yep, that'll get you roughly to the pile. All right, and they're actually going to swing at Huckleby as he passes by, try to get a shot at his ankle. Oh, jeez. So in this commotion, they basically topple an entire table, and everyone at this table is sort of pushed this way and down onto the ground, and the table is flipped sideways. But yeah, that's about it. And that makes it Kobe's turn. Kobe, yeah, death saving throw.
Oh, did things take a turn for the worse?
Everyone around you is asleep. It appears to be magical, but you're unconscious, so you don't really know that. And you're not feeling good. You need some medical attention. I mean, it's just a bar fight, but he hit you like right in the back of the neck.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry. How many death saves do you get before you die?
Three.
Okay.
So there's another like puff of wind and purple light flashes in this corner of the room, and now like this entire half of the bar is lit up. It looks a little bit like a rave, and that makes it Delka's turn.
So when I was moving the fridge, I found some peppermint schnapps.
Right.
Put it in my coffee.
Nice.
I'll let you know if I die.
Alright, so I'll come back for Tic-Tit. He's like in the same space that I'm in, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Alright. I'm gonna step around that oil slick,
All right.
grab Kobe, and drag him out and do some medical on him.
All right.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. That is DC 10 medicine check.
Okay, so he's out with me, right?
Yes, he is out with you, so he just drags. All right, so Terwin, you're stable. Terwin, roll me a 1d4.
That's just. Is that just /1d4?
/R space 1d4. All right, so you're still out cold, but Delkus, being an experienced physician and healer, gets the feeling that you'll probably regain consciousness in a couple of hours. You look stable.
Am I still at 0?
You are still at 0, yes, but you don't have to roll death saving throws or anything anymore.
Alright.
I'm gonna grip his unconscious body and whisper, "This is the coolest bar ever." And put back in.
All right, so you.
Leave me alone?
So
I got stuff to do.
so
You're not dying.
the guys outside are just kind of like staring in through the door, watching and laughing and drinking.
Oh, there are people here. Okay, shit.
Yeah, they're not.
People are going to be upset that they beat the fuck out of a bard.
They don't look like they're fighting. They're kind of just watching. You can tell that this is maybe a regular occurrence around here.
Just gonna
Yeah,
point
but
down to
beating up a
Kobe.
bard? Who beats up a bard?
I'd like to point down to Kobe and be like, "Don't rob him. He's broke. I'll be back."
Okay. So you head back in and let's see what happens.
Well, I mean, I'm outside.
You're still outside, but you're planning to head in, yeah. At 18. Oh, jeez. How
I would
big?
have been upset if I died, like, already. Like, that would have been such a waste of good rolls.
Nah, dude, I got you. I'm rolling 20s for your ass.
Thank you.
So there is a howl of wind, and a giant cloud of fog forms all over this area. Basically
Oh, that's
fills
awesome.
that entire part of the bar. And it is Huck's turn. Huck is he still up? Where is Huck? There's so many people.
I'm dragging him behind.
Okay, alright, so he's gonna try to break free here real quick. But he tries as he might, he just can't seem to get out of this. Let me get a deck saving throw from Thought.
Where the fuck did he go?
He's like in this fog cloud. He's like in the northwest corner of this fog cloud. He can't see shit. And because he can't see shit, he gets smacked right in the side of the head by a flying chair and takes
Please don't kill me.
2 bludgeoning damage.
Didn't kill me, that's okay.
Alright, both of these are out, so let's just roll once. So yeah, there's still commotion going on everywhere, but nothing seems to affect you immediately, so it is now Thought's turn.
Alright, I'm gonna use my sprint movement now. How far can I get dragging this guy?
So dash would double it, and then carrying him cuts it in half, so it just evens out to your normal movement.
Alright.
Nothing about the bar being crowded.
Yeah, actually add another, take another 10 feet off of that to get,
15.
so 15.
20.
Yep. Yeah, basically to tic-tac.
Alright.
Alright, and Huckleby comes with you, Fog Cloud goes back.
Can I grab Tic Tac in my other hand? Just like drag both of them?
Sure. Roll athletics at disadvantage. It'll basically give you disadvantage on both of the grapples, but you can try to make one on each, yeah.
Oh. Well, if it's gonna be disadvantage, my luck, I'll wait.
Yeah, you got help on the way.
Would anyone be interested in dragging me out of the doorway so I don't get fucking trampled?
Oh, you're fine. They're all gonna stay.
Shut up, you can't talk.
I got shit to do.
Alright, so there's more noise, more commotion, but it seems to be mostly behind you at this point. Covey, you're stable.
At least it was all bludgeoning damage, so the only bleeding is going to be internally. Except for that one slash.
The human right next to Tic-Tac's corpse just looks at him and kicks him and does 3 additional damage to Tic-Tac. And he's not looking too hot. He looks like maybe he needs some medical attention or he's going to die right here. And it is Delcus' turn.
Alright. I'm gonna try that medical attention. I want to get in there, grab Tic-Tac out, and then heal him.
Okay.
Medicine check.
Sure.
Just want to move him up to me so I can just move
Yeah,
him.
that's easier. Alright, so you yank him out of the bar and you try to stabilize him. Alright, he coughs and sputters and he seems to be stable but not really conscious at this point. Let's see.
Okay. I'm gonna point to him, look at the people around me, and say, "Don't rob him either," and then I'm gonna rob him.
Okay, perfect. Give me, you just get everything. So let's see, what was he carrying? Roll me a 1d20.
Less robbing and more forcing him to pay for medical services.
Right, of course. So you find a big sack full of money. It appears to contain about 4 gold, 6 silver, 9 copper, and I'll type that out. He's wielding 2 short swords and a light crossbow.
God, I could use that crossbow.
Yeah, I don't think he needs any of that stuff.
Yeah, no.
It'd be seriously nice to have a goddamn crossbow, I'm not gonna lie.
We're gonna liberate him of that.
Alright, so you liberate him of his worldly possessions.
That's a discount too. That's friend prices.
Yeah, exactly. Friendly prices.
See, this wouldn't have happened had you just let me seduce him.
I
I'm
mean,
regretting that now.
but now we have money and a crossbow. Hammer solves everything.
Alright, so let's see. We need to run like a handful of events and then Thought can get out. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Somebody sucker punches Huckleby for 2 damage.
I'm down with that. Does it knock him unconscious?
No, he actually still seems like he's pretty alright. You've got him kind of grappled and restrained, but he's looking healthy. And then let's see, 16. Oh. So, thought. Roll me an Arcana check real quick.
No. Let's just go with that. Oh, what? That's not bad.
You feel this weird, cold, tingling sensation, and, man, how do I really describe this? You get the feeling that something is off. You can't tell what is off, but you feel like something is off. Alright, and then last but not least, let's see. A bunch more people fall asleep over by where the musician was playing. But yeah, it is now down to Thought.
Alright, so I'm gonna drag Huckleberry outside with me.
Alright, so you drag him out. You make it out pretty uneventfully. I mean, there's stuff going on, but you guys do all appear to be in safety, and I'm going to turn off initiative at this point. Unless you... Well, actually, Hucklebee's going to try to fight back, so let's see.
Oh, that was just my movement. I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay, cool. What are you doing?
I want to bash him upside the head, see if I can knock him out.
Alright, perfect. Fire away.
Like the one end of the axe.
Yeah. Just roll your normal attack roll, and we'll call it bludgeoning. Okay, so you bash him right in the head, and he falls limp.
And then I pillage his body.
Alright, roll me a d20. Whew.
Ticta didn't have enough to cover his expenses, obviously, so we need to, get his friend to pay for it.
Alright, so you find the scimitar that he was wielding. He's pretty much just dropped it at his side. And you also find a bag that is filled to the brim with stuff, and it contains this much money.
Are there any passage papers on either of them by any chance?
Neither of you find any sort of paperwork. It is pretty much just weapons and money and the clothes on their back.
Where the
And
fuck
Home
is
Slice
Madsen?
had it. I killed him. A long time
And
ago.
his fort?
Oh, yeah, we kind of
Got out of there.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
I mean, you can go back in for it if you want.
No.
I'll do it.
You're unconscious.
I know that.
You're unconscious for 2 more hours.
All right,
That's
well, I'm gonna set Huckleberry and Ticta up against the wall there and kind of pat their cheeks a little bit.
Alright.
Wish them a good night.
Okay.
Drag Covey off.
Alright.
Gotta figure out what to do.
Alright. And you also do notice that Elizabeth is nowhere to be found. Just absolutely nowhere to be found.
I'm gonna complain loudly to Thought about that. We got beat the fuck up.
Yeah, that wasn't cool.
Sorry about that, guys.
Alright, so what are we doing?
How does healing with hit dice work?
Okay.
Is it a short rest or?
Yeah, that will be a short rest. So you can take a short rest, which is at least 1 hour, and as long as the short rest goes uneventfully, you will be able to spend your hit die, and you roll it and get that much health back.
Okay.
Maybe we should get somewhere slightly more.
Yeah.
You also need to have at least 1 hit point to begin with.
That is true. So you'll have to wait at least 2 hours for him to wake up if he's going to benefit from it.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we can find a safe spot to, like an alleyway, or something, just to kind of lick our wounds a bit. And...
Sure. Roll. I suppose this would be survival, even though it's an urban environment, to try to find a safe place.
That's legit.
Yeah.
Or even if there's like an inn somewhere in eyesight.
Sure. Yeah. Roll survival. We'll see what we can see. I was going to say there's an inn right in front of you. They had some inns upstairs, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Well,
Okay, so you basically drag his body down the street for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and the sound of commotion fades behind you, and it seems to be pretty dark. You occasionally pass by a rat folk huddling over a fire, or a couple of dogs fighting over a dead animal of some sort. But you do find a nice little quiet alley. It's not the cleanest place ever, but it looks like maybe it would be far away enough from the main street that you could relax peacefully for a bit if you need.
okay. Well, we can kind of hang out here for a little bit and make sure that he's not going to die.
All right. So yeah, you let a couple, like another hour and a half pass. He wakes up, and then if you'd like to do a short rest, you can try that.
So I'm at 1 health now.
You're at 1 health now. Yep.
Okay, and let me.
Do we gain any health other than the hit die from a short rest?
Just the hit die. When you do a long rest, you go back to your max HP and you recover some of your hit dice to spend the next day.
All right.
If I had a medical kit, I could get more, or maybe that's like a feat. Okay.
Yeah. In 5e, medical kits let you stabilize without needing a medicine check, and there's a feat that lets you also use them for healing. All right, roll me perception real quick, the three of you, just to see if you notice anything during this short rest.
Sure. Where's that? Oh, there it is.
Yep, there's nothing there.
I think I do pretty good with
Yeah, so you're a little loopy, but as far as you can tell, like a couple of people sort of walk by and give you a weird look down the alley, but nobody really messes with you. You're able to rest up, get a little health back, and give me 60 seconds. I'll be right back. Yeah, just a second. I'll be right back.
1, 2.
Kind of shake Kobe a little bit. Be like, all right, new party rule: no squeezing asses.
Yeah, no touchy.
I can't agree to that. I'm a bard.
This is fair and understandable.
If Elizabeth was there, she couldn't agree to that either.
I'll just have to pick my targets more carefully. Maybe drug them. No, wait, no. That wouldn't do much for persuasion. Man, if I had taken sleight of hand, I might have been able to try to friggin' drug one of the guys. If I had any drugs. I should probably look into buying some drugs.
Ooh! Oh, nice, the power break.
Thanks, Eddie.
Nice, awesome, thank you.
Got connections.
Okay, sorry, I'm resolving a couple things real quick on the side, and then I'll jump back to you guys.
Yeah, it's all good.
There's side shenanigans happening. I'm just keeping up with Elizabeth.
Oh, so, in fact, at level 1 I apparently do have 2 first level spellcasts, so...
Okay, nice. Nice.
That's useful. Especially if I'm getting, like, my ass pounded, I can just Thunder Wave.
It's hot.
It's a very specific use of Thunderwave.
Hey, some people are into Easton.
You rang. Shoot. Okay. We're gonna do a little bit of time anomaly stuff real quick while I'm waiting on Elizabeth. So yeah, you guys rest up. You feel pretty good. You don't get bothered too much. I mean, you're kind of in the middle of a ghetto, but you're off to the side enough that you don't attract much attention. And what would you like to do?
Well, I guess Elizabeth is off looking for Dick. I kind of missed that a little bit. I was too busy fucking with Tic-Tit.
Yeah, so you did overhear that conversation. Elizabeth asked where they were going to look for a whorehouse, and they did tell her that they were going to be looking. Let's see, where was it?
I'd just like to ask them what the fuck happened after I got knocked out.
Well, we knocked one guy out, and then knocked the other guy out, and then robbed them. I mean, made them pay for medical services.
What you get?
Got some money, got a crossbow. I don't much care for crossbows. They're very, dwarvish, I guess. I guess it's totally a dwarvish thing. But they're not for me. I'll, drop the crossbow and whatever bolts I got in front of you.
Awesome. if that gets back also and how many crossbow bolts came with it.
We'll call it 10. Yeah, you guys can sort out loot and stuff real quick. I'm resolving side stuff just real quick.
It's all good.
So we still need to find Elizabeth, and apparently she ran off to a whorehouse.
What the fuck is the finesse attack stat?
That means you can use either strength or dexterity for that weapon.
Ah, okay. And what's the attack stuff for the crossbow? It would be dex, and then what's the damage?
Yeah, I'll double check here in just a second. I think it's 1d6 for a light crossbow, but I can't remember.
I got you.
Cool.
1d8.
What's the crit damage?
It's the same, just another 1d8.
I got the I got to post in Discord for you.
Do crossbow bolts have a damage modifier or anything, or is that just linked to the crossbow?
Just linked to the crossbow, yeah.
Alright.
You might eventually get special ammo, but by default it's just the normal damage of the crossbow, yeah.
Alright, I figured, because that would be a little ridiculous for an early game weapon. If it had like 1d8 and then whatever the ammo did.
So, Noel,
Yeah.
you know how in Pathfinder, every level you get like X amount of skill points that you can put in your skills?
Yeah.
Does that happen in this?
No.
Yeah, unlike levels 4, 8, and 12 for most classes, you get a couple points on your stats. And in lieu of like upgrading your skills, you're also going to get opportunities to get feats on those levels instead of stat bonuses. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like some classes will get certain levels where they get more skill proficiencies, but that's about it.
So what happens at level 2? Anything? Or is level 2 just boring?
For a bard, shit, I can't remember what bards get level 2, but level 2 is where most classes get like their core defining abilities. Like rogues get cunning action, fighters get extra turn, or like action surge, or whatever it's called.
Let's see here. You get Jack of all trades, which makes you basically good at every skill.
Oh, that's useful.
And Song of Rest, which is whenever we do a short rest, we all gain a little more hit points.
Awesome. How much does 10 crossbow bolts weigh?
Let me check. Uh, 20 is a pound and a half. So what, 3/4 pound? Unless I'm an idiot and can't do math.
That sounds about right. You guys just had to start a bar fight.
I
And
think
it was
I
awesome.
think it was you that started the bar fight.
I'm pretty sure it was. I mean, it was tense, but you were the one who tried to seduce the cat.
Hey, I could have backed away.
Hey man,
Get the fuck away from me, and I could have backed away.
I could have let the guy stab you. I'm just looking out for you, buddy.
Yes, you got me knocked unconscious, thank you. At least I got a crossbow out of it. I'll call that a net gain. Suppose I'll only really be upset if you guys kill me.
I might. I won't.
Or do something to get me killed, like trigger a trap that I then fail a dex save to dodge or something.
Nah, you're an adventuring companion. I won't even charge you for healing you. I really like I don't know a lot about Forgotten Realms and such, but I read up on Varathane, and he's like the god of like he's a dwarven god of like merchant and trade and prosperity. So all his priests just want to make shit ton of money.
So if it's Forgotten Realms, are you sure you forgot, or are you sure you didn't just forget instead of just not knowing it in the first place? Because
Both.
for them to be forgotten, you can't. Someone has to know about it.
I probably knew about it at one point, but
And
it's
then forgot.
long gone.
I knew all my deck save rolls couldn't last forever, but at least I got some good ones. I got a lot. I got further out than most people probably would have.
Almost there. I think we're getting.
Be back in flash.
It is, yeah. Sorry, we're wrapping up. I think we're just about wrapped up on this like side adventure thing, and then
Yeah.
we'll be going again. I think. I mean, I'm trying to think of ways out of it, but like that pretty much does it.
I'm back. What's up?
We're wrapping up this side adventure thing.
Okay. I do as I'm told.
All right, cool. So the rest of you, what are you guys doing after you rest up? You heading? Let's see, it was down 10th Street towards the whorehouse that was mentioned.
I guess if we were actually paying attention to that.
Yeah, I mean, presumably one of you heard enough to recall that information, unless you want to play like super in character, in which case you could totally forget.
I'm an idiot, so I don't know anything.
Okay.
I mean, that'd be on the Bard. I didn't get the exact location because, like I said, I was fucking with Tictit. But we do need to track her down.
You could always like run back to the bar or ask around for a whorehouse if you'd like.
um, what if my backstory is I am an ambassador, and you told me that I could have like some knowledge of the city already, can I just like infer where a whorehouse
Oh
would be in
yeah,
the city?
yeah. You're pretty aware that it would be like along the northern wall, maybe around the sanctuary district, just because that area is generally safe enough that people aren't gonna like get murdered going to a whorehouse. You actually know that a couple of like esteemed politicians and diplomats have occasionally frequented some whorehouses in that direction.
All right, I'll just start heading in that direction
Yeah.
then and see if I can find Elizabeth.
All right. Cool. So yeah, you guys walk for about another half hour, 45 minutes or so, and you stumble upon Elizabeth, who is calmly walking back in your direction.
Like
Oh
dripping
boy.
blood and shit. Like, hey,
As far as you can tell, it's just Elizabeth.
So, what's going on?
Oh, looky,
She
looky,
just
where'd you
kind of-
go?
Wanders past you guys.
Oh yeah, what kind of XP did that get us?
We'll calculate all that as soon as we do like a long rest or at the end of the session, just so we don't like interrupt the middle of the session. And actually, hang on, we do need to. Me and Elizabeth need to sort one thing out real quick. Yeah, I mean it's your call. I don't think you were compelled to stay that way. It's your call. Like if you, I'll let you figure that one out. I think it would be reasonable for you to have gone back. Okay, so quick redaction. You don't notice Elizabeth walking back towards you. You notice a cat, a gray cat, an older gray cat who appears to be missing some patches of fur, walking towards you. It looks very much like Tic Tac.
like a cat folk or like a cat.
Cat folk, cat folk. It basically looks exactly like Tic Tac, the guy that you just axed under the bar, except he's walking towards you and appears unharmed.
That's weird.
I suppose I'll. I don't know. Can I roll insight to see what his deal is?
Sure, roll.
Maybe include.
Yeah, roll perception first, unless you want to actually try to talk to him.
I think it's a little bit past for talking to animals. I don't want to use another spell cast.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is a cat folk. It is a person. It's not like a literal cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a cat folk. Okay.
Oh, I think that went pretty well.
Yeah. So Terwin, you can pretty much tell that this is Tic Tac. For like, this looks pretty much exactly like the cat folk that tried to pickpocket you, and you chased through the alley, and you chased him to a bar, and you pretty much killed him, and then you stabilized him. But he certainly would not be awake enough. You do also notice, though, that he is wearing slightly different clothing. It looks a little bit nicer, just darker clothes. But yeah, it looks pretty much exactly like Tic Tac.
You have a twin brother?
I don't think we have a way of knowing that.
Yeah.
Alright, so can I roll insight to see, like, what his deal is? Or...
You'll need to like approach him and talk to him a little bit first.
Alright, I suppose I'll approach him as non-threateningly as I can.
Okay.
And, oh god, no, I don't even know what I'd be asking him. I suppose I'll ask him if he's seen a small girl that might have been trying to sneak around a bit, around 19. I assume black hair.
Yeah. So as he's walking past, he doesn't really stop very much until you approach him and ask the question, and he keeps walking as he responds, but he says, "No, I haven't seen him. But have you seen a couple of kids with octopus tattoos?"
What's it worth to you?
He doesn't even respond. Just keeps walking back towards the bar.
Um, I suppose I'll say, yeah, we've seen them. Do you? What's your business with them?
He just says, I'm looking for them. Where were they?
They were um, they were down by the docks. So roll deception.
Yeah, roll me some deception.
Ooh, that's not too shabby.
That is not too shabby. So yeah, he doesn't really respond, but he does seem to alter his course and starts walking down an alley towards the docks.
I look at Delkus and kind of motion towards Tic Tac 2.
Gonna shrug a second and just kind of call after him, be like, "Hey, Tic Tit."
Doesn't respond. He like folds his ear back. You can tell that he heard you. He's just still walking.
Should we pursue this? This is kind of weird.
I think I may have averted a small crisis in having a bunch of other people come after us. We should hurry back to probably hurry back to the whorehouse to try to see what's going on there.
Yeah, good call.
Because it's gonna take him some time to get down to the docks, and then once he realizes they're not there, it'll take him even more time to find
Yep,
where
but I mean,
they really went.
who did we just shit kick at the bar though?
Probably his brother, but either way, it probably bought us some time.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Let's keep moving.
Okay, let me do a couple rolls real quick.
Should I be worried?
All right, so the three of you continue down the way. Probably nothing to be worried about, I imagine. You're about you're about like 35, 40 minutes away from the bar at this point, and roll me perception. All right. Terwin and Thought. From your right side as you're walking down this alley, you hear sort of a faint, muffled scream or a yell, like it's coming from a woman, and it immediately gets like covered up. It lasts for just a very short burst, and then it goes quiet. And as you look to your right, you see sort of like a dark recess in one of the buildings. There's junk all over it. It looks like maybe it was used for like a garbage dump or something like that. You see a door along the back wall, and you see a couple of cloaked figures against one of the walls. And one of them does appear to have their hand over the other one's mouth. Looks like possibly a mugging or something along those lines is your first instinct.
Okay, I can't see who it is.
With dark vision, the person being mugged appears to be cloaked in white. You suspect maybe a religious figure of some sort. The person doing the mugging, you can't really see very much at all except for the cloak. It's a dark gray cloak. It's sort of a slender build, but that really is about all you can tell.
Okay.
How far away are they?
They are maybe 20 feet to your right. They're like back against the corner.
All right. Are they at the end of an alley in a recess in the door, or would I be able to like reasonably try to make a noise with minor illusion in that direction, a little
Uh,
past them?
it's more a recess than an alley, so there isn't like anything beyond them. I can actually let me see real quick. Yeah, let me pull you over here. This is about the situation. The red circle is the cloaked figure. Appears to be pinning some sort of acolyte woman to the wall here.
All right. I suppose I'll roll for stealth and try to sneak up on him.
Okay. All right, so you motion to the other two to sort of hang back for a second, and you sneak up, maybe like behind that crate, and try to listen in. And let's see. Yeah, neither one of them appears to notice you. Um, the woman in the cloak, you can tell it's a woman by her voice. She is basically pressing this dagger, or like a very small scimitar, against the woman's neck. And she's whispering kind of menacingly to just be quiet and it'll all be over soon.
All right. I'll try to sneak up a little closer and bash the uh, person over the head with my rapier.
Okay, give me stealth. You're a sneaky little fuck, aren't you? Okay, so you get in range and give me a melee attack roll with advantage because you're coming out of stealth.
Just count it as bludgeoning since I'm bashing him.
Yep. Okay, so you just blindside this creature from the back, and they turn and spin and lower their grip on this woman against the wall. And as you look at the cloaked figure, it appears to be a woman with a lot of very reptilian features. She's still mostly woman, human female, but she has yellow slitted eyes, and she has long fangs, and little bits of scales, especially around her neck and down to her shoulders. And it is initiative time.
That's definitely one person we're after.
It does match the description of the people you heard earlier.
Oh boy.
Do I get an attack of opportunity or whatever since I heard it? I was watching all this.
Yeah, you guys can actually take. You can take surprise round attacks if you want, because you've caught them off guard. Well, roll stealth for me, each of you.
Or
I believe that is the official rule. Is you're supposed to.
Do I need to roll stealth again?
No, you're fine. We've already sort of resolved yours. So no, she does sort of manage to react fast enough before all of you can get an attack off.
all right.
All right, and then let's see. Where was that initiative?
I'm rolling it. Hang on.
Okay, gotcha. I couldn't tell if you already did.
The best rolls.
God, I'm going last. This is not going to end well for me.
You'll be fine. Gotcha.
All right, Delcus.
All right. I'm going to employ Dwarven diplomacy.
Perfect. Hammer to the face.
Absolutely.
Hot.
All right, so you run up and just smash the side of this woman in. She reels back a little bit, but she appears to be okay.
Alrighty.
I'm going to do the same thing.
All right.
Cut off her retreat.
Yeah.
She's only got like a small area to get out of now. It would probably provoke several attacks of opportunities if she tried to ram.
She definitely would.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. So you
Why not?
lay into this woman, and it goes straight into her side, and blood sort of pours out the side, but she's still up and fighting. You can tell she has some sort of, like, this is clearly not a normal human being. So the woman is sort of just cowering in the corner over here. She's very frightened. She doesn't really know what's going on. Until the woman in the cloak turns and looks at the acolyte, extends a hand and says, "You will do as I have said." And she shakes her head and she says, "No, I won't. I won't do what you want." So she...
Is that a spell or is that?
Roll Arcana. You're not entirely sure. It very well could have been, or it could have just been intimidation.
Well,
But either way, she turns around and she takes one swipe, so we're just going to take the first one here at Terwin. 17 for 6 slashing damage.
Ouch.
That's an ouch. All right, it is your turn, Terwin.
For how much slashing damage?
6.
Yeah, I'm unconscious again.
Woo!
Hooray!
Lovely.
it's all right. I'll fix you up.
If I don't get fucking murderized.
Nah, I got you. How does that work? If you take damage while you're down,
If you take damage while you're down, it counts as one automatic failure towards your 3.
gotcha. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, there is no like negative health in 5e. You just sit at 0 until you either succeed or fail at your death saving throws.
Nice.
And if it's a crit, you're dead.
Yeah, a crit is 2 failures, and a crit success means you come up with 1 health immediately.
I know.
Yeah. And melee attacks against you if you're unconscious are automatic crits. So
Right,
if
yeah, that too.
melee attacks you, they will almost certainly coup de grace you.
Okay.
Please murderize this bitch.
So yeah, Delkus.
All right. Can I kind of stand over Kobe?
Sure.
Type thing?
Yeah, and actually, Kobe, I forgot it was your turn next, so we do need a death saving throw from you.
Fuck.
All right, so there's one fail. So you position yourself on top of Kobe to sort of protect him a little bit.
Okay. And swing it again.
Oh, jeez. You just lay into this woman, and she kind of reels back a little bit. You bust up her jaw real good. She's bleeding from the nose. Not looking too hot. Not looking very good at all.
All right. I'm gonna point my hammer at her and tell her to surrender. Or the next one's going in her face. Wait.
All right, give me intimidation.
It's like the worst roll.
She appears unfazed.
You stop up giving or die.
All right, thought.
Thought smash.
Murderizer.
You catch her off guard and just lop right where her legs would be. And you kind of notice some resistance, like there's something other than skin going on down there. But you do definitely draw blood, and she kind of stumbles a bit.
Sounds good.
All right.
Crazy.
So this woman kind of sees her opportunity, and she bolts around to the side, and she kneels down next to Covey and extends a hand. And Covey, oh geez, you come up with 10 health.
Staring at my taint.
Max is 9, so
Yeah, you're good. You're pretty good.
until I get hit again, then I'm fucked.
So, she, the cloaked woman, looks at Delcus and says, "No, you surrender." And I need a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Don't pull me.
So you do manage to realize that there is something supernatural going on here, but you fight it back. You're a stern little dwarf, and you push back the temptation to just drop your weapons and walk away. So you're still good. And she's furious, and she turns and she takes a swipe at the acolyte. So just the first one of these. That acolyte is not looking good. She's still up, but she just cowers next to this door, slumped and bleeding. And it's Kobe's turn.
Alright, I think I'll reposition to where I suppose Delcus was, so we're not like on top of each other,
Sure.
if that's okay.
Yep, that's totally fine.
And
Join Team Smashy Smashy.
I suppose since this person seems a little bit threatening, I may want to use my second spell cast and try to do Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
All right. 14 whiz.
Fuck.
She looks back at you, and she just gives you this odd grimace. She is not having any of this shit tonight. Yep. All right, anything else?
I suppose I'll use my bonus action to make pretty lights.
Okay, so this whole little alcove lights up. All right, Delcus, you're up.
All right. Beat stick.
How do you want to do it? You've decimated this poor woman.
Hooray!
Oh, I'll give her a good one in the face and just kind of kick her over as she staggers around.
Awesome. So you basically lower your hammer right on top of her head, and it just crumples. Her whole body just kind of crinkles under the weight of it, and then you just shove her back after she sulks to the ground.
I'm gonna wipe the lizard blood off my hammer.
All right. The woman takes an opportunity to sort of touch herself, and you see her own wounds start to mend.
Hot.
I bet
Are
she
we-
did touch herself.
Are we out of initiative?
Yeah, we are out of initiative at this point.
Okay, most
I wanna
important
loot-
thing, loot the body.
Yep.
All right, so let's see here. Roll me, give me 2d20. I don't care which two of you roll it. First two to roll d20s gets it.
Elizabeth, you're not even here.
I'm gonna take the 18 and the 14. All right, so you loot the body. You find a scimitar, a small vial of this just rancid green-looking liquid. You kind of get the feeling that this is probably poison or a potion of some ill repute. It doesn't look very nice. So a small vial of green liquid, and this
Give it
much,
to me since I have a crossbow.
and this much money.
Damn.
Awesome.
So the acolyte is like, thank you. I'm so glad you came along when you did. I can't imagine what could have happened if you weren't here.
Did she have papers on her?
She did not.
God damn it.
Real quick, what can I make to try to identify that vial?
Sure. Give me. You don't. Give me a nature check.
Woohoo! Oh, wow.
So yeah, you're not really terribly familiar with the subject, but you get the impression, especially looking at this woman, that that is probably poison of some sort.
Okay. Just don't know what or.
Yeah, you're not really sure how strong. I mean, poisons aren't exactly your special. You don't have like proficiency in a poisoner's kit or anything, do you?
No.
Okay.
Past the acolyte, maybe?
Sure. So you show the acolyte. Let's see here. Yeah, she takes a look at it and she's like, yeah, it was probably poison, but I don't really know much about that.
I wouldn't be surprised if the guy that had the papers was the cat guy we misled towards the docks.
Yeah. So, what was going on there? What did she want with you?
Well, she explains that she was just walking down the street down towards home, and out of nowhere, she felt something come up behind her and drag her over into this alcove and threaten her with a dagger. Basically asked for all of her money, and then, well, other things, and she kind of looks away sheepishly.
Oh, she liked it.
Well, you're safe now. Might I make you make a suggestion that you make a small donation to the church for our service, of course.
So, yeah, give me persuasion with advantage.
Sure.
She reaches into her pocket and she's like, "Yes, of course, it's the least I can do." And she pulls out, let's see, this much. She says, "This is all I have, and also take this." And she reaches into her back belt pouch and pulls out a small potion of red liquid that you pretty quickly recognize as a potion of healing.
How things have been going, I think I need that.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass that off to Kobe.
Yeah. And she also says, "Listen, you guys have been so helpful. If you want, just down the street, the church where I serve, the temple where I serve, it would probably be a safe place to rest up. And they have some strong magic there. They might be able to patch you up a little if you need any healing, although it looks like you're pretty good."
Yes, thank you for that.
Flex a little bit and say, well, no, thank you for your generous donation.
Of course.
Drop
It's
that
the least
in
I can
the
do.
point.
Alright, I'd like to ask her if she's seen a shifty 19-year-old girl with black hair.
She says she has not. The only people that she's seen tonight are the woman that you just killed, and sort of an older-looking catfolk.
Was he gray and looked like he had leprosy?
Yeah, that's the one. You've seen him?
God damn it. Yeah, which way was he heading?
He was just walking down the street where you guys were coming from. I'm surprised you didn't meet him, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's a shame.
Well, either way, thank you. I really should
Know
get
where you
going.
came from.
Well, they were kind of just talking right outside the temple for a little bit. But then, they started to walk apart. But then the woman here that you just killed, the snake lady, she sort of looked at him and pointed, and her eyes started glowing. It looks kind of familiar now that I've seen it up close. And then he started walking down the street. But yeah, that's the last I saw of him.
I think we need to catch him.
I think we should find Elizabeth.
Yeah, it might be one and the same.
Please find me.
Okay, so what do you guys what do you guys want to do?
I mean, I guess we still have a beat on that whorehouse. That's a thought. We got the guy going to the docks, but we can find him later.
So yeah, as you bring up the whorehouse, the acolyte mentions that you're probably no more than maybe 15 minutes away from the closest one. She isn't particularly proud to know this, but she is from around the area, and she does know that the closest whorehouse is a place called the House of Cards, just down the street. It is on the corner of Jasmine and Iron.
Alright, I'll head that way and, taking liberal looks into any alley we come across to see if there's a dead or decapitated Elizabeth.
All right. Let me get perception from Covey. Let me just get perception from all of you.
Can I check these crates and barrels for Elizabeth?
Sure. Yeah. Give me investigation. So most of them appear to be either empty or junk or garbage. You do find a couple of unopened bottles of wine leaning against one of them. They look like they've been there for quite some time. They were kind of tucked behind it, maybe hidden away. I mean, they weren't just like sitting out in the open, so it could be somebody's like a hobo's private stash or something. But that's really the only noteworthy thing that you find.
No, I guess I'll take the wine with me.
All right.
Even if it's been there a while, it's not like alcohol really goes bad.
Sure, yeah, so 2 bottles of wine.
Red, white, what?
Red wine. The label is mostly like faded off. You can tell they've been there for quite some time. It doesn't look like a particularly fancy or expensive bottle. It looks like just pretty standard red wine.
How much do those weigh?
We'll call it a pound each.
Alright. Suppose continue looking for Elizabeth.
Okay, resolving some side stuff on that note.
Is she engaging in hobo sex?
I can't say.
I may have been. I may have syphilis.
See,
Very low
when you were going to
constitution,
the
okay.
whorehouse, when you were going to the whorehouse, I didn't expect you to, be one of the whores.
Okay,
Man, don't judge.
so you guys,
I have needs too.
let me refresh real quick. Yep, Roll20 is being weird. But yeah, as you guys are walking down the street, you're moving kind of slow because you're checking all these alleys or whatnot. And up ahead in the distance, you can see a sign for what appears to be a whorehouse. And on the corner of this whorehouse, there's like an alcove that's all glass, and there is a nude woman who is dancing provocatively in the corner of this building. And that building,
It's Elizabeth.
it is not Elizabeth. This building is maybe a good 60 feet up ahead of you on your right. And roll. Let's see. What are those perception rolls from earlier? Terwin, you hear some light footsteps, like somebody running behind you.
Alright, I suppose I'll turn around and draw... Okay, how far away is it?
It sounds like probably 70, 80 feet.
Alright, I'll turn around and ready my crossbow, I suppose.
Okay. How about the rest of you?
Hello?
Hey, there we go.
Okay. Shit, I think I missed something.
Gotcha. So you guys, you're proceeding down towards the whorehouse. You're almost there. It's up ahead of you on the right, and you've heard footsteps behind you.
And I pulled out my crossbow because it's like 70 feet away.
Yeah, just gonna whip
Should be
around,
in the
shield ready.
shot.
Okay. Let me get perception from Thought and Delcus, because you guys have dark vision.
I ain't see shit.
So
What
it's
time is it, by the way?
it is very late. It's probably something in the ballpark of 10:30, 11. Yeah, something coming up on midnight.
Oh, damn.
Oh, like, as I ready my crossbow, can I also cast dancing lights, like 50 feet down that way?
Sure, absolutely. As you do, you see that it's Elizabeth.
Yeah, I cover
Is it
myself
low?
up a bit. Just like, geez, don't reveal all the goods.
Is
I
it though?
keep my axe at the ready.
You notice that Elizabeth is wearing different clothing. It appears to be much more provocative than the clothing that Elizabeth was wearing earlier.
Is it really though?
Hey, I will have you know, I was very well dressed previously.
Like lingerie, well dressed, or
Like official noble woman's clothing.
like official
Now-
noble women's lingerie.
No, like, full suit, nice dress.
With like the boobs cut out.
No,
So as she comes up, I ask her where the hell she ran off to.
now the boobs are out. I had to buy new clothes. Don't approve?
You had to buy new whore clothes?
You are all very welcome to roll insight on that if you'd like.
Oh yeah.
To a whorehouse, obviously.
I probably don't know anything, but that's okay.
I mean, I didn't get whore clothes for the whorehouse. I don't think you need to dress like a whore to go to the whorehouse. Why are you going to the whorehouse?
'Cause that's where the other people are.
All right, let
I mean, dress like that.
me get deception from Elizabeth, just in case. Okay, Terwin, something is a little fishy, but you kind of buy it. You just can't be bothered right now. Thought buys it hook, line, and sinker because he's very distracted by the revealing clothing. But Delcus, a chaste man of the faith, definitely can tell that Elizabeth is lying about something.
Fucking priests every goddamn time.
Every time. I'm gonna grab her by the shoulders and shake her like a baby. And be like, so you abandoned us in the middle of the bar, where Kobe nearly died to go dress like a whore.
How did you nearly die?
Oh,
Thought things were going so well.
Tell me what's going on.
Quick question: I do reset my death saving throws every time I get back up? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't want to live with 2 failures.
Elizabeth is just kind of like taken aback by this. It's like she's pretty frail. So you're like ragdolling her. She's just like, but I needed new clothes. If we're going to go to that type of environment, I can't be dressed properly. Stick out like a sore thumb. We need to blend in if we're going to get those papers from those miscreants.
Elizabeth, will you go buy Thought and I some whore clothes? I think we need them to blend in.
I
take a step back and look at both of you. I'm like, I can work something out. Could I make disguises for them? I have a disguise kit and everything.
I'm not wearing whore clothes.
Sure, you look good in them. I think you look nice. I'm very good at this.
I'm a bard, so I don't need those clothes. I have plenty of them in my house.
So
Bard clothes. I don't need whore clothes.
So yeah, without clothing materials nearby, you can't really make an entire suit of clothing, but you could certainly do some makeup, maybe a wig, if you want to do any sort of specific disguise or appearance.
Yeah.
Put little ribbons in their beards.
Assuming they're compliant here.
I can work with thought a lot more since
Absolutely
I'm
not.
mostly naked anyways.
So what? All right. Okay.
She goes towards the beard. Yeah, no.
So okay.
What about
for real
golden
though?
bells?
What's your plan? What are you doing here? Are you trying to get in? Because
Yeah, if I can rub shoulders with some of the wrong individuals, then I think we might be able to get into the room and presume that's where they're keeping the tickets,
Alright,
since none of them seem to have them on them.
I'm just gonna just ignore this and just keep walking towards the whorehouse since I'm a bard. I have plenty of reason to be there already.
Okay, so you walk into the whorehouse, and this. Yeah, what would you like to do?
Can I call after Kobe really quick?
Sure,
Too.
sure,
Kobe,
sure.
darling, would you be my date?
No, you're a whore.
Elizabeth looks very hurt at this. Just kind of looks down.
I mean, I could go find a big fluffy purple hat, and, some big glasses and some bling. And just pimp you out in there. I mean,
So, as you enter this fine establishment, you find yourself surrounded by whores of all types. They're not wearing very much clothing.
Shocker.
You also notice there are a couple of doors that are being guarded. The guards don't appear like particularly well armed, but they've each got a spear and a little bit of light armor. There's one over here. Why is this not pinging? Oh, hey, I've got the wrong tool. So guard over here, and another guard behind the desk over here. And behind the desk, there is a slender male human. He's dressed in dark robes. And he sort of welcomes you closer, and he says, "Welcome to the House of Cards, fine establishment. We're actually very busy at the moment, but we might be able to do something for you. What are you looking for?"
I'm looking for a couple of my friends, because I'm already in the fucking whorehouse. You guys are God knows where.
Yeah, presumably they're like,
I'm in there with you.
yeah, they're coming up behind you. They're coming in.
Elizabeth.
Alright, I'll say I'm
She's very
looking
upset.
for. I'm looking for a couple of my friends that said they were going to be here, where they went, and I'll give the descriptions that we have for them.
Okay, hang on a second. My cat is trying to climb over these speakers, and it's knocking all the cords loose. There we go. So,
That's why we can't have nice things.
right, exactly. So he looks at you, and he gives sort of this, like, he gives you sort of a patronizing smile, and he says, "Surely you must understand, we can't really reveal any information about our clients. Privacy is one of our utmost concerns here at the House of Cards. You're welcome to wait for them if you'd like, though. Or perhaps we could interest you in something else." And he motions to all of the horrors all around you.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
I
It's been a busy
bribe
day.
him?
You can certainly try. What exactly do you want to do?
I want to try to bribe him for the information. Or roll persuasion, or whatever, do something.
Sure. So you reach into your pocket and you grab some money. How much money do you grab?
First I'd like to ascertain how much, like, a night with a hooker costs.
You can just straight up ask if you'd like. So he sort of misinterprets this as you wanting to like actually move forward with the deal, and he steps forward, and all of the whores gather around you and start spinning or whatever whores do. And as he runs down the list, he says most of them are 1 gold each. The exception is this one who comes out from the glass display case and actually shifts between several different forms, including to you. It basically shifts to look exactly like you. And he says that one is 3 gold. What's her name? Her name is Misty. And so Misty walks towards you, looks exactly like Covey, but speaks in a very feminine voice. And she says, "Yeah, I can be whatever you want me to be." The rest are, I have information on them if you're picky. Otherwise, feel free to just take your pick. They're a gold each.
I'm gonna just real quick interjection. I'm
Sure.
gonna grab Elizabeth before we get any much further, and kind of keep you from going in for a sec. I'll shoot you PM so I don't interrupt.
Sure. So you guys are like talking just outside? Or right over there?
Alright, so, since you guys, like, looted a shit ton of money, can I borrow, like, 3 of that gold to get Misty
Yeah.
so I can try to get some information? Alright, I'll use some of their freaking church gold and take Misty into a room and see if she has any information.
Perfect. So you hand the gold over. Or, yeah, anything else?
Elizabeth kind of tries to stop you.
All right.
She,
Alright, I'll tell Misty to wait and I'll pull Elizabeth outside and ask what's the deal.
actually, I don't know, because technically Delcus has me. So would
Yeah.
I have noticed?
Roll perception. It's a pretty small room. You probably see what's going on.
While they figure that out, I take 3 whores, give the guy 3 gold, and go to a room.
Okay. Take your pick. Ping the whores you want.
Oh, that's right, you can do that. Ping
Yeah, or I have a list too if you'd prefer. Hang on.
Alright, I'll be right back while he's picking his horse. I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah, you pick your whores.
How do you ping things again?
Or you can just like call them off of that list that I posted. Or click and hold is how you ping. All right, so there's 1. There's 2.
I can't can't read what that is, but it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like a bird lady. She's got white feathers. All right. So
They're off doing the thing.
so the three of you, you basically this guard steps aside and lets the three of you in, and the three whores escort you to a room. And let me reveal a little bit here. The hallway is very dimly lit. It's just basically a wooden building. There's doors running all up and down the sides, and you can tell that this place is not particularly soundproof. You're surrounded by the sounds of moaning and wailing and gnashing of teeth. So they lead you to the end of the hall and into a room, and they proceed to do things with you.
We are doing many of the things, yes. It's been a long day.
Uh-huh. All right, so how is everyone else doing? Or is, I think Terwin is still AFK for a second.
What's Dalkus wanna?
Yeah, I sent you PM, but I can just tell you. So, I mean, if that failed, which I don't think it did, we can, like, kind of shove you in there and be like, yes, special delivery for a Mr. Rook. Yeah, this one's straight for him. And then just take you in there and then beat the hell out of him. You see what I'm saying? I mean, since you look like a whore.
She just kind of gives you like a bit of a glare, and it says, "Alright, I'll do what I can to sneak inside. You hear a shout if I'm running, but I think I can handle myself.
Alright.
Think. So, keep that hammer ready just in case."
All right.
Okay, so I'm back after my draining like 2.5 cups of coffee.
All right, so Elizabeth, I assume, has sort of pulled you aside to stop. Are all three of you just outside talking at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm chatting, so...
Okay, cool. So I don't know if you want to get him caught up to speed or what the plan is.
I'd go up to the housemaster, and I ask if he's looking for more workers.
Roll me persuasion, I suppose.
With my body.
Yeah, it's like a bodily persuasion, I guess. Maybe like constitution persuasion? I don't even know how to go with
No.
this.
Awful one.
He's not constitution.
Maybe dex, like a dex persuasion.
I will give a little twirl.
Okay, so yeah. So he glances down at you, and he sort of like, are you even old enough for this? Should you be in here?
What's the age of consent in Rosa?
It's something in the
How do you
ballpark of
know?
like 16, 17. It's I mean, it's pretty much on par with like Greek or Roman times, I guess. I actually don't know what it was like in Greek and Roman times. Maybe it was way younger than that.
Have you know, sir,
She's old
I'm an adult.
Okay, you're very pretty.
Slap him.
Okay, well, feisty too. Well, as you can see, we are actually very well staffed right now. We're actually in the process of acquiring a bigger facility. We have more whores than house at the moment. In fact, your friend there just took the second to last room, so we're really trying to upscale before we take anyone else on.
Can I hear this?
I assume you guys like came back in with her, right?
I mean, I thought... you
Okay,
just
but
went
was I caught up to speed on what the fuck Misty is?
Um,
Seems important.
roll history for me.
But Elizabeth wanted to pull me aside.
Or yeah, unless Elizabeth is telling you anything.
Yeah, if you are still trying to, like, pull Misty into a room, I'm like, not her.
And, like, I pulled you outside with, Delkus and asked, what's the deal? And I had to go to the bathroom after that, so I don't know what you guys did.
Yeah, feel free to like catch up on that side conversation before we keep moving.
I was originally going to charge in and be like, hey, I've got a delivery for this whore to Mr. Brooke. Didn't want to do that. So right now Elizabeth is talking to the housemaster, trying to get a job as a whore.
Yeah, because I think I can get into one of the rooms and hopefully get some information.
Yeah, but before that, you said you wanted to tell me, like,
Yeah,
you said
I just-
not Misty, and I wanted to pull you outside,
Yeah.
and then, like, I don't know what happened there because you guys just didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, so I pull you aside and I'm just like, not that one. Any of the other ones, fine. Not her.
And Terwin, give me a history check before any more of this conversation happens, real quick. Oh, so you have a vague knowledge in your travels, especially over in Snowflower, that there are rare creatures that can shapeshift, and you suspect that maybe that's what Misty is.
I suspect she can shapeshift.
Well, right, but you suspect that it is not so much magic as like an actual being that is capable of shapeshifting. Again, yeah.
Do I have any idea what it could be?
Are you saying this in character?
No, I'm asking, like, would my character know?
That's
what-
yeah, that's basically what the history roll was. They're actually very rare on this continent, and the DC for that, I mean, I don't have to tell you, but I will tell you that it really was going to be 20, and I was going to tell you jack shit. But you have apparently heard of changelings. You've probably never seen one in real life because they're fairly rare, even in populated cities. They generally have sort of a negative reputation because they usually do shady work as like spies or underbelly criminals or something. And apparently whores would be a very lucrative profession for a changeling. So you kind of get an inkling that maybe that's what Misty is, but that's really all you know.
I suppose I'll not take Misty into one of the back rooms and do the self-cess.
Alright, so I got this. I'm gonna stumble on in, kind of hiccup a little bit. I still probably smell like dead fish and bar and whatever.
Oh yeah, it's been a busy night.
Excellent. Gonna stand in the middle and shout very loudly, "Where's the whores?"
So the housemaster just, welcomes himself over to you and introduces you to all of the whores.
Perfect. I want that one and that one. And I'm gonna grab both Elizabeth's and Kobe's ass and then drop 4 gold in front of the housemaster. Like, which room?
The housemaster is like, those aren't ours. These are other
Oh, okay,
employees.
okay. I'm
And
gonna give him another gold. Like, I'm just gonna try and act as like
drunk.
and belligerent as I can.
Okay, give me deception first.
I kind of wink at the housemaster, like, I'll go along with it.
Sure. Give me persuasion from Elizabeth and deception from Delcus.
Does
Can,
my,
can I roll performance?
For what?
Being a hooker?
Just to like play along.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to change the roll any.
Roll deception, but then add +2 for your performance proficiency. Unless you're already proficient in deception. I honestly don't remember. Let me see.
I'm already proficient in deception.
Okay, so yeah, just give me deception.
I took, like, all the charisma shit back.
Yeah, you are a bard too, so you're like already good at everything.
Oh boy, I'm not very deceptive at this.
So,
does my tavern-like scent give me advantage?
yes, that'll at least give you advantage on appearing to be a drunk who doesn't know what he's doing. So give me one more deception. Okay, so he doesn't appear. He realizes that you're not like being malicious. You're just confused and drunk. But he does sort of put the gold back in your palm and curl your hand around it. And he sort of motions over to the guards who don't like do anything immediately, but they are clearly paying attention. They kind of shuffle forward a little bit. And he's like, "Sir, these aren't our customer. These aren't our whores. If you'd like somewhere to do something with them, I suppose we could give you a room for the regular rate. It's 1 gold for a room."
That'd
But
be great.
that is assuming that they're interested in that.
I'm gonna lean over towards Elizabeth, lean over towards Kobe, and then lean back to the housemaster and burp.
Okay.
Elizabeth places a hand on Delcus's ass, um, but so that it's the housemaster can't see, but she does pinch him really hard, and then says, "I'm fine with it."
All right, Kobe.
Oh god.
Jesus Christ.
I can't help but think of that meme.
Oh,
Yeah.
the orc groping. Or are we thinking of different things?
The two furries are peeing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. So yeah, here on Stream, we're gonna watch two furries RP.
Yeah, no, I just want to get past this door, and then I'm gonna go take a shower.
Okay, so I assume that
Not
everybody,
like an actual shower.
yeah, I assume that everybody's compliant at this point. One of the one of the whores motions the guard aside and escorts you guys down this hall, and she walks you into the room. Again, these walls are very thin. You hear all sorts of crazy noise. In fact, give me perception real quick. Okay, so yeah, you hear all sorts of just crazy sex noises all around you. And the room across the hall from you, actually, this one that you passed by right before being escorted into your room, you hear like heavy, like BDSM noises, like spanking and muffled cries and weird shit. So yeah, this whore, she walks into the room. She shows you where everything is. There's a bed and a dresser and a tall mirror, and there's a room in the back or a door on the back of the room, and it does have a small slit in it. And she says that they might check in from time to time just to make sure that you guys aren't like destroying the room. We understand that your privacy is important, so we'll try not to do it too much. But you know, leaving 3 clients in here unattended, where you're gonna have to check in from time to time.
Yeah, give the whore a thumbs up and unceremoniously shove them out the door.
All right.
That's it.
So she's out the door. She closes the door behind you. It doesn't lock or anything, and then she's gone.
Is there a wash basin nearby?
There is, over on the dresser.
I'm gonna scrub the hell out of my hands.
Yeah.
Now, what do you guys want to do?
Rest my ear against the walls and listen.
Okay.
I want to see if that door is open and see if I can get to any of the other rooms.
The door you came in, or the door at the back of the room?
The back.
Okay. You try it, and it appears to be locked. And then, Elizabeth, which wall are you listening in on, right or left?
Right first.
All right. You press your ear against the wall. Give me perception. You hear a little bit of light shuffling, but nothing really else. Nothing distinctive.
Okay.
It's actually much quieter than the hallway was.
Okay. If I go here, can I peek out the door?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me stealth. All right. So you crack the door open, and as best as you can tell, the hallway's empty.
Do these doors have locks on them?
They do, and yours is unlocked.
Is this door closed?
Yes.
I'm gonna carefully slip out
Okay.
and start listening to this door.
All right. Give me perception. All right. So you hear a lot of like bed shuffling, and it sounds like either a belt or a cane or some sort of spanking implement. And you also hear the muffled cries of, it sounds like a very young girl.
Alright, I go back to the room
All right.
and tell them, I think I got one. Possibly.
Wow, there's not really a whole lot to do in here. 'Cause if all the doors are locked and none of us have like anything for lock picking, then I don't know.
I mean, I've got Dwarven lockpicking.
We also don't know that the doors are locked.
You do know that the one in the back of the room is locked. Also, does Elizabeth actually not have a set of thieves' tools?
She does.
Okay.
Are you a rogue? Like what?
Yeah. I'm a rogue.
I suppose I'll give her that poison.
Ooh. That.
Or I
What's
suppose
this?
we should give her that poison because I think someone else has it. Was it Thought or Delcus that had it?
You're very welcome to like redistribute. We'll assume that. I mean, you talked about it back then, so we'll assume that you planned ahead on giving it to her.
You know, because it's not like these guys are going to have much use for it, and Elizabeth is more ranged, and I can just yell at people.
Right.
Thank you. And I slip it into my pocket.
I suppose I'll peek out the door and cast minor illusion a little bit down the hallway and have make it sound like the housemaster is yelling fire.
From the front of the building?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Give me... Boy. Okay, I'm just going to roll a bunch of these. Hang on.
I think you need line of sight.
That might also be true.
I peek out the door.
Okay, so you're basically doing it from behind
Not
the door
like
here?
this, not- yeah, to try to get the people out of the rooms.
Okay, I gotcha.
Actually, it might also work from like the end hallway, because I'm assuming he'd have some sort of escape route and he'd want to tell as many people as he could. So maybe middle of the hallway.
Okay, middle of the hallway. You mimic the sound of his voice yelling fire. Let me roll a bunch of stuff. Hang on. 8, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So you notice a bunch of the doors start to sort of shuffle unlock, including the door at the end of the hallway that you guys came from. And the housemaster pokes his head in, and several of these prostitutes poke their heads out. Let's see, dice.
And while I'm doing that, I should probably cast dancing lights because those can look like fire.
Sure. Okay. So dice. 1, 2, cool. So yeah, several of the doors unlock, and several heads poke out, and the housemaster pokes his head through the door, and they all sort of look at him, and they look back at each other, and he says, "That wasn't me. Is everything okay?" And they all respond that everything is fine in their rooms. So they all go back in, but then the housemaster starts to, wander down the hall and kind of takes a look at everything. And then he goes through the door at the end of the hallway over here, on the right side. And closes that door behind himself. You don't hear a lock closing on that door.
Alright, I suppose I'll roll for stealth and try to follow him.
All right. Anyone else joining?
Ooh, I am not stealthy.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Okay, that's not a bad stealth roll.
I'm gonna wait here and be the cavalry.
Okay.
So I'll try to follow him.
All right, so you get to about that door. Elizabeth trips and falls, but there's a lot of noise going on, so no immediate threats. Let's see. About this time, Thought, you hear a shuffling coming from the wooden sort of hole in the door behind you, and you very vaguely make out a set of eyes poking in, and then they poke out, and the thing shuts. Yeah, and then you hear footsteps going down the hall. Again, it's this hallway up above you. You hear footsteps. And then a second later, you hear another knock, and then shortly after that, Delcus, you see the slot pop open.
Before that, like, can I make a perception check to hear him coming?
Sure, yep. All right, so you definitely heard footsteps coming, and you heard it when he was, I'm just going to reveal this because there's no sense having it hidden. You heard footsteps right about there. And let me jump back over to Covey and Elizabeth. Let me get perception from you guys so you can see if you can tell where he went.
I go up to this door. Stop there.
All right.
Well, shit.
Yeah, there's a... All right, so there's a lot of noise going on around you, partly from the room with Thought in it, but you also hear a lot of noise coming from this room directly across from him, and also a good amount of noise coming from the room directly beside you on the right side. There's lots of stuff happening over here, but Elizabeth, you do sort of hear the clacking of that wood from the wooden peephole coming from beyond Thought's room, so you sort of suspect that maybe that's where he went.
Alright, so do you want to pass that information on to me so I can make an educated decision to go into the door and then loop around in the other direction?
I kind of put a kind of finger to my mouth and say, shh. And I point to the door.
Alright, you pop the door open.
Yes.
Alright, let me get stealth. Alright, so you pry this thing open. It appears to be well oiled. And it opens to this side. And you are on your way. You can barely see past the door as you're popping out of it, but you do see it seems to open up into sort of a bigger room down here, and you see a couple of unoccupied chairs and like a coffee table in the corner. And then up this way, it's just a dark corridor, a couple of small lights hanging from the ceiling to light the way, but it is very dimly lit. All right, it sounds like his internet is being a little iffy. If you want to leave the way, Elizabeth.
Sure.
All right, let's actually... Well, yeah, you guys still have some time. So, yeah, what do you guys do?
Is there a hallway down? Yeah, the way that Sherwin's going?
Yeah, there is a hallway. The hallway basically goes in each direction. So this way and then down this way. And then down this way is where you saw like the chairs and the coffee table. And it looks like that's where Terwin's going. Are you joining?
Yes, I will.
Okay. So you guys both round this corner, and you see what appears to be sort of like an employee changing area or something to that effect. There are lots of mirrors, lots of wash basins, some perfume on some drawers. There's a couch in the middle where there is a human guard. He appears to be just kind of sitting quietly. You get the feeling maybe he's like dozing off. He's not all the way asleep, but he's clearly not paying a ton of attention. And then in the distance, you notice a closed door here, as well as two doors along the walls here, which are making lots of noise. You kind of suspect those are like client rooms. And it also does have a hallway going off in this direction.
Okay.
So you've both managed to sort of poke your heads over fairly stealthily. It doesn't look like the guard immediately notices you.
Can I do a quick check on that poison?
Yeah, do you have a poisoner's kit or anything like that?
No, I don't.
Okay, give me investigation. I mean, you're a rogue. You know what poisons are.
Would it be medicine?
Or medicine, yeah. Medicine's great.
Okay, it's exactly the same for me either way, but...
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you've actually never seen this exact poison before, and you've worked with a handful of poisons, but yeah, you're not familiar with this one.
Well, I decide fuck it, and I dip my dagger in it, and I walk over to the guard and stab him in the chest.
All right. So yeah, let me get a
Probably not the chest, probably like
back of the neck or something like that.
somewhere where I can like hopefully non-lethally murder him.
Okay, so you're gonna totally non-lethally murder this guy by stabbing him in the back with a poisoned dagger.
With mysterious poison that I've never tested.
Of course.
Hoping that it's torpor. But
Okay. Give me an attack roll with advantage because you're coming out of stealth. All right. So you hit, and the dagger sinks. And let's see. What is he at? Okay, he starts to bleed, but it's almost like he doesn't even notice. He kind of just locks up and goes rigid and falls on the floor. It does look very much like he's paralyzed or something to that effect.
Sick. Then I just kind of like walk over, pat him on the cheek, and say, shh. Good boy.
All right.
And then I peek through these doors.
Okay, so give me. I assume you're trying to do it sort of stealthily.
Yeah, ideally.
Okay, yeah. Give me sleight of hand. Okay, so you very gingerly sort of slide the wooden port to the side. Yeah, you totally can, Derwin. So you're kind of over here now. And before we reveal that, let's jump back up to Delkus. So at this point, you hear footsteps. What would you like to do?
All right. What size is the slot on the door? Is it like a little eye?
It's like
eye
a
level thing?
yeah. It's at eye level. It's about the size as like a mail slot or something. It's just big enough to see through, but definitely not enough to like stick an entire arm through. You might. I mean, if you had very good aim, you might be able to like shoot an arrow through it as it was open.
Gotcha. About how much time do I have before it gets to the door?
You can probably get to the door before he does. He's moving kind of briskly, but he's not like running or anything.
Okay. I'm gonna. All right. I've got one idea, but it might be too weird.
Okay.
So I'm gonna not jump on the bed. But
All right.
Get on the bed.
Yep.
Take my pants halfway off and
All right.
start snoring as loud as I can.
Okay. All right. So you're on the bed. You're half naked. You're snoring. Let's see. Roll me deception, actually.
Alright. Advantage? No.
No advantage. Just regular old deception.
Fuck me.
Okay, so you hear this wooden slot open up, and it stays open longer than the previous ones. Like, you can tell he's clearly taken a good look in there.
Wow.
And he doesn't really say anything, but you can clearly tell that he's taking a good look in here. He's trying to figure out what's going on. He's pretty sure he remembers sending 3 people into this room and not just one. But after a few tense seconds, he does slide it shut, and then you hear footsteps walk off in the direction he came from.
Okay. Oh boy. How big is this dude?
He was actually sort of a scrawny dude. He's like a standard human male, maybe a little bit on the short side, very much on the lean side. He doesn't look sickly, but he certainly is not particularly athletic.
Okay. So I'm gonna move to the door.
Okay.
As he kind of moves around. Is there anyone in this hallway?
Are you trying to open that door stealthily, or are you just like swinging it wide open?
Yeah, stealthily.
All right, give me stealth. Okay, you carefully prop this door open, and you don't see anybody in this hallway, but you do still see the door open down at the end of the hall. Or did you guys close that behind you?
I didn't close it, so.
Okay, so yeah, you don't see anything in the hall.
Alright. I'm gonna wait with the door just cracked open a little bit until he comes by, and I'm gonna grab him. And try to drag him in real quiet.
All right, so you wait for a bit, you hear footsteps go farther and farther off, and let's cut to Terwin. All right, so Terwin, he says he goes to the BDSM room, and he tries to stealthily open the slot when it comes to that, so let's see.
Also, I would like to put my pants back
Okay, you're very welcome to put your pants back on.
on. Less.
All right, give me sleight of hand, Terwin. All right, you prop this thing open, and you see just this hideous man. Giant human, pale skin, boils, scarred face. You get the idea. He is still wearing some thick hide armor above the waist, but he does have his pants around his ankles. And there is a alarmingly young girl tied to the bedpost who he is flogging with a belt. She is gagged and not enjoying this experience at all. And about this time is also when Elizabeth pries this open. Okay, yeah, I'll let you go and do just a coup de grace, just a little bit of like bonus bonk damage. So he looks like he's very, very unconscious on top of being paralyzed.
Yeah, just in case. This is mystery poison. I don't know how long it'll last.
Sure, yeah, that's probably wise. Okay, so then you go back and you open up this slot, and inside you see a white rat and an ugly half-orc, and they're both having some fun with some whores in there. And neither one of them in either of the rooms seems to notice you guys. But let's see, roll perception, Elizabeth. And roll perception, Delcus. Delcus, you hear the footsteps walk all the way past this door. Elizabeth, you don't notice until it is very late, and the housemaster is basically right on top of you. And he sees you and is like, "What are you doing?"
In a panic, I stab him with the poison dagger.
Jesus. All right, let's see. You do not get sneak attack or stealth for that, but sure, give me a swing. All right, yeah, you hit. Let's see. He just slumps to the ground. He's bleeding out. He makes an audible noise, and let me roll this real quick. So you do notice that the slot is still open, and things got a little quiet when that happened.
Okay. Do I think that they saw what happened?
Yeah, you suspect that they at least heard something like on the door next to them. Again, they might look over and notice that the slot is still open, but you can't really see because you are busy stabbing the housemaster.
Okay. I'm gonna send you a thing.
Okay.
Do I hear any of this, or is it too far out?
You've absolutely heard all of this. You rolled very well on perception. So you heard the footsteps go past this door at the end of the hall, and then you heard like a shuffle and a body slumping against the wall.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna follow in then, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And kind of wheel around the corner and see the housemaster like flopped over, some other guy in here, and Elizabeth with a bloody knife. Better shut this door.
All right, you shut the door.
Alright. I think that's all I've really got to do at the moment.
Okay, so Elizabeth, give me stealth, and Delcus, give me another perception check.
Sure.
And Elizabeth, also give me deception.
Is she hiding from me?
Just rolling some things.
Okay.
Yeah, but roll me perception. All right, so you walk around the corner. You see the housemaster slumped against the wall, bleeding out with little traces of green venom pouring out of the wound. And then you turn the wall, and you see Elizabeth shutting the wooden slat. And she's like, "Well, what do you say?" She looks like Elizabeth. She looks like she's been having a good time.
Okay. gonna look down at the housemaster and look at Elizabeth and then look at the guard and just be like, what happened here?
I just hold a finger to my lips and I'm just like, shh.
Gonna slowly raise a thumbs up and then slowly go through the housemaster's pockets.
All right, roll me a d20.
I do walk up to the headmaster and knock him out. Just
Of course you do. Of course you do. So let's see. On the gold mask or on the housemaster, you found this much money.
You know, this guy is running a legitimate business. I'm only gonna take the money that I gave him. Suppose 2 gold.
I'll take it.
One gold for the room.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It sounds like Elizabeth is going to take the rest of it anyway.
Oh well.
I do take the
Take
rest.
another 3 for me at least. Team effort here.
Yeah, I take the rest.
For the record, because you're like aware that there's some sort of scheming going on and like listening to hear what your party is doing, if you want, you have certainly heard enough shuffling to know that maybe something is up. It is your call on whether or not you want to continue with these whores or like go try to do something.
Oh no, he's busy for the night.
Okay, all right. It sounds like Thought is pretty much occupied.
I'm gonna make a short fuss about taking the guy's money because you know he's running a business, and you know, and then fuss over trying to grab some, but don't. So,
All right, so Terwin. So far, he has not noticed you. Looking into the room, you can see that he's sort of sitting. He's like standing over a chair, and behind him, he's got all of his weapons on a pile on that chair. He's got his belt off, pants around his ankles. Behind him, you see a mirror, and you can't really see much else. But give me perception. Yeah, you don't really see much else. You certainly can't make out like any sort of bags, and definitely not like papers inside of those bags or anything like that. And then also give me stealth, because the slat is still open and you're peeking around inside. Okay. He glances towards the door, and he basically quickly rushes over and he just bangs on the door and he says, "You like what you see? Leave us alone."
there's not a door directly above me, right? Like it's just a hallway.
Yeah, it's just a hallway. Minor illusion can't really do animated illusions like that. You'll definitely want disguise self for that sort of thing. Minor illusion is pretty much static images or static sound effects. This hallway is fairly dark. You're not entirely sure if he's able to see you, like entirely.
So in a way, Elizabeth, what's her situation here? What I mean, we got you in. Have you found anybody?
Yeah, I point to the door with the slot and I'm like, 2 of them in there. The orc and the rat.
Okay.
And see if they had their papers though.
All right. Better go get that.
All right.
He's having a good time. Maybe we should leave him alone.
No. So I'm gonna go out. Is this door locked? Or unlocked?
The door is locked. Yes.
Is locked. All right. If I go around to the back here
Yeah.
and try the back door, can I get in that way?
It is locked, but the slot works.
Okay. I'm gonna open up the slot and yell at Dot. Be like, "Hey, time to go.
All right.
Finish what you're doing, and try not to look at too much."
You did find a key ring on the housemaster's body. Yes. There was also one on the guard's body, actually. So you've got a couple key rings. How many of who? Oh, okay. So in that room, it appears that there are two female human hookers with a half orc and a white rat folk. I mean, as far as you can tell, they look like hookers. They've got that hookery look to them.
That hookery look.
That hookery look.
Okay. I walk over to this door, and I knock.
Okay. You stand there for a second, and you hear some shuffling inside, and one of the bimbos opens the door. And she's like, "Yes, what can I do?" "We're busy."
The headmaster thought they could use some extra company.
"Who are you? I've never seen you before. Give me a deception."
It's my first day. Wanted me to try out.
All right. Well, if the headmaster said so, come on in. So as you step in, you can see that these are definitely the two that were described earlier. It's a big, burly-looking half-orc with his pants off. He's sitting on a chair.
Is he hot?
What are you into? Maybe. He kind of...
I like half orcs.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he looks all right. He's a little built. He looks a little dirty. I mean, it looks like he's definitely been traveling a bunch. This is certainly like a not particularly noble half-orc. He's probably a marauder or a pirate or a bandit of some sort. But yeah, sure, if you're into that. And then you can't get the smell of shit out of your nose. The red robes from the rat folk are just like piled up in the corner behind him at the bottom of the door there. And he's got the other whore bent over the bed.
Okay,
He doesn't even seem to like stop. Like he doesn't care.
cool. Do I see any papers
Give
or
me...
anything that could contain papers?
Sure, give me investigation. All right, so you see that they each have their weapons like stacked up against the wall. They're each sort of armed from the waist up, pants down around their ankles, the standard fare. You see a couple of small pouches sitting on the dressers behind you, and a backpack leaning against the dresser right by your feet.
Cool.
Did you did you tell anyone about this plan before you went in there?
Fuck no.
Oh God!
I
What?
would go on, man.
I love it. I love rogues. I love rogues so much.
Is there any way that I can like I'm gonna play along for a little bit
Okay.
and like kind of
Sure.
touch his arm and
Yeah. So the other whore goes back and basically just gets on her knees, and you're kind of standing next to him.
yeah, I start like rubbing his shoulders and whatever.
Okay.
And they're hopefully both not looking.
All right.
I'm gonna try and like fish around for their like pouches and, if possible, kind of turn them so that I can get into the backpack.
Okay. They're probably a good like maybe 4 or 5 feet behind you, but you might be able to catch some sort of opportunity. That is a crazy way path. What is he doing? Give me.
He's having a seizure.
Yeah. So give me sleight of hand with disadvantage. It's really going to be more like sleight of feet at this position.
Okay. Well, like if I can't get to the backpack, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, it's far enough
but-
away that you would definitely have to like reposition pretty noticeably to get to it.
Yeah. Is there anything near the half orc that I could reach?
Let's see here.
All right, I go out in the hall with Duncan.
Okay, cool. So you you managed to grab Thought and drag him down the hall. So he has let's see. So his leather armor is still on in his upper body. The lower half is sort of cast over to the side, along with his pants and whatnot. He has a heavy crossbow leaning against the mirror behind him, and there's a mace just laying on the ground beyond him, like against the wall.
Okay.
Real quick, I'm gonna signal with a thought to wait here in front of this door.
Sure. Yeah, at this point we can like cut away to other people. There's, yeah. So what?
And I'm gonna go around to Kobe and kind of wait at that door.
Okay.
Kind of listen in.
Sure, you can listen in. Give me perception.
You want me to wait at this one here?
Yeah, get the flank on.
All right, so you're able to pretty much hear almost everything going on in there. Covey, are you like peeking through the thing, or are you just waiting at the door? All right, so peeking through the thing, you can see pretty much everything that's going on. Give me stealth.
I'm just listening in.
All right. Oh, they don't notice a thing. All right, what do you guys do? For the record, Elizabeth did see the whore relock the front door, and then the back door is still locked.
What type of door is it?
Uh,
Like a thick, heavy door? Or?
No, it's basically just wood. You could almost certainly smash through it with a little bit of work, maybe even kick it in.
Could I lean back and gently unlock the door?
Sure, you could come up with like a decent excuse.
Well, like, without them noticing. Just-
Sure, yeah, give me sleight of hand.
Here we go.
All right, so you managed to sort of catch an opportunity where the whore is doing really good work, and you reach back and prop that door. You click the lock and thought, here's it click.
We got a key ring, right? So we can pop the other one open.
Yeah, there's at least one or two key rings floating around. I don't remember who has each one. I'm pretty sure Delkus has one of them.
Is it obvious which key works here? Or?
It is not. It might take a little bit of fumbling. They all look pretty much the same.
All right.
So would we roll to see if we get the right one the first try?
Let's see, how many rooms? Yes. Yeah, I'll let you try. You can try 3 keys per turn.
How many keys we got?
It looks like about
Let's do that then.
yeah, it looks like about 15 keys on the ring.
Woo. I mean, I could dwarven lockpick it.
What?
That's what I was thinking.
How did I not hit you at
All right.
all?
What do I need to?
That will just be an attack roll, and I'm gonna start initiative if that's happening.
Do you want me to wait for initiative, or do you want me to just do it?
You can go ahead and do that. That'll start things. Okay,
Minimum damage.
let's get some initiative.
Leave the orc alive. He's hot.
Minimum initiative.
I did things.
All right, so you swing, and your hammer basically goes through the entire top half of this thing, but the bottom half of it is still standing. It's sort of splintered. It's big enough to see through, but not enough to like walk through.
I can reach through and unlock it, though, right?
You certainly can.
Okay.
The south door, Terwin. Okay, so he makes a hole, and you poke your crossbow in, and you fire, and you have absolutely got a surprise round going on. Not so much stealth, because you just, burst a door open. He's looking that way. So just roll me an attack roll. Awesome. So the hammer goes in, hole opens up, fire a crossbow bolt in, and let's see how this guy's looking. So yeah, you basically just land it right in the back of the head, and he's like twitching and not looking good, and there's blood pouring out from the back of his head. But he's still sort of like stumbling around the room. And that makes it Thought's turn.
So, I'm going to try to come in, quote unquote, stealthily.
Okay.
Since they're paying attention to my cohorts down south.
All right. Okay, you get the feeling.
Advantage?
You get the feeling that didn't really work too well. Let me see.
They aren't paying attention to me.
They.
All right, they just had a hammer smash through the door, and a bow got shot through the door.
Okay, yeah. You've got advantage on one hit. Okay, so you sort of sneak this door open and you step inside, and they're going to notice you almost immediately, but if you act very quickly, you can take advantage of that surprise.
Yes, and that's what it was going to be. It was the Hulk smash to the half orc
Okay.
and Ray. Oh, I can't, damn it.
Yeah, rage is up, rage is up. Okay, so you basically come in swinging. You swing this door open, it creaks a little bit, but it's well oiled, and then out of nowhere, this great axe just flies at the half orc, hits him right in the chest, and let's see. He goes falling back on his chair, crashes his head into the mirror, and is just totally stunned at everything that is happening right now. And let's see. All right, so the rat at this point reacts as quickly as he can. And what does he do? What does he even try to do? I mean, this is like, he can sort of do stuff. He doesn't have a weapon on him, but he does very quickly turn and extend a hand. And I need a dex saving throw from Delcus. So you're very familiar with what's going on here. You recognize what he's doing before he even tries to do it. And as a bolt of holy energy crashes through the door towards you, you nimbly dodge out of the way and avoid it entirely.
Dwarven Grace.
Dwarven Grace. And that makes it Elizabeth's turn.
I kind of look back at Thought, just a little distraught that just smacked my orc friend. But then I go and I kind of take their weapons away and just say, look, you just need the tickets. Then you can get back to your entertainment.
Doesn't the rat have a crossbow bolt sticking out the back of his head?
Stabby, stabby. I just look at the road and go, stabby, stabby.
He's a very lucky little rat. It missed, I don't know. It's like out the side of his neck, I guess. He's not looking good. Like, he clearly looks like he needs some medical attention, but he's also experienced at combat enough to turn around and use magic, I guess. They both look at you and they've got their hands up. They're panicking. Their pants are literally on the ground. They are stunned. And fine, take whatever you want. We don't have them. They're in Rook's room.
I just kind of rolled my eyes, fuck. Really?
Don't worry about the
Fine.
mortal wound. You can
Sure.
go back to your fucking once all this is done.
Yeah, Terwin, roll insight. As far as you can tell, they're telling the truth. I mean, it's a little hard to tell because they're panicking, but you've got a good read on them.
I go up to the rat and oops, Jesus. I pull the crossbow bolt out of his neck and try and do some basic bandaging.
Okay, Delcus, you're next on initiative. Are you doing anything at this point? Are you playing along? What are you doing?
I mean, if they're gonna put their hands up, then I'm gonna let them.
Yeah, it appears that they're being compliant at this point, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Do you want me to do that medicine, or do you want to do it?
So as you both try to get in there and help out, he swats away both of your hands and he reaches a hand up to his neck and there's this white glow of light. And let's see. He just starts working on himself.
Okay, cool. I'm still gonna take all his money for a diagnostic fee.
Of course. So they just sit there stunned at what's happening and they let you take all their things. So you've got a couple pouches and a backpack.
What we got? Or do you want to worry about that later?
There doesn't look like there's anything of immediate combat value, so we'll sort that out here in just a bit.
Okay, works for me.
I do give Gulmash and I give Gulmash 2 gold, and then I give Bashtas 3 gold.
Okay.
I tell him, buy some clothes that don't fucking reek, and then I leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna take that gold. They can't have gold.
Okay.
I do it once I know that you're gone.
Alright, so we just got Rook left, right?
Okay, so Thought, you notice the door over here pops open, and this elf lady, she peeks her head out and she says, "What's going on over there?"
Don't worry about it.
Actually, I'm in the room, aren't I?
Yeah, actually, you are totally in this room. So, we're gonna roll for curiosity.
I close the door behind me as I hear her door open up.
All right, so you hear a little bit of yelling. It sounds like it's coming from some sort of male, maybe a smaller species. It's not quite a human voice, and it's like, "Hey, get back in here!" And you hear a door close.
That's right.
All
so
right.
I look at these guys, and they mention this Rook. I ask them what room Rook's in. How many doors down is Rook's room?
They both look at each other, and they're like, "We don't really know. We came here before he did. He was supposed to just watch the stuff outside, but it sounded like he was going to come in later."
Alright, I tell them I know what room he's in. Let's go.
And
Sweet.
I ask through the wall, what room? Like, how many doors down?
Second one on this side.
Alright,
Second from the front on this side.
so we do our little thing.
All right.
Do you wanna...
I just kind of listen.
As I leave, I toss the 2 fours, a gold each. And I'm just like, sorry for the interruption. And I shut the door.
I
But
want to
I
make
got the blood pumping.
Shit, we broke down the door. Son of a bitch. As I leave, I'm gonna yell at them and tell them not to leave. Like, don't leave this room.
They just stare back at you, look at each other.
They don't have their weapons. They're gonna have to disarm us.
Yeah, but I just,
Yeah.
don't want them running and screaming and shit.
I think they'll behave. This won't take long.
Alright, so I'm just listening in on the door now.
I think we
Wait
should
for
try
my
to
cue.
sneak our way in and try to make as little noise as possible. Since we're a little closer to the front, we don't want the guards coming in.
While I'm standing here, I pointed Elizabeth to do her lockpick thingy-majig.
Can I? Or is it a deadbolt?
Yeah, you can certainly try to pick it. It's a very basic lock.
Can I have Delicacy give me the key and I can try to sneakily unlock it without making too much noise?
Sure, yeah. Give me sleight of hand, and I'll let you just pick 3 numbers between 1 and 20. Or 1 and 15.
Fuck.
Okay, pick 3 numbers between 1 and 15. Okay, none of them seem to work. And you hear a pounding on the door, and he says, "I thought I told you to leave me alone."
Then was our door successfully unlocked?
Let's see, did we get thieves' tools? Actually, it did. You can tell this is very much an older door. It's a very basic lock. So you do hear a click, and it appears to be unlocked.
Alright.
Have at it, big guy.
And I just keep listening for my cue.
You want to try and keys?
Are you trying keys or you're
Oh,
dwarven
yeah,
lockpicking?
Lockpicking. Alright.
Alright, that's an attack roll.
Alright. Knock the shit out of that door.
You do absolutely decimate this door. It just goes totally flat, wide open. There's nothing between you and this guy. So you peer in, and you see pretty much exactly what Covey saw earlier. He's wearing a little bit of hide armor from the waist up. His weapons are leaning against the mirror behind him, and there appears to be a small girl tied to the bed.
That's disgusting.
It is.
Shit out of him.
It is pretty gross.
Me, huh? Oh my god, I fucking.
All right, let's do some initiative. All right, Covey, you're up.
I suppose I should try to get in the room because I don't think I can shoot him from here. So I suppose I'll pull out my rapier and try to murderize him.
All right, so
Once he's got
you,
his pants down.
yeah, you sneak into the door after Delkus blows it open. You definitely have a surprise round here, so you'll all get to. He'll basically miss out on his first turn. So rapier attack. You do have stealth attack because thought is in there. So you can. Oh wait, you're not a rogue. You're one of those other things that uses rapiers. All right, cool. So let's see. So as you rush into the door, he basically just extends a meaty fist and like pushes you against the wall to the side and basically knocks your rapier off target a little bit and doesn't take any damage. And then Delkus, I'm gonna need a perception check from you.
Sure.
You hear very loud, very obvious footprints as there's a rat running up behind you. And as you turn, he extends a hand, and you know the drill. Let me get a dex save.
I told him not to leave that room. Now I gotta kill him.
You save. You dodge the holy bolt.
He was the one that smelt.
The Matrix dodges.
Ain't nobody got time for rats.
All right, Delkus.
Okay. Gonna let Thought and company deal with that. I got a rat to deal with.
So if he misses out on his first round, does that mean like you'll just skip over him when it gets to him?
Yep, it will literally just skip his initiative for the
He's
first
already-
round.
This guy's already wounded. Oh no, he healed himself, didn't
Yeah, he did. You saw him like touch himself twice. He appears to be in much better condition than when he had a crossbow in his neck.
Does he still have his pants on?
He does not. He is not wearing any pants.
Hit him in the nuts.
All right, so let's see. Delkus. So you run up to this dude and you swing, and he just goes flying back against the wall, unconscious.
he? Alrighty.
All right, and then Elizabeth, perception from you.
Yeah, if I have to kill a half orc, I'm gonna be so upset.
You definitely notice some shuffling, and the door is starting to pop open down the hall. But it is your turn.
Alright, I peek into see if Dot and Covey are doing okay. I'm like, yeah, they got this. And I just I'm gonna sneak back into this room,
Okay.
go into stealth,
All right.
and also reapply some of that poison to the dagger.
All right. Cool.
How many applications does that poison have?
You look like
Question.
you look like you've used maybe about a little more than half of the vial.
Fuck me.
Not great
So
stealth,
something
but
like 5 total, I suppose.
What's up?
So probably something a little over something like 5 applications if this is like the third time.
This is actually only the second application. You look like you can
Oh,
probably
okay.
get like one more good use out of it.
Oh, so it's like you got 2 hits out of 1 application.
Yeah. All right. Thought, you're up.
Murderize him.
Yep, that's the plan. Smashy, smashy.
You smashy smash his face real good. Let's see. All right, so you basically lay into the side of his arm, and your great axe sinks in, and it just kind of sticks. This guy is a monster. He looks at you, and he almost seems unfazed by it, even though you clearly took a good chunk out of his arm. This is a behemoth of a man.
Sounds good. And while I'm there, do I see anything on his desk, like these paper things we're looking for?
You do. You see actually several backpacks that are all piled up at the base of this dresser, as well as a couple of bags sitting on top of the dresser.
All right. And this girl on the bed, is she tied down or?
She is basically tied to the bedpost and gagged. Roll,
Gotcha.
roll inspection or investigation.
I see nothing.
You do see nothing. She looks like a little girl tied to the bed, scared for her life. All right, Rook is surprised, so he gets no turn. But you do hear some fumbling as this door pops open, Elizabeth. And let's see.
Is he still pantsless too?
Oh, yes.
How big is his dick?
Let's see.
Like, will it make a good target? Is what I'm asking.
About average.
Okay. So no, not a good target. What is average for a half-orc anyways?
I really don't know.
But these are the important questions, Beck.
7 inches.
Okay, so still a good target.
Okay, so he runs as far as he can, and he looks in the door, and but that's pretty much where he ends his turn. He can't really do much else. Covey, you're up.
Can I see him?
You do. You definitely hear and see him running down the hall.
Alright,
What?
I think I'll, tell him his father never loved him.
Okay. I assume there's going to be some cutting words given that power.
Fuck.
Ooh, rip. Well, let's see. His father and him, they have a great relationship. You wouldn't believe how tight-knit their family is.
Alright, I make more, I make pretty lights in front of the door in the shape of a human because I can do that.
Okay.
Because it's a bonus action, I don't have anything better to do.
Sure. So you make some lights at the door. Okay. All right. Let's see. I need to do a thing.
Oh boy, here we go.
All right. Delcus.
All right, I see the bat signal, so I'm moving in.
Murderize him.
All right. Murderize. You've got about half cover because there's literally a small child strapped to the bed between you and this person.
All right.
So that just adds 2 to his AC.
Ooh, no.
So yeah, that's a miss. He manages to dodge out of the way.
Bastard. Now, I forget, can you move after you attack?
Yes.
I don't know if it changes that.
So yeah, in 5e, you can break up your movement as much as you want, but if you move out of somebody's melee range, they will get an attack of opportunity on you.
Gotcha.
Unless you disengage first, which costs your action.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I'm good.
All right, Elizabeth, what you doing?
Yeah, I jump out and stab the half-orc.
I hear the pain in your voice.
Yeah. Am I stealthed?
Let's see. Yes, you are totally stealthed, so you do get advantage. So you jump out, and let's see, what does he got? He collapses on the ground. He's not looking good at all. He's bleeding from the mouth, he's paralyzed, he's on the ground, but he is still breathing.
Okay. I'm attacking non-lethally. Just
Of course, I assumed.
I'm also under the assumption that this poison is just paralysis and non-lethal.
As far as you can tell, but again, you're not really familiar with this poison.
Exactly. So,
Based on the snake
anybody's
it came
guess.
from, based on the snake lady, I'm assuming it came from. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just paralysis because like that seemed like the kind of thing that the person would want to do.
She's a snake lady. Shouldn't be anything. Probably know this thing could turn people into horrible flesh monsters after 6 hours or something.
Well, if she's a snake lady, I wouldn't be surprised if the poison came from her, like herself.
She like milked herself. It's kind of weird.
But yeah, other than that, I'm gonna, I guess, do some minor medicine just to make sure that he's not gonna like die.
Okay.
Ideally, I'd like to get out of here without killing anyone.
Okay. So too many actions used for a proper medicine check, but you do sort of like kneel down and whisper sorry in his ear.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's Thought's turn.
Going to town still.
All right.
All about Pound Town.
Hot. I think you
Damn it.
miss.
That's a miss.
Hey, I taught that mirror who's boss.
So if he taught the mirror who's boss, does that mean he also knocked the weapon away?
Not quite.
God damn.
All right. So he reaches over to the mirror, and he looks just furious. And he is going to take a swing with this giant great axe at Thought with advantage. 16. What's your AC?
Yes.
All right, that is 10 slashing damage, and just with a huge crash, he just sends you back into the backboard of the bed.
How does he not have like as much or more AC as me?
Because you're a dodgy little fellow.
Because I never got a chance to like get armor and stuff.
Like you're starting. Like barbarians don't actually have an option to start with armor. I don't think.
Oh yeah, they literally start naked. Well, with like basic clothes. Okay, Elizabeth, give me a perception check.
Probably nothing.
You hear footsteps coming from the room behind you, like against the wall, and you hear the rattling of keys on that door. And then he's very paralyzed. Covey, you're up.
I suppose I'll try to murderize him again.
All right, murderize that face. That is a hit. That is a great hit. So you basically find a fold in his meat flaps and shove it in as hard as you can, and blood just starts pouring out. And also, roll one more time. You do have advantage, so you might crit here. And if you do, I'll let you roll again.
So just
Yeah,
one
just
more.
yeah, just another rapier attack. Okay, cool. Same deal. 13 damage. All right, nice. Anything else?
I'll make the dancing lights dance.
Perfect. All right, Elizabeth.
You skip me.
You are absolutely right. I keep pressing it twice. So,
Fucking.
Delcus.
See how it is. He's probably not going to surrender since he's all ragey reckless. So I'm going to hit him in the face.
All right. That is very much a hit for 5 damage. You smack him right in the face, and he just like laughs. He sort of like develops a small bruise, and then he licks his lip and turns towards you. And now
Pull my
Elizabeth.
hammer away with a weird like sucking noise.
All right, now Elizabeth.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna shut this door
Okay.
and I think
Sure. Yeah. Give me the appropriate roll.
old room.
Yeah, the old room.
Uh,
Okay. Let's see. You hear yelling back. Yeah, it says, are you sure? Everything doesn't sound okay in there.
Yes, I'm sure. Just rowdy guests.
The slot slides open, and I mean, you hear it slide open. The door's closed, so you can't really hear anything. And then you don't hear anything else for a little while. All right, and then anything else on your turn?
I don't think so.
All right, thought.
keep it up. Hopefully hit something.
Believe it or not, that is still a miss. He basically grabs your axe right around the head of it and shoves it back towards you.
Awesome. And now I die.
All right. So Rook is looking at Delkus at this point, and he's still absolutely furious. So that is a 20 for 5 slashing. All right, and then let's see. Covey, get me a perception check. Covey, you definitely hear a door opening somewhere behind you. It sounds like it's coming from the front of the building. He's still very paralyzed, and it is Covey's turn.
How much of an action would it take to close the door behind me?
You can basically do it for free.
Alright, I'll do that.
Okay.
Continue murderizing.
All right. Actually, I should clarify, that door barely exists. You used dwarven lockpicking to get that door open. So there is no door to close. So you can reassess that.
Question on inspiration. How long does it last?
Bardic Inspiration lasts for about 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's long gone.
Yep. Yeah, that is long gone. Yeah.
Hooray.
Neat.
45 minutes ago. I didn't know if you wanted, if you're still. I had no idea. We never talked about.
Yeah, possibly. I'll take a look in here in just a second.
Okay. I'll let you know that is up.
Okay, so he uses his bonus option or action to give inspiration to thought, and then he is attacking. If we can get an attack roll. That's a good hit. You basically hit him right in the hip, and it goes pretty deep into him and pokes out his backside, and there's more blood. And he's actually looking pretty beat up at this point. He's still angry as can be. And you can roll one more time and see if you get a crit. Because, recklessness. Okay, still a hit. You do good damage. Delkus, you're up.
Oh, I didn't
Alright.
see I had advantage on. Oh, well.
Yeah, actually, you can roll again to see if you... Oh, no, sorry. I took the 15 and the 13. Like, it automatically includes both rolls in your attack swing.
Oh, does it? Alright.
Yeah, I think it does that by default on new character sheets.
Gotcha.
Yep. All right, so Delkus.
All right. Hammer to the belly.
All right. That
Crit.
is a great hit. So he goes flying back into this mirror, which shatters and does an additional... little bit of damage, although he's mostly just like absorbing it into rolls of fat and muscle.
All right, and I'm gonna yell at him to drop his axe.
All right. He is also now prone at this point. Elizabeth, you're up.
Hearing all the commotion, Elizabeth will walk into here
Mm-hmm.
and just be a little disappointed, and she's gonna transfer her dagger at this guy.
All right. It cancels each other out.
I'll
Yeah.
lean out of the way.
Yeah, it's advantage from recklessness, but then disadvantage because prone, so they just cancel each other out. All right, that is a hit. So you basically stuff that dagger right into his heel. It starts bleeding out profusely.
Cool. And then I just hide behind the meat shields.
All right, standing next to the backpacks and sacks and stuff. That makes it Thought's turn.
Alright, let's do this one more time here.
All right, and you do definitely have advantage on this. Prone and reckless.
Alright. So is it like double advantage?
No, unfortunately, advantage doesn't stack. If only. So
Gotta be fucking. Wait, I've got this.
you're still a little shaky from the fun you were having with all them whores.
Adding inspiration.
All right, adding Bardic Inspiration. How much is Bardic Inspiration? 1d10 at level 1?
That's
I
D6.
think it's 1d6.
Yeah. So roll a d6. Ooh, nice. So yeah, you do sink down into this thing and do really good damage. You basically catch him right on the inside of his thigh. Lops off a big chunk of disgusting flesh.
Wow, Feck, with the fat shaming.
All right, so he is basically panicking. He sort of stumbles for a second to get back up, and then takes a swing at Covey.
I fear for my butthole right now.
Surprisingly, you nimbly dodge out of the way. The hammer goes flying into the wall next to you, and it basically just like splinters open, and you peek inside, and you see a couple of like other people in the room beside you who are clearly alarmed at whatever is going on in the room next to him.
I can't help but feel there would have been a better way to do this.
All right, so you also hear footsteps rushing down this hall, and a guard comes in here and also pops out this door right here. And each of these guards tries to immediately grapple somebody. So the one up top is going to try to grapple Thought. So let me get either athletics or acrobatics, your choice. And then same for you on this one, Terwin. So Terwin is able to break free, and so is Thought. So you guys both sort of just like shove these guards off to the side. And Covey, you're up.
Can I dual wield?
Okay, so if you swing with your main hand using a weapon that has the light property, which does not include the rapier but does include short swords and daggers, then you can use your bonus action to make an offhand attack, yes.
Oh, so I'd need a light weapon, which the rapier isn't.
Correct, yep.
So I can't pull out my dagger and dual wield.
That is correct. There's a feat that will let you do it with like weird weapons later, but by default, they both have to be light weapons. You do have advantage because he is reckless, so you can swing one more time and take the first damage if it hits. Alright, that is a hit for 6. So he is basically just drooling blood at this point. He is not looking good at all. He's standing in a pile of broken glass. There's blood everywhere. And Delcus, you are up.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can intimidate him into dropping his weapon.
Okay. Yeah, so you sort of menace over him with your great axe or great hammer, and roll me intimidation. He appears unfazed and belligerent.
That's fair. I'm gonna golf club his skull.
All right, I like it.
Is he back on the ground again, or?
He is standing up. He's like in a bad spot, but he is standing enough to not be prone. But you get recklessness either way, so it is still advantage.
Still advantage. Okay.
That is, I believe that's a hit. Yes, that is a hit. And he just slumps back in the corner, unconscious and bleeding out.
All right.
So, Elizabeth, you're up.
Just turn to the guards and be like, "It's not what it looks like."
Stab the guard!
Yeah, I look very distraught, and I grab the backpack and start beating the guard with it, just screaming, "Get out, pervert!"
I mean, go ahead and
Deception?
go ahead and give me deception, I suppose, at disadvantage. Okay. He's not buying your bullshit. He knows that this is clearly something going on.
I
Stab
am
him.
actually trying to smack him with this backpack.
Okay, sure.
Stab him.
Yeah, give me an attack roll with strength.
I was gonna say before that, I was gonna try to intimidate him. This turn with my great axe swords and be like, "You've got one chance to back out. I suggest you take it."
All right, let's see. It just clanks off of his armor. He's got like a chain shirt and he's got a shield at one side. He's holding a spear in the other hand. He appears. Well, let's see. No, he's all business at this point. He's doing a job. All right, so Thought, you've attempted to intimidate, but he is not backing down. What do you do?
Go big or go home, I guess.
All right. So attacking the guard.
I'm looking at Delcus.
That seems wise. Yeah, they're not immediately attacking, so we're like temporarily out of initiative order if you guys want.
I mean, let's not murder these guys because they're just doing the jobs.
Alright,
But if
I want to try to persuade them to back down.
All right. What are you going to tell them? They just walked in and literally watched you murder a man. So how do you try to explain this to them?
He was I suppose this would be deception. He was attempting to rape the whore Elizabeth.
dude, we got the girl in the bed.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
she's still
literally
like,
beating a small child.
yeah.
And also, and like mistreating one of the clients or one of the workers.
Okay.
Pretty sure she's not a worker.
So,
Roll me deception. So the guard behind you like shoves you aside to the wall and walks up to this little girl and starts to just cut her hands free with a small knife. And as soon as she is free, he helps her out of the gag, and she morphs in front of your eyes into this gray, lanky figure, and then sort of just like looks around and then morphs into the shape of an elf woman.
Fuck,
God,
another
that's
one?
even worse. Alright.
So they both look at you and like, what is happening here? You can't just come into our establishment and terrorize our clients, and certainly not our workers. Explain yourselves.
Apologies, we thought that he was harming a small child.
I mean,
You seemed in distress and like you needed assistance. And you certainly didn't look like you belonged here. You were definitely not one of the workers.
Then you should have taken it up with the manager. And I'm trying to like switch this thing back to a non-child.
I mean, you just say, okay, fair enough. We'll take our stuff and leave, get all the bags, and walk out.
All right, roll persuasion.
Bad boy.
So they let you sort of walk over into the corner and scoop up a bunch of these bags, but they are absolutely not letting you leave the room. They are staunchly positioned, one in each corner, or by each doorway, or what remains of the door to the south. And like, you're not going anywhere. We're going to call the city guard, and we're going to sort this out.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because either I'm going out that door, or I'm going out that door through you, so take a pick.
All right, intimidation. So this guy glances at the other one, and he also looks behind and notices that there is a dead rat folk, and beyond that he can see that there is another dead guard on the couch behind him. And he sort of just...
Not dead. I was careful.
he sort of just steps aside.
Good man. Kind of walk past, look him over, give him a little pat on the shoulder. And let's get our shit and leave, boys.
All right. Which way are you going?
If the half-elf move, we can go that way.
All right. So you guys head out into the old lobby where you poisoned the guard and killed the housemaster. Never mind, you head out that way. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna quick look around the room to see if there's anything I can grab. Because we said we're grabbing our thing.
Yeah, so you guys basically nabbed a handful of backpacks. There are a couple of pouches up on the dresser. You don't really notice anything else that is particularly valuable. It kind of just looks like another room in a whorehouse.
All right, sounds good.
All
I
right.
didn't see a back door back there, right?
Actually, yes, there is a back door by the employee area past the couch over here.
Probably want to take the back door. 'Cause if I know that there's more guards up front anyway. If not, we'll just go up front.
Yeah, you count 2 guards. You remember seeing 3 earlier. So yeah, you can avoid that walk of shame if you want.
Yeah, we'll probably just bounce back.
All right, so you guys slowly saunter out.
I give each of the guards and the changeling 1 gold, and I take the 3 from the dead rat.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So you guys slink out of this establishment. You find yourself in an alley, and as far as you can tell, you start rummaging through the backpacks. Let me get a d20 from each of you.
Yeah, I'd take the one from Elizabeth and go through it. Like, snatch it out of her hands.
I attempt to resist, but it's probably not going to be much. She's a little bit sickly.
Just straight up brute force.
Okay, so he yanks it away, and you all start rifling through these backpacks and bags. Do you do it like right here, or do you guys want to walk down the street a little bit first?
Yeah, we're gonna. We need to get away.
We might
Okay.
want to put some distance between this place.
All right, are you running, or are you just like trying to blow it off real casually? Cheese it calmly.
Casually.
Nonchalantly.
All right, so you're trying to feign natural walking speeds as you like weave your way out through the alleys. You finally find yourself a nice little quiet spot, and you start rifling through all the stuff. So yeah, let me. Let's see. I already got d20s from Power, Terwin, and Delkus. Let me get one from Elizabeth.
You just get like
I
a
cannot roll
giant wound in your head.
Wow. 3 3s.
Son.
Let's see. 3, 6,
I want new dice.
12.
I love how I switch between getting horribly murderized each fight and completely being okay each fight.
All right, so you guys, you find several sheets of paper that all appear to be signed by Elizabeth Merrywell. They aren't like fancy tickets. It looks like something she scrawled up in a bit of a hurry, but as far as you can tell, these are the tickets of passage, and they should do the trick when you go back tomorrow morning, assuming that we haven't landed in jail or anything crazy like that. And you also find a little bit of money, including...
Can we check a bounty board to see if there might have been a bounty for any of these guys?
It's, yeah, so on the way back you guys can swing by a bounty board, we'll see.
Is that per bag?
That is total. It appears that they honestly did not have a lot of stuff left on them.
So 3 gold each, and whoever wants to take the silver.
I think we murderized this group pretty soundly.
So,
Except for the few we left alive.
Yeah, a couple are alive, at
Ain't no
least.
hobo like a murder hobo.
are any of them alive? Oh, yeah, the half-orc is alive still. Yeah.
Half-orc's alive.
Oh, the ones at the bar. Yeah, the bar.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
bar guys are okay.
Yeah, yeah, and presumably the catfolk or whatever that was. So yeah, or the catfolk's brother.
But we murdered the rat and the child rapist.
Guy that's wandering around the fucking docks because you guys couldn't just let him go to his brother.
No,
Hey,
man.
we had to buy time.
All right, so
What?
We didn't want that entire group coming back after us after we, soundly kicked their asses. That wouldn't have ended well. I didn't want to get into another bar brawl just in a whorehouse.
No, that was good.
Well, too late for that.
you've pretty thoroughly wrecked this establishment. In fact, I think the only building you guys walked in that didn't get destroyed was the Portly Faster. All right, so you guys make your way back towards the trade district with a sense of conflicted accomplishment and moral dilemmas, and also the weight of gold in your pockets and some shiny papers. As you swing by town center, you find what appears to be like a guard station, and it's got a board posted. You don't really see any like drawings or descriptions that match them too accurately, but you do notice there's like a guard on duty that you could ask if you want.
Yeah, that might count towards an admission of guilt if there's not a bounty on them.
Yeah,
So
and we don't exactly have them like tied up with us either. So, be like, hey, is there a bounty on this guy? Let me go get it.
So yeah,
We'll be right back. We're gonna go get the bodies,
They're definitely dead somewhere. Let's go find
and
them.
we definitely did it. I promise.
Yeah.
So give us that money. All right, so cool. You guys continue on your merry way. Most of the shops are closed at this point, but I imagine you'll be able to find a tavern to sleep off your wounds and restore your spell slots.
Morning.
Oh, we never found Captain Solidhammer. Son of a bitch.
That is
I
true.
think we have the papers, so we're good.
Yeah.
All right.
There's hoping.
Yeah, let's find somewhere to long rest.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys find a tavern. It looks like a pretty decent establishment. They usher you in, saying that you're very injured, and offer you some ale and soup and bread. They say it's going to be a silver apiece for the night.
Elizabeth looks great. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, you look great.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine.
All right, so a silver apiece. You guys stay the night, and tomorrow morning, presumably, you will get up, head to the docks. Hope you don't see your cat friend there, and be on your merry way out of the city before the guards catch you. And that is it for the one shot, I believe.
And no
Oh
one,
man.
So yeah,
no one important died at least.
as far as we can tell, hopefully nobody important died.
Hopefully. I don't like that red X on the headmaster, but you know.
I'm pretty sure he's pretty dead. You kind of I mean, he wasn't like a guard. He's just a civilian, and you stabbed him in the gut with a poisoned dagger with stealth.
Being non-lethal, mostly.
That's fair. If you're intentionally withholding blows.
But
Okay, so he's in some undetermined state, just slumped against the wall, and there's blood everywhere.
questionable.
Yeah, the
He's
guards.
gonna be blending his meat from now on, eating out of a tube. Damn, but he alive.
I didn't like crack his jaw. It just, stab him in the chest.
Okay, so let me calculate some experience here real quick, and I'll get XP.
Keeping track of all the gold we pilfered.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, if we need to, we can just scroll through and get a gold total real quick, or if somebody else has it already.
I just took from the headmaster and then the 3 from 12 that we got from backpacks.
I've got a bit.
So I've got a bunch, but I rolled starting gold, so.
That's my total.
I can't help but feel that there might have been non-violent way to go about this, but you know.
Oh, there definitely was.
I
Totally, but I mean, we got
This is the fun way.
yeah, for the record, I mean everything there seemed like maybe on the slightly evil side of morally neutral. Like clearly these weren't good people, as far as you can tell. Maybe.
I'm definitely not a good cleric. I'm not an evil one.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's see.
Well, to be fair, we did try to do things like somewhat peacefully before we started murderizing, and no one cooperated.
Balls
And
deep.
you know, I went back and saved that guy, and I didn't have to. Both of them.
Yeah, so I'd say it at least evens out. But we've got a job to do that is at least, morally sound. Of course, why, if I'm on a diplomatic mission, I wouldn't already have these papers to get there, seems like an oversight.
Bureaucracy, man. Somebody fucked it up.
Somebody, yeah, lots of red tape. Okay, and this one's a doozy. There was a lot of fighting.
What is everybody's alignment, by the way?
I think at this point, I could be considered like true neutral.
Let's see.
I'm a very strange version of lawful neutral. Probably more true neutral, though.
Yeah, true neutral too.
I'd say I'm either true neutral or chaotic good because I'm not trying to openly murderize people, only when the diplomatic approach doesn't work and I've got shit to do.
Well, it's... I mean, like, ethically, giant gray area, but... I mean, the only reason that I would lean towards law is because I can imagine, like, a merchant really appreciating, trade law and structure and things like that. But on the other hand,
All right, that is 701 experience each.
So we all hit level 2.
Congratulations, you're all level 2.
What's the XP needed to level 3? Because I kind of want to make sure I have
900.
900, yep.
Such a tease.
So that's like total XP. So at 700, I'd be 200 away from level 2, about? Or is it like 300 for level 1 and then another 900 for level 2?
No, yeah, it's the cumulative total. So yeah, you need like 200 more for level 3. Go grind some boars in the forest before you get on this goddamn ship. You've got like 3 hours. Who needs sleep, right? No, that's not true. It's probably like 1 o'clock. It leaves in
That's what
about...
the ship is for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sleep on the plane. So you guys have like 6 hours, 7 hours until the ship leaves. So yeah.
Beck, you may need to apply levels. Because it doesn't give me the option to mess with those.
Okay, just a second. Elizabeth was kind of doing side stuff that whole time. I've like factored that in. I generally I try not to like break up party experience, but that's just because I'm a terrible DM.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're probably technically correct.
Nah, you actually split it no matter who was in the battle, as long as they all finish typically
Gotcha.
with 5D.
Cool.
Unless it's like some crazy weird circumstance where somebody's like specifically soloing a boss or something.
Right. For the, yeah. The what is
And
it?
assuming you're all alive.
The deck of many things comes to mind. The Death Angel thing.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
back on level, it's one hit die to increase your health, isn't it?
Yeah, just roll your hit die, and that's how much you add.
Oh, so
Nice.
I almost doubled my HP there.
Yeah, yeah. It's very, very fortunate.
I'm a little beefy for Bard.
That's not bad. The 16 AC adds up too. All right. Well, that is pretty much it for today. We actually went a little longer than expected, but we got through it all.
Yeah, thanks for DMing. It was awesome.
For sure. Thank you for playing, especially on short notice. Yeah, big thanks to Thought coming out of nowhere.
No problem. Thanks for the invite.
For sure.
Back when I found you, I was just like, you know what, I don't want it to be canceled. I've been looking forward to this.
Yeah. No, Foch was like, obviously Foch is excited about playing, but his schedule is super unpredictable, which is one of the reasons I figured he might not work out for like the final group, because he's a really good creative player, but his work schedule is just a nightmare. And sure enough, he got called in for today.
Oh, and
Sounds like
I
mine.
should tell you right now, I won't be able to work next week. I won't be able to play next week.
Yeah, that's cool. So next week, I have another group scheduled from 2 to 7, and then after that, I'm actually doing a group with my offline friends, so I won't be doing anything the following Sunday. But then probably when I get back from that is when I'll start like narrowing the groups down and going on with the main campaign.
That was fun though.
Cool.
I enjoyed it.
For sure. Hopefully that was. I mean, I know the last week we did like literally go kill goblins in a cave. I wanted to try something a little different this week. So yeah.
I mean, we did go murder hoboing a little bit, but it was still very entertaining.
Yeah, it was at least like guided murder hoboing.
Yeah, just like bust in, kill everybody, leave. Kind of deal.
Yep,
Hey,
yep.
if they had cooperated, no one would have died.
This is true.
Like if the head housemaster hadn't been so concerned about privacy, we could have just gone in and got the papers, intimidated everyone, or charisma the shit out of them. But no, they had to be difficult. We can't just like not do our job. That's just like that's not good. I suppose we could have tried to pursue the captain. He was probably in. Was he in one of these rooms? Was he out whoring?
You actually have no idea where that cat went. No clue.
No, the captain.
Oh, the captain? I mean, spoilers, but no, you don't really see him in here.
I was gonna steal his money.
He's not one of the. Why would you steal the captain's money? He's kind of the one that needs to let us on his ship.
I think on roll 20, he was saying I think we stole the housemaster's money.
Yeah. that was
Yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah, you totally did. The cleric wasn't going to do it, but Elizabeth did anyway. That actually, I believe, is where most of your loot came from. Like, he had much more than these ruffians did.
Yeah, that's where I got most of mine. But everybody else got a bunch of money from Snake Lady and the Barbarol. All their stuff.
There's a lot of strange moral gray area going on already, which I like. I definitely, I was hoping I'd get at least one party that was not just straight up lawful good. So I'm down with this.
Yeah, this is a very neutral party.
Oh man, I need to go catch Pokemon.
There ain't shit for
God,
Pokemon
nerd.
around here. Like, there's rats and pitties, and that's it.
Hey man, they didn't destroy the first bar.
Also, that dude made the worst mistake in trying to rob me.
Yeah, that did not go well for him. He was
No, it didn't.
that was actually not supposed to go quite like that. Like, I like yeah, that went not very well for him. I was gonna laugh my ass off if he failed the getting over his own ball bearings. I was like, okay, this guy's having a bad day.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
What is it?
It's the world's best fucking bottle opener.
I don't know, I like the
Use it to open
shit
the
I read
bottle,
up on that
and it fucking
Forgotten Realms
launches the
god.
bottle cap.
Nice.
So you can aim
It's
it.
like,
Yeah, yeah.
it's literally hold. Just go and dump it off
I
the
have an
temple
example
and
for you.
Nice.
go back to doing what you're doing.
Oh, badass. That is cool.
Great.
Yep.
It's like $4.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that, is this custom Pantheon or Forgotten Realms or?
It is mostly undefined at this point. It's kind of open. I'm sort of leaving it to the clerics as they jump in to like make up their deities.
Yeah, I mean, you told me Forgotten Realms, I just picked some out of that and
Yeah.
changed it a little bit because I didn't want to be like a rogue.
Yeah, so like any of the Forgotten Realms deities are fine, but it's pretty much just like a sort of a Greek or Roman pantheon system. I feel like the main difference between this and Forgotten Realms is that the deities are a little more local. So I mean, they're obviously gods; they've got sort of supernatural power, but they really only care about the area that they really preside over. I mean, if one of their followers goes traveling, they're going to continue to support them. But they're very territorial gods. They're very much the walk the earth type of gods.
Cool. That's actually kind of like my world.
Nice, nice.
That sounds a little more like Egypt.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit of the Egyptian thing going on too. Yeah, honestly I fleshed out a lot of this, but the deities outside of Fortuna I haven't put a lot of thought into, because originally this campaign wasn't even supposed to start until you were on the boat, because it was a level 2 campaign to begin with. But then like 15 people wanted to show up. I'm like, I should probably do some like level 1 one-shots to just get people introduced and familiar with 5e and sort of narrow it down from 15 people to 5 or 6 people. So I whipped up these level 1 campaigns back in Rosa real quick.
Did I do good?
You did do good. Everybody did good. This is actually a fun group.
I'm just glad I didn't die. I would have been upset if I died in a one-off. I almost fucking died twice.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You good?
I don't know. Let's see, you got Dwarven Cleric on your back, man.
So, I should change all my skills that I'm not proficient in to Jack of all trades, right? Since I'm level 2.
Yes.
Yeah, yep. But yeah, level 1 is really spiky. It's very like RNG heavy. Like sometimes you're just gonna get gibbed. I mean, at pretty much any point there, Rook could have just landed a really good blow with that great axe and just one shot anyone there. But he was consistently rolling kind of average.
Hey, he hit me pretty good.
He did actually. He hit you real good.
That was a lot of fun, though. I felt like I was going a little aggro for a bard.
I feel like maybe the entire party was going a little aggro.
Okay, but like I'm a bard and I got a crossbow and like, I had, my pretty honeyed words and telling people that their mother never loved them. And
Bards are good at
like,
everything though, so you can kind of play them however you want.
I feel like I'm a little beefy for a bard.
There can be beefy bards. Get like war bards and stuff. Battle bards.
fact, for this murder hoboing, can I claim diplomatic immunity?
We'll have to see if that happens. Hopefully that doesn't become an issue, but they certainly are going to investigate all this. If you're really lucky, you might get, like, it might get interpreted as gang violence or something.
Things escalated really hardcore.
Okay, I gotta be right back. I've gotta, like, figure out what I'm doing for dinner and stuff, so.
Yeah, food sounds good.
Yep, if you guys are gone, thank you very much for playing. That was super fun.
Thank you for having us.